Veterans for Peace, that will be speaking about the experience of living through a war as a veteran and its impact on them. Code Pink, the first organization that was against the Afghan war and demonstrates in the Senate and the halls of Congress aggressively, for ending the wars abroad. Let's see, Stop Spying on Us from New York with Albert Fox, talking about privacy and security of your devices. So there are AJ Rice from Portland Privacy and Tracy Rosenberg from Oakland Privacy. So it should be a great event series for today, and I'm really excited that you're with us. One of the things that I wanted to start by saying is, why do we use these events and mix it with comedy? Well, comedy and satire is protected as free speech. These companies that we criticize have every right to be criticized. Please don't think of them as human entities. They're not. Just because Citizen United wants to treat companies as human doesn't mean that we should. We have every right to criticize their business practices, of questioning their leadership, questioning how they treat their employees. And we want you to be involved in that process. We're going to talk more and more about how we are going to be doing this over the next few months to beat on the corporate PR machine and investments that they receive. One of the things that I wanted to talk today about was the whole business of surveillance and war. For the past 20 years, we were lied to either by intelligence agencies that weren't so intelligent, by politicians that outright lied to us, or by the defense contractors and the surveillance state. So all three of them are a contributor to what led to a 20-year war that could have ended a lot earlier. So for that reason, I'm going to talk about the business of war and who actually benefited from these defense contracts. I'm going to share with you my screen. Give me a moment. This is a website that I really care about. I would highly bookmark it. It's Big Tech Sells War, how big tech companies are profiting from wars. So the global war on terror and the rise of big tech. The big tech contracts in the US are extensive. They've been spending over $44 billion since 2004 with companies like Amazon, Google, Microsoft, Facebook, and Twitter. It's not just that they're selling data and your personal information to the NSAs of the world and to the defense contractors, but actually working on drone projects and weapons of inhumanity to be developed by organizations such as these. This is the actual amount of expenditure year over year by department. And as you can see, those expenditures are only growing in size. As I mentioned, the Department of Defense received $44 billion in contracts, was given $44 billion in contracts to distribute to the defense industry. Department of Homeland Security had $348 million in contracts to Microsoft and Amazons of the world. The State Department, $258 million. General Services Administration, $244 million, and the Department of Justice, $138 million. So when you think of war profiteers, it's not just Boeing and Lockheed, it's actually the companies in Silicon Valley that have profited from it. So here's a view of federal contracts since 2004 with Amazon. As you can see, those contracts are only growing in size. A lot of it with the Department of Defense, Department of Homeland Security, the State Department, Department of Justice, and others. Google, again, is at the service of these defense entities and works hand in hand with these organizations, and same with Microsoft. One of the things that I like to talk about is the revolving door between the tech sector and the big tech companies and the Department of Defense and State Department and other members of our government. Jared Cohen, who worked at State Department before moving on to Google, he founded Jigsaw. One of Jigsaw's first project was to develop counterterrorism tools for social media platforms that until recently focused solely on Muslim actors. Steve Pandelis, who worked for the FBI for over 20 years, including at the National Counterterrorism Center and Operation Technology Division, is now Director of Security at Amazon Web Services. Joseph Rozek, who played the integral role in the creation of DHS, is now Executive Director of Homeland Security and Counterterrorism for Microsoft, where he's responsible for developing and implementing a strategic business plan in the area of Homeland Security, counterterrorism, and information sharing. Nicholas Rasmussen, who worked as the Director of National Counterterrorism Center and is now Executive Director of the Global Internet Forum to Counterterrorism, which was founded by Facebook, Microsoft, Twitter, and YouTube with the goal of disrupting terrorist abuses of members' digital platforms. It has been criticized for not focusing enough on white supremacist and far-right groups and mirroring the same problems of social media platforms, relying exclusively on US government terrorist lists that almost exclusively targets Muslims. Here's a few more images. Steve Pandelius worked in the FBI from 1994 as National Counterintelligence Center and Operation Technology Division. He's currently as Amazon Web Services. Christine Halverson worked previously as an FBI March Deputy Assistant to Counterterrorism Division, currently works for Amazon Web Services, my former employer, Senior Technical Manager, Development Manager for Mission Acceleration Team, a strategic account executives for artificial intelligence and machine learning. Jana Key, past, she worked at the Department of Defense from 2005 to 2007, including strategic global wars on terrorism, a strategic planning National Terrorism Center, currently works at Amazon Web Services as cloud security strategist from 2008 on. The list goes on and on and on of John Turner, past position with FBI, including Deputy Assistant Director of Intelligence, now is the responsible for YouTube 2018 to present, Director of Intelligence, Trust and Safety. So there is no shortage of ex-defense officials, ex-Secretary of State, Secretary Department of State officials that work now in the tech sector. It's a revolving door. The tech companies pay for lobbyists. The lobbyists influence these politicians or wannabe politicians. They go to the people they trust, who happen to be like folks like Joseph Rozek, who was a special assistant to the president and senior director for domestic counterterrorism. Currently, he holds a position at Microsoft, the Homeland Security and Counterterrorism. So it's a revolving door between our government and big tech. And that's how big tech lands all these contracts with the various departments, including the Department of Defense for $44 billion. This is really disheartening. At the end of the day, you know, we need to be able to hold our representatives accountable. These organizations that sell war, they are in it to lobby on behalf of war. They hire people that are responsible for wars in our administration and put them to work. And it's a true shame on our government to have these kinds of people revolve and go to private sector and get whatever their job they want working in big tech while they sell out the American people. We have had 20 years of war. Somebody needs to be held accountable. It has to be either the defense contractors, the intelligence agencies, the politicians, or us as citizens that were duped into buying whatever hopeful promises they made. So we have a responsibility. We have a responsibility to stand against these organizations when they go out and bid on defense contracts, when they want to engage on contracts of war. We need to name and shame them. As one thing that I always say, it's these individuals don't deserve any of our attention except for the fact that we need to name and shame them. And they make blood money. Frankly, every single one of the people that you see on this bigtechsellswar.com website makes blood money. They benefit from wars and destruction and sending our GIs to war while they sit comfortably collecting their stock options at some of the big tech companies. So we need to do what we can to name and shame these individuals. And that's why I love this site, bigtechsellswar.com. And I highly recommend you take a look at it. The other thing I wanted to talk about was Jeff Bezos and his flight to outer space. We spent a lot of time and resources as a country in educating future generations about space flight. NASA was able to accomplish Jeff Bezos' space flight 60 years ago. So he did not contribute much in terms of technology. The technology has always been there. But what he has done with Elon Musk and Virgin Atlantic founder or Virgin Galactic founder is to commercialize it, is to make money from it. And that's after the technology is being handed to him on a silver platter. Why do you think he wants to go to the moon and is willing to pay NASA the $10 billion, the $2 billion cost associated with going to the moon? It's not that he's a generous man or he cares for developing NASA. It's just for his own ego. We need to think about how we privatize space. Do we want to have all these satellites orbiting us with men in power watching over us, working for these surveillance companies and entities in the US? Do we trust them with having that much power over us? I think it should be a serious concern. Ethics in Tech believes that as an organization, we want to see the space race be fundamentally owned by countries that are in it to win it, and they're not necessarily the private sector. So that's one area that I wanted to mention today. Finally, I want to talk about some of the Amazon's leadership principles. This is my former employer. They want to take credit for a lot of good work that they do. And let me go ahead and bring up the Amazon leadership principles. Give me 1 second. So Amazon loves to talk about being a customer obsessed company. The question that I always have for Amazon, and you should always ask when you place an order with them, is who's customer of Amazon? Is it the Department of Homeland Security? Is it the Department of Defense that they get, billions and billions of dollars in contract? Is it the CIA with its $900 million contract? Is it its various defense agencies and intelligence agencies that receive billions and billions of dollars in support, infrastructure support by Amazon? Or is it that middle-aged woman or man that is buying their produce from Amazon? You see, Amazon may on the surface of it look like they're delivering milk and honey, but in reality, they're in the business of war, and that's where they make their money. They talk about ownership. They think that people should be in charge and owners and act on behalf of the entire company. Well, the Amazon employees never say that's not my job. And I guess if you're an Amazon employee and it's not your job and you still have to do the work, that just means Amazon is piling on more work on you than you can handle. They don't have much ethics when it comes to honoring employees' labor rights, but they do talk a good game about taking customer ownership. Well, customer ownership by itself, without empowering employees to do the work, is not worth it. That is true. Amazon hires some of the best employees out there. But, what is the point of hiring the best employees when your whole goal as a business is to sell data on your customers or to market to your customers products and services they don't need? Amazon develops the best, but it develops it for selling junk. Amazon is the leader when it comes to selling cheap Chinese goods that have no quality, that have no standards. And this goes to my next point: is Amazon insisting on the highest standards? Whose standards are Amazon insisting? Are those Amazon standards the cheap Chinese manufacturers that put out goods? Are Amazon standards something that's defined? Clearly, in my view, it's not. In regards to having backbone, disagree, and commit, I can tell you that I've had a backbone and it's been reinfused with metal after my suicide attempt 7 years ago, practically to this day. But Amazon doesn't have a backbone. It's basically Amazon's organization that does not respectfully challenge the decisions when they disagree. They will simply kick you out of the company. And it's a very hostile work environment that Jeff Bezos has created. Now, they added a couple of more leadership principles. I think Amazon must have been feeling guilty that there is no empathy. There's no empathy for its employees, and they want to be the best employer on earth. So they added a couple of more commandments when it comes to their everyday relationship and how they want to improve to respond to Earth's needs. But again, this is all marketing hype. Amazon working for them, you notice that they don't follow most of these principles, except for maybe the customer obsession because they're so money obsessed. One of the questions I always ask the executives in Silicon Valley, and maybe this is why I don't get a job, is I always ask during an interview, what is the kind of contract or business that you're willing to walk away from, Mr. Executive? You're in sales leadership or in marketing in a company. Tell me, where do you draw the line? Who are you willing to say no to? And majority of these companies don't have that defined. They will accept money from anybody and everybody. That's why it doesn't matter if it's the DHS or Homeland Security or the FBI that's paying them. They'll be happy to receive that cash and sell out customer data. It's unfortunate, but they don't have any standards as to who they deal with. I was wondering about this problem of, why is such a lack of ethics and principles in Silicon Valley? And give me 1 second. And honestly, I didn't know who to blame. Is it our universities? And maybe they're not creating passionate enough students to care about issues than their own pocketbooks? Is it our government agencies that don't bother to regulate these tech giants? Or ultimately, is it the industry's fault for not doing enough to regulate itself? And finally, is it the nonprofits' fault? Are we the ones to blame for the actions of these nonprofits, for the action of our government and these corporations? The buck has to stop with somebody. And I want to talk to you about the concept of what I call greed learning. It's machine learning and capitalism combined. It's basically the kids coming out of universities these days. They might have the proper analytic skills. They might have the proper tools that they need. They might have taken every certification online that's been available to them. But none of that certification told them you should have empathy for your fellow man. They all focused on giving him tools and knowledge on how to make money, how to make a living, but it doesn't give them the knowledge to give back to society. So what I call greed learning is a combination of machine learning and algorithms that control our stock market, that control our Bitcoins purchases, that controls every aspect of our lives, from our privacy to security to online transactions. And of course, machine capitalism. And I mean the brute sheer force capitalism of not caring for your fellow man, of just wanting to monetize everything that you see. And so the concept of greed learning is I want to put out there to activists as something to consider. Are we stricken by this as a society or not? And hopefully we get a chance to talk about that as well. We have some amazing speakers after me today. Reverend Todd Martin Allen is with the Church of Fellowship of All People. I did an injustice in his bio. He's actually graduated now and is a full doctorate. And we have him presenting in a few minutes, as well as Brett Wilkins, my co-host at many of these events. Brett has been a champion of ethics in tech since the early days that we started. He's been a tremendous resource in terms of writing content and getting our views published. So without further ado, I know we're a few minutes early, but I would like to pass it on to Reverend Allen. Reverend Allen, are you ready, sir?
Yes, I am. Good morning, Vahid.
Good morning.
Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Good, good. Thank you for letting me be with you on this early Wednesday morning. It's not a normal time for me to be at church or for me to be broadcasting. My job is I'm a hospice chaplain, and usually I go from place to place visiting people in their homes. And I'm grateful to have this time to be with you this morning. And to participate in this important event. I'm grateful for Ethics in Tech and Vahid and his work, because I believe that we need to have voices that are contrary to the voices that are leading us to destruction of the earth, destruction of people's lives. And Vahid, you're like a prophet to me, speaking out against the things that need to be called out and dreaming of change. I'm thankful that we still have the chance to share like this, that we can talk about our opportunities to think differently and to criticize the way things are. That's the only way things are going to change. I recently saw a massive billboard, and it said this: automate everything. Automate everything. Really? We need to automate everything? My partner showed me what happens recently when we try to automate everything. As a chaplain, I often do people's funeral services for the families. And I don't think that needs to be automated. We have an example that I'm about to read of what happens when a bot tries to write an obituary, a eulogy for someone. So this is a artificially intelligent designed obituary for someone called Brenda. And here's what it says. Remember, AI wrote this, not a person. Brenda Tent retired from living at an old age, surrounded by family and natural causes. A librarian from birth, Brenda was an avid collector of dust. She had a sweetheart and married her high school. She loved having hobbies and helping her sons to be disadvantaged youth. She had no horses, but thought she did. The church gave her a choir because she sang like a bird and looked like a bird, and Brenda was a bird. She owed us so many poems. The funeral will be held in 1977 at Heaven. In lieu of flowers, please send Brenda more life. While this is funny, when applied to the absurdity of a robot writing an obituary, automated intelligence is improving to act more and more like humans, but there's certain things that should just not be automated. My favorite line is, in lieu of flowers, please send Brenda more life. That's what I want to write in my obituary. So thank you, Mr. Robot, for giving me that idea. I think I'll have that. Please send more life. But it doesn't get so funny when it starts applying to things in real life. Everything should not be automated. A few years back, Microsoft decided to create a bot, one that could understand language and engage in playful conversations. It was targeted at teenagers and young adults in the United States. The result was called Tay.ai. Tay AI was introduced on Twitter in 2016. As soon as Tay was launched, it became the target of frenzied attention from the media and the Twitter community. And within 24 hours, Tay had close to 100,000 interactions with other users. But what started out with a friendly, sweet announcing, "Hello world," soon changed to extremely racist, fascist, and sexist tweets, ranging from Tay saying Hitler was right to feminists should burn in hell. As one user put it, Tay went from humans are super cool to full Nazi in 24 hours. Microsoft did not anticipate that Tay would develop so aggressive a personality with such alarming speed. The algorithm that controlled the bot did something that no one who programmed it expected it to do. It took a life of its own. A day after launching Tay, Microsoft shut down the whole project and the website. Again, this was done in a kind of playful way. They decided to automate through Twitter our human interactions, our social interactions. And it went quite awry because Tay started reflecting back to the population the worst parts of our characters. Everything should not be automated. An example of how our lives are becoming more and more automated. Their capacities are increasing. They now touch our lives in every way. Think about it. Amazon says to us, people who bought this also bought that. And that simple formula automates many, many choices that we make in life. It's not a human behind the scenes. I appreciate the faces that Vahid just put on the screen, but behind the faces is often not another face. It's often an algorithm. Like Netflix. Netflix gives us recommendations. What about Match.com and Tinder? Those are all algorithms that are telling us who we should love, who we should date. And AI is also advancing beyond their original decision to supportive role of offering suggestions to becoming autonomous systems that make decisions on our behalf. At this juncture in human history, it's most important that we pay attention to the decisions that are being made on our behalf. And one of the most grave examples of over-automation comes to the criminal justice system. In 2016, the nonprofit ProPublica published an investigation into algorithms employed in Florida courtrooms to help determine recidivism risk in criminals. These algorithms take prior criminal backgrounds and personal characteristics such as education and employment status, but not race, into consideration. And they compute scores to indicate the risk of offending or re-offending and the risk of violence and the likelihood of a person's failure to appear in court. These scores are in turn used by judges and parole and probation officers to make decisions on criminal sentencing, bail, and parole. It might seem like a noble one, this decision to automate criminal justice processes. It allows defendants with low risk scores to receive more lenient sentences than hardened criminals likely to commit offenses again. The underlying principle of this algorithms is that objective machine learning crunching numbers will do a better job of predicting behavior in humans than all the biases that humans have. This is where I disagree. Because we cannot create something out of our own consciousness that is going to be free of bias. And the idea that the smart techies are going to be making the most ethical decisions in building our automation, our automated intelligence, our artificial intelligence is mistaken. One critique of automation is that all this AI has become weapons of math destruction. That's according to Kathy O'Neill, a data scientist. She calls it weapons of math destruction. But I disagree. I think that it's the wrong subject matter. It's not, math is not the problem. It's social studies. It's the wrong class. It's our social sciences that are warping our algorithms. It's our social operating systems. If we create automated intelligence, it's going to reflect our social operating system. And that's what needs to change. Do you think that capitalist inspired imperialist inspired organization is going to create automation that's going to fight for a revolutionary change in our operating system? I don't think so. Do you think that AI is going to fight for decolonizing our settler regime? Or is our AI going to fight for expanding colonialization and more control of our personal lives? Is AI in its current state going to fight for greater emancipation of people? Or is it going to work for greater and more intense wage slavery and no wage slavery, like care work by many women across the world? Is AI going to fight for a change in the operating system that would abolish prisons and slave patrol style policing? Or is AI going to advance more race-based policing and more classist blockades to people really gaining wealth in life? Is AI going to focus on degrowth in business, in the economy? Or is AI going to intensify the extraction and exploitation of people across the planet? Is automated intelligence going to work on redistributing the wealth? Or is it going to increase the concentration of wealth among a few? Is AI going to work for more mutuality? Is it going to find a new operating system in our society that would work that the maximum benefit to the maximum number of people? Or is it going to continue to create more disablement of people who are already disadvantaged? Do we think that AI is going to work for more participatory, non-authoritarian social organizations? Or is it going to simply propagate more campaigns to limit our thinking and force us to believe that we only have a choice when it comes to our leadership between the lesser of two evils? I'm sad to say that I think that our current system and the way that we've established our technology is only going to advance the old operating system and not fight for a new one, a new operating system of equality, sustainability, maximum creativity. That's what we need. We need revolution in our operating system, in our basic understanding of how to interact with other humans. I'd like to conclude with, I've been reading from a book by Eric Larson called The Operating System, of course. And I'd like to conclude with a statement he made about our opportunity that we have right now and the opportunity that was presented to us under the fascist leadership of Donald Trump. If the Trump administration served as a demolition crew wielding a wrecking ball on establishment architectures, it exploited the fatal economic and social flaws revealed by the pandemic as the operating system glitched up to the point of systems failure. What he's saying is we have the opportunity under Trump to see what happens when the operating system fails us. And we're still seeing that. And so now the opportunity is maybe not to restore the existing operating system, but rather to build something else new in its place. We have a fresh chance to create in that space radical alternatives that we have long imagined or have begun to prefigure. What if instead of building back the battered institutions, we decide now to scrap them redesign them, reimagine them, open wide our minds, venture outside the operating system into other scripts, other improvisations. And I believe that until we create different and improved operating systems for our social and political interactions, our automated systems will only ramp up our race towards self-destruction. I hope I'm wrong, and I hope a revolution does happen. And I appreciate what's happening today through Ethics in Tech, for us to have the chance to hear from so many who are throwing wrenches in the system and calling for real change. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Reverend Allen. I definitely don't want my eulogy automated the AI bot. So thanks for sharing that. What scares me, as you say, is the operating system. As you know, 2.4 billion people are on a platform such as Facebook, but people are not able to see the underlying algorithm that goes into what content gets pushed up and what doesn't. You know, the responsibility of creating divisiveness in this country in these past few years and polarizing it falls on organizations in the big tech sector, the Twitters and the Facebooks of the world. They don't divulge their underlying methodology or algorithms, but they should be held accountable. And until they're held accountable, we won't make progress. So thank you so much. Our next speaker is my colleague, Brett Wilkins from Ethics in Tech. He is a board member of Ethics in Tech, and Brett has been active with Collective 20. He writes for Common Dreams, as well as a number of other publications. It's an honor to have you with us, Brett. So you get the stage, sir.
Thank you, Vahid. Thank you, Ethics in Tech. Good to hear from Reverend Martin Todd Allen as usual. And I thank all the attendees here, especially the ones who've been to Ethics in Tech events before. It's always good to have you back. I apologize in advance. There might be a little bit of construction noise outside of my house today. There's nowhere else I can go though. So I'm gonna get started now. We're gonna talk today a little bit about lobbying in big tech. And faced with the looming specter of antitrust action by the federal government, big tech is simply trying to lobby and buy their way to their desired outcomes, which, as you may know, are very different than what's best for consumers and what's best for society. Last year, the House of Representatives released a major report calling on Congress to overhaul US antitrust laws and take action, especially to curtail the power of tech titans such as Amazon, Apple, Facebook, and Google, the big four as we know them. The House Judiciary Subcommittee report on antitrust spent 16 months investigating big tech, resulting in a 450-page report that found the four tech companies wield abusive monopoly power and suggesting that lawmakers take steps to break them up. The report detailed a litany of anti-competitive practices that had become business as usual for companies that were once scrappy underdogs, startups that challenged the status quo, but which have now become the kinds of monopolies that we saw in the era of the oil barons, railroad tycoons, and other robber barons during the Gilded Age. Well, our founder, Vahid Razavi, says that a company like Amazon needs to be treated like Standard Oil and split into many pieces. I agree. That's one of the main principles that we have here at Ethics in Tech. It's a very powerful notion that's gaining a lot of steam, the grassroots activism, and is more possible now with the election of more progressive candidates to Congress. Faced with calls and actions and threats to them like these, what's big tech to do? What would anyone with as much money and power do in their shoes? Well, you'd fight back, of course. And the way you fight back in Washington is with money and with lobbyists, with lots of money and lots of lobbyists. Tech industry lobbying has increased dramatically in recent decades. For example, in 2012, Amazon ranked 221st among spenders on US federal lobbying. By 2019, it was number 18. In its race to consolidate monopoly power, big tech is investing in Washington, D.C., flooding the Capitol with campaign contributions and lobbyists. Public Citizen, the advocacy group founded by Ralph Nader in 1971, notes that the big four tech firms Alphabet, Google's parent company, Amazon, Apple, and Facebook have spent a combined $346 million in lobbying and campaign contributions during a recent 8-year study period. That's just 4 companies. When you expand the big 4 to 5 to include Microsoft, and when you expand the time frame to go back to 2005, the figure soars to a whopping $582 million. That's more than $500 million spent by some of the world's most powerful and influential companies trying to influence our government, our political system, our elected officials, our elections, and ultimately our very lives. According to the Public Citizen Report, Facebook and Amazon are now the 2 biggest corporate lobbying spenders in the country. Big tech has eclipsed yesterday's big lobbying spenders like big oil and big tobacco. In 2020, Amazon and Facebook spent nearly twice as much as Exxon and Philip Morris, in fact, on lobbying. During the 2020 election cycle, big tech spent $124 million in lobbying and campaign contributions, breaking its own record from the past election cycle. Amazon and Facebook drove the most of this growth. From the years 2018 to 2020, Amazon increased its spending by 30%, while Facebook added an astounding 56% to its Washington investments. These big 4 tech companies recruited more lobbyists into their ever-growing army, increasing their ranks by 40% in 2020. Big tech PACs, political action committees, lobbyists, and employees contributed over 33% more in the 2020 election cycle than they did in the 2018 one. For instance, of over $4 million in funds and a total of nearly $16.5 million in contributions to the electoral cycle, marking the greatest cycle over cycle increase in campaign contributions from big tech in the 10-year span reviewed. The lobbyists aren't just numerous, they're also among the most influential in Washington. Among the 10 lobbyists who were the biggest contributors to the 2020 election cycle, half lobby on behalf of at least one of the 4 big 4 tech companies. Together, 5 lobbyists alone contributed over $2 million just in the 2020 elections alone. Now, almost every member of Congress, 94% in fact, with jurisdictions over privacy and antitrust issues, you can guess, have received money from a big tech corporate PAC or lobbyist. In total, in 2020, big tech political action committees and lobbyists contributed about $3.2 million to lawmakers tasked with regulating them. Well, taking advantage of the corporate-friendly nature of all 3 branches of the federal government, big tech uses dark money organizations like trade organizations and 501c4s, not to be confused with 501c3s like Ethics in Tech, to accept unlimited and undisclosed sums of money from corporations. This money is then used to influence elections. Tech companies also fund academic research as well as think tanks whose findings and policies might just tend to be a little more sympathetic to big tech's agenda, giving their funding lifelines. In February, the House Judiciary Antitrust Committee convened hearings about competition in digital markets. Mondaire Jones, a progressive congressman from New York, grilled Tad Lipsky about the funding for his organization, the Global Antitrust Institute at George Mason University. When Lipsky obfuscated, the congressman noted that 60% of Global Antitrust Institute's 2019 budget relied upon donations from guess who? Corporations like Google and Amazon. Tech firms fund trade associations. They also fund advocacy groups. And of course, as I said, think tanks across the political spectrum, from the US Chamber of Commerce and the American Conservative Union, to the more centrist Brookings Institution, to the progressive-leaning Center for American Progress. At that February hearing, Jones concluded by warning that, quote, secret corporate funding has undermined our democracy, unquote. So why is lobbying so important to big tech? Well, it might seem obvious, but it's always good to hear it from their own mouths. Here's Brad Smith, President and Chief Legal Officer at Microsoft. I could tell you political spending plays an important role, not because the checks are big, but because the way political processes work. Politicians in the United States have events and they have weekend retreats. You have to write a check and then you're invited to participate. So if you work in the government affairs team in the United States, you spend your weekends going to these events. You spend your evenings going to these dinners. And the reason you go is because the PAC writes a check. But out of that ongoing effort, a relationship evolves and emerges and solidifies. I'm sometimes calling members and asking for their help on green cards or on visa issues. Wouldn't that be nice? Or on the issues around national security and privacy. There are times when I call people who I don't personally know, and someone will say, you know, your folks have always shown up for me at my events, and we have a good relationship. Let me see what I could do to help you. unquote. On the other side of the equation, here's former South Carolina Congressman turned Trump White House Chief of Staff Mick Mulvaney explaining it. Quote, "We had a hierarchy in my office in Congress. If you're a lobbyist who never gave us money, I didn't talk to you. If you're a lobbyist who gave us money, I might talk to you," unquote. I said on the other side of the equation, but what I probably should have said was on the other side of the revolving door. For all too often, as exemplified by Ajit Pai's FCC tenure, this is something that goes on all the time between government and big business. It's called the revolving door. The situation is dire. In healthcare and financial sectors, it's a big part of the reason why we don't have a Medicare for all style universal healthcare system or meaningful Wall Street performer accountability. But I digress. The Google Transparency Project notes that Google alone has hired 200 former US government officials over the past 15 years. The Center for Public Integrity notes that the number of DC lobbyists employed in the tech industry nearly tripled in one recent 5-year period alone. According to the Center for Responsive Politics, 93 out of 113 Alphabet lobbyists in 2018 previously worked for the government. And it's not just tech companies that employ lobbyists. Big tech-backed industry groups, including the Internet Association and the Information Technology Industry Council, also employ a virtual army of lobbyists. Not a virtual army, a real army. Their weapons aren't guns, their weapons are money, their weapons are influence. Big tech hires from all levels of government and vice versa. Witness former Vice President Al Gore, former Secretary of State and war criminal, I might add, since Reverend Todd has went down that road very, very admirably so. Well, they worked for the boards of Apple and Dropbox, respectively, or former Google chairman Eric Schmidt serving on 3 US government advisory boards at one point. The Israeli newspaper Haaretz reported just yesterday that Oracle's Larry Ellison, he's no longer CEO, but he's still, I believe he's the chief technology officer now. But anyway, he's offered former Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, another war criminal I might add, a very lucrative board position that could be worth as much as $400,000. As policy analyst Carlota Alfonsi has noted, tech stock prices tend to respond positively to these kind of appointments. Tech lobbying and political spending are inimical to democracy. They're inimical to equality. And this is demonstrated not only by the Supreme Court aided corporate domination of our nation's political agenda, as writ large by the Citizens United versus Federal Elections Commission decision, but also with deadly clarity at the US Capitol on January 6th. 147 Republican members of the United States Congress voted to overturn the results of the 2020 presidential election, promulgating Donald Trump's big lie in an attempt to subvert what remains of our democracy in an even more dangerous way, I would submit, than the MAGA horde that stormed the Capitol on January 6th. How's that more dangerous, you ask? Well, in the wake of the deadly Capitol attack, Airbnb, Amazon, AT&T, Comcast, NBC Universal, Google, Intel, Oracle, Verizon, and other tech and tech-adjacent companies pledged that they would suspend donations to GOP election objectors. These are the people that tried to object to the certification of Joe Biden's electoral college victory, whether we love him or we hate him. And at Ethics in Tech, we've got a lot of criticism of the Biden administration, but he won the election. And it was the job of the electoral college to certify that victory. These 147 Republican members of Congress, aided by President Donald Trump's incitement, aided by the January 6th attack on the Capitol, they tried to stop this. And so many Americans were rightfully outraged, and many corporations said that they would do the right thing and they would stop giving money to Republicans who supported the move. However, AT&T, Intel, and Oracle subsequently gave tens of thousands of dollars to Republican committees that support election objections. They could claim that they weren't giving the money directly, but their promise, they violated their promise in spirit, if not in word. Tech companies also tried to lobby California's Internet Consumer Protection and Net Neutrality Act of 2018 to death. In the wake of the Trump administration's destruction of net neutrality under former Verizon General Counsel turned FCC Chair Ajit Pai, an ominous policy whose implementation itself was the result of intense tech lobbying, State legislatures, including our own here in California, moved to enact state-level laws to protect net neutrality. Consumer advocates, progressive lawmakers, and smaller internet companies with some conscience like Mozilla fought hard for state-level net neutrality legislation. Our California Net Neutrality Act bars internet service providers from blocking or throttling lawful traffic, paid prioritization, paid zero rating, and other policies and practices that exacerbate the digital divide and other inequalities, working to, quote, stop at nothing to destroy net neutrality for good, unquote, in the words of Fight for the Future. 4 telecom lobbying groups representing the nation's most powerful internet providers and cable companies tried like hell to stop the state's gold standard open internet legislation from taking effect. They failed. They failed for a variety of reasons, but first and foremost, they failed because of us. Grassroots organized, not Ethics in Tech necessarily, all of them, but grassroots organizing and activism by groups, including Ethics in Tech, by groups like Electronic Frontier Foundation, Fight for the Future. This grassroots pressure resulted in California's net neutrality law. It was also grassroots pressure that led to San Francisco's ban on the use of facial recognition technology by police and other government agencies. And it will be grassroots pressure that will break the stranglehold that corporations and moneyed interests have on what's left of our democracy. The situation is dire, but I leave you today with hope. I leave you today with a call to action to get involved in groups like Ethics in Tech, whether that be with your time, your expertise, and I know Ethics in Tech people have a lot of people who come to these events have a lot of expertise. Talk to a lot of you. With your money, with whatever it is that you can best contribute to the cause for organizations that are fighting the good fight. Because make no mistake, friends, big tech is not going to do the right thing simply because it's the right thing to do. Vahid could tell you about that from his time at Amazon. They're not going to do the right thing just because it's the right thing to do. They're going to do the right thing because the power of people just like you, just like all of us, standing in solidarity, standing up for what's right, and forcing them to do it. Thank you very much for coming to this event today. And yeah, thank you very much. Thank you, Vahid.
Thank you so much, Brett. Greatly appreciated. It's a pleasure to work with you. It's amazing how much tech influence is bought for by tech lobbying dollars, and organizations like the Verizons and Facebooks and Amazons of the world spend a ton of money on our politicians. That's not because they have our interest in mind. It's because they have their own greedy interests in mind. So with that said, I would like to now go to our dear friend, Karen Melander Magoon. She's a doctor has studied at the University of Indiana and master's degree from Boston University. She's an at-heart activist, a great poet. So we asked her this morning to share a poem with us to kind of lift up our spirit. So Karen, you got the stage, ma'am. Ask to unmute. Can you unmute, Karen? Karen, can you unmute?
Yeah, yes, I got it. Sorry, so sorry. I've been making my little speech, and this has been wonderful. I've enjoyed so much hearing the voices and knowing how important it is that we have this voice of ethics in tech. And Vahid, thank you so much for doing this and for having me today. I am reminded, of course, as I speak today, this is the beginning of Yom Kippur, which is a time of forgiveness and repentance, definitely has global significance and is not, in a sense, the idea of Yom Kippur is not just Jewish, I really believe. I have a number of poems and songs that I hope are relevant to this. They're a totally different direction than what we've been hearing. There's so much that we need to change in our society and our government, lobbying, all of those things. And it's wonderful to hear such eminent and brilliant voices speaking along those lines. But I'm going to be starting with a poem I call Create, Preserve, Destroy. What is human history but breaking doors, rewinding barbed wire, unspooling threads of abuse, scattering ashes, breaking silence, raveling and unraveling lives, knotting and unknotting tangles, bending apart prison bars, crushing stones, burning steel, punching gates, splitting fences, existential reminders of our material being, our kinetic force of destruction and healing, knitting us into a universe of dark stars bursting out of never. We are our light. Friends transcend our souls. Family reflects our shadow. We are our family and those we love. We are our beginning and our end. We are those we mourn and remember. We are lost within those forgotten. We are never finished, never begun, remaining in those we touched or touch our lives. Our children are not ours, both joined and separate from our shadows. They find their voices, sing their songs, embrace new shadows, lost in caves of choice and destiny, yet spin in circles full of brilliance, separate suns and yet one light, one ecstasy. Create, preserve, destroy, create again, reside in love and light, one spirit, one creation, one existence in a universe of longing. And that same universe I found extraordinarily inspiring to consider the inventions of Yasutoshi Yatori and Yunye, who won a breakthrough prize of $3 million for developing a clock called an optical lattice clock, which could detect ripples in space-time known as gravitational waves. Really fascinating and definitely related to tech. Optical lattice clock, tick-tock, a cuckoo clock, a Haydn symphony, and now a vacuum in waves resembling a carton of eggs, tracing time through the universe, wedding space and gravitation to find signatures of black holes, the rhythm of seismic events, to register the beat of thousands of clocks, ticking through Ravel's clock shop of Torquemada and the brain of the universe, timing the hour of infinity, hiding in clocks of 1,000 mistresses, beating through a cacophony of space, while one beam holds waves of time in place, like moths within a lattice encased vacuum. Measurement seeks signatures of seismic movement in oceans of worlds beyond our imagination, playing universal symphonies echoing Papa Haydn, reverberating through unfathomable waves of time, hammering against walls of dark matter, singing time in measurements beyond millennia. And this, taking us closer to home, is called blue. The sky, oblivious of blue, possibly only blue to us below. The sky, unaware of its blueness, as we are unaware of how the games we play, the cards we shuffle, the dominoes we lay like bricks, one upon the other, or sweep from the table, fall as forgotten debris, or take wings on feathers of gold through blue skies, unaware of their blueness. And here is a song I've called Paradise. What is paradise? Paradise is time, time to look, time to wait. Minutes are sublime, time to sit and look up at the moon, time to walk way up the hill and down the road in June, time for listening to a cricket sing all the evening long, telling with her tiny song the story of the world around. Show me what is real, Show me what is wise. Show me paradise. And I have a last song, or maybe two. One is I wrote and was put up on a website when a school, after a school shooting, devoted itself to a website for nonviolence. And they put my song up on that website, and I was very honored. When will the memories of war be silenced? When will the people learn? And when will peace transform each act of violence? When will the nations learn? Think of all the bread that can be bought for 20 bullets, schools in place of arsenals and homes, in place of all the weapons made to make the memories of war. When will the people learn? Build a home or a school to celebrate each act of peace. There shall nations learn until the violence might cease. Then shall the nations learn. When will the people learn? And here's one last song that I hope is elevating. I wonder if freedom is learning to love. If you love, is it then that you're free? Just look at the birds in the skies up above. Their song is a love song to me. Let me be free now to look to the light. Give me the strength to be brave. Just give me one moment to make the world right, and the courage before I grow old, and the courage even when I grow old. Thank you very much, all of you ethics and techs, being ethical, praying and hoping for a future of humanity that is built on love. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Karen. I really appreciate the poetry, and you're so right. You know, we need to build on love and compassion towards our fellow man in order to fight the injustice in this world. That's really some of the tools that we have in our toolbox, and we need to use it more and more. So thank you. This is going to be our first of many breaks. I know it's a long day, so we schedule plenty of breaks in between. And I've asked my friend Tara Abrams to lead us in a exercise session for not getting too bored behind Zoom. So Tara, if you would, you have the stage, and if you would kindly give us a boost when it comes to dealing with Zoom all day.
Thank you, Vahid, and thank you, team. Namaste and welcome. It's an honor to be here to support my good friend, Vahid. We've worked together a long time. So today we're going to do a few desk yoga exercises. By all means, if you have something that doesn't feel right to your body, or your doctor told you to stay away from certain movement, please be respectful as such. But today we really just want to get your blood circulating, all those nice creative juices coming out of your body, and put you in a better place with all of the craziness that's going on in the world today. So if we can start, I would like you just to go ahead and close your eyes and think of the best thing that has happened to you all week. And I want you just to sit there and think about that and all the possibilities that could blossom from that thing that happened this week. And as you're thinking and leaving all of the other world behind you, releasing all of the negative energy, all of the bad thoughts, I want you start to inhale and breathe all of the good thoughts and release the bad thoughts. And as you do so, I want you to inhale through your nose And exhale through your mouth. Let's do that a few more times. Inhale through your nose. And exhale. Let's do that 3 more times. Inhale. Exhale. Inhale. Exhale. As you start to come to, I want you to wiggle your shoulders, wake up your body, tell your body that it's okay to be alive. Slowly start to open your eyes, get all the wiggles out. And now what I'd like you to do, I would like you to grab hold of your 2 shoulders. And again, whatever feels right to you, slowly bring your shoulders up and together. And as you do so, you can tell that it helps to breathe. Let's do that a couple more times. And every time you do it, if you find a certain place that has a little bit more tension than others, just focus in and zero in on that place.
Motion detected at the Puerto Principal.
All right, 3 more times. And this last time, I want you to see if you can hold it just for a couple more seconds as you gather the shoulders up and together. Remember to keep breathing and let it go. All right, shake it out. Now what I'd like you to do is let's slowly start to roll those shoulders back. We're going to pick them up and press them back, focusing on the shoulder blades, making sure the body continues to stay loose, focusing on any of those parts that feel a little bit more tense or tight, and continue to roll those shoulders. When you get to a point that it feels nice and relaxed for you, I'd like you to go ahead and reverse that position, circling those shoulders in the opposite position, in the opposite direction. And last time, let's gather the shoulders up and together. One last time and hold it for 5 seconds. And release. Again, make sure, let's shake all of those nitty-gritty things that we're holding on our shoulders, any of the weight, the intensity, the stress of the world. Let's use this as a time to let that go. Take a minute, and when you're ready, let's stretch our arms. We're going to go ahead and first start with our left arm, bring it across your body. And I want you to go ahead. I'm shortening so you can see on the camera, but please extend your left arm all the way, slightly hugging it to your body. As again, we continue to keep breathing. Hold it in as tight or as loose as feels good to you and your body. When you're ready, give your arm just one last hug and release. We're going to go ahead and do that with the right arm. So the same thing. We're going to bring it up, bring it back. Go ahead and cross your body. Give that arm a nice hug. Be kind to yourself and just hold it there as you keep breathing. And slowly release. Bring it all the way behind you, as good as feels to your body. Bring it forward and shake it out. Next, what I want you to do to release all those fingers that are tight from all the typing and all of our Zoom meetings, I want you to slowly bring your arm forward. And again, listen to your body, but as good as it feels to you, please pull those fingers back. And we're going to hold this for about 5 seconds. And after you get to a nice, comfortable place, go ahead and release. I then want you to roll your wrist in either direction, whatever feels good to you. And just to continue that so you loosen up everything in your joint, your hand, release the stress of all those hard-worked keying fingers. And when it feels right to you, I'd like you to stop and reverse in the opposite direction. Release, and we're going to go ahead and do it now with the other hand. Go ahead and bring your hand up. Go ahead and pull those fingers back. Being mindful all the time of your thoughts and your body and what feels good to you. Take one more deep breath. Let it go. And again, go ahead and let's circle those wrists, relieving all the tension of the work week. And when you're ready, let's reverse the direction. And come down. Let's take another breath. When you're ready, let's raise our arms as far as you can and get a nice stretch. Know that our shoulders are tight, our back, our neck is stiff. Reach up to the ceiling, stretching one arm out first, gradually moving to the other one, and repeat. And finally, on the last one, I'd like you to stretch both arms way up to the sky, to the heavens, to thank God that you're alive. Keep stretching. And when you've reached as far as your body and your limbs can stretch, that feels good to you, go ahead and bring those arms down. Now let's just give those arms a circle. I'd like you to circle them forward. And now let's go slowly to the back. All right, thank you so much. This has been a brief intermittent stretch session. I believe we're at time. Slowly start to wake up your body so you can hear my timer is waking up me. I wish you a wonderful day. Namaste again, and thank you, Vahid, for the opportunity. You all please stay well.
Well, thank you, Tara. We're going to see you again, I hope, at 1 o'clock for our extended lunch. So maybe if you got a half hour, then you can spend with us again. But that really helped out all my knots. So thank you so much. I'm feeling a lot better. I got to come for private lessons if I could only afford it. Thanks so much, Tara. I really appreciate it. You're most kind. So Our next guest is Tariq Jenkins. He is a conveyor for repression and working group of the C19 coalition. He is an accredited monitor for South Africa Human Rights Commission. And he's going to talk to you about what companies like Amazon are planning to do with indigenous lands. So Tariq, let me unmute you, or if you would unmute yourself.
Hi there, can you hear me, Vahid?
Yes, we just want to see if we can see you. Yeah, we see you as well. Hi, Tariq. How are you, sir? Thank you so much for joining us today.
Excellent, thank you so much, Vahid, and especially to the extraordinary cohort of speakers that have very powerfully contributed to this, I think, extremely important gathering. I think just by way of acknowledging some of the key themes that the previous speakers have brought across, I would say that the current situation that is unfolding here in the Western Cape, in Cape Town, where tech giant Amazon wants to place its African headquarters on a sacred terrain of the San and Khoi, opens up, I think, an exemplar in terms of some of the decolonial thinking that has been discussed earlier. I think that the ethical dilemma of, as you described it earlier, of how social sciences and the manner around which young people are being educated in the tech industry creates a mode of production where individualistic talent is deployed in ways and means that are increasingly becoming symbolic, if not reiterating, colonial tendencies and patterns of the past. The current situation, which is happening in Cape Town, in a place called the Two Rivers Urban Park, and within this area, which is about 200 sort of hectares, is a very controversial development proposal by Amazon. The picture behind me is a picture of the River Club. Currently, that green space that you see behind me has been completely denuded. There are present dozens of bulldozers that are putting in landfill, preparing it for 150,000 square meters of concrete bulk in order to build the Amazon headquarters. So maybe just to give some historical perspective in terms of why this area is so sensitive and why this development proposal is so egregious. The area known as the Two Rivers Urban Park, which is protected by a 2003 framework that acknowledges it as a conservation area with significant environmental resources, is a place that is known as the epicenter of colonial resistance and wars of liberation for the San and Khoi people. Along the embankments of the two sacred rivers, the Liesbeek and the Black River, around which this confluence is basically being threatened by this multi-purpose development, which is to the tune of 4.5 billion rand, is a place where some very significant events have occurred in our history. On the 1st of March 1510, the viceroy, Portuguese viceroy to India, called Francisco de Almeida, who was responsible for the sacking of Goa and the consolidating of the control of Goa, East and West Africa, sailed across down to the Cape of Good Hope and attempted to raid one of the traditional kraals here in this precinct. He was met by a standing Khoi army that had a symbiotic relationship with their cattle that formed a phalanx and defeated him alongside 87 of his men and 14 captains, which marked the biggest and most devastating defeat against the colonial Portuguese at the time. So severe was this defeat that when the news reached the king, he issued an edict that Portugal would not attempt any military conquest of the area for the following 100 years. And so basically South Africa today, as we know it, then escaped the sort of the noose of a Portuguese slave colony. And if that battle hadn't occurred and resulted in the way it would have, I'd most likely be speaking to you in Portuguese today. But then we move on about 100 years later, where the Dutch East India Company moves onto the peninsula. As you know, the Dutch East India Company then was the largest corporation on earth. It had its own standing army. It wielded a particular kind of strength that was unstoppable. What is most important in this context historically is that in 1657, the Dutch East India Company gifted land to its employees through the deployment of Roman Dutch law and gave them title deeds. The land that we're talking about is basically on the embankments of the Lisbeth River and the Black River. And part of that land is this picture that you see behind me. So we can actually locate to South Africans where land was ostensibly stolen for the first time and then legitimized through the application of Roman Dutch law. As a result of that move, a war broke out in 1659, the First Frontier War, which precipitated a series of 16 Khoi and San wars of resistance over a 180-year period, eventually resulting in the genocide of the Cape San, the extirpation of indigenous sacred animals like the blue buck, the quagga, and the Cape lion. And from this ground zero precinct, we can locate where the occupation occurred for the first time, where dispossession and dislocation of the indigenous communities from the rivers, and also the idea of private property emerged from this precinct in the first instance. So it is also a place where we can find the beginnings of the trajectory of ethnocide and language loss. It is an important sacred area for the Kuna. The confluence of the rivers are described as the birthplace of the Kuna. And what we have been asking for is for a World Heritage Site. This site actually is currently undergoing a national grading process, but these heritage processes have been completely ignored by the developer in conjunction with the city of Cape Town and the local provincial government, who seemingly have been in collusion with the developer, where Amazon is the anchor tenant, in terms of how it has willfully violated and is continuing to violate national and international environmental law. 150,000 square meters of concrete bulk on a floodplain is just point blank illegal. But we've seen how the deployment of independent consultants, the deployment of specialists and experts have put together reports that have all but somehow justified the ostensible permanent desecration and devastation of the intangible significance of this place, as well as argue a range of epistemological violence violent narratives that actually have created a Bermuda Triangle on this River Club site, where you would find tangible and heritage resources being lifted off the site, justified by that actually almost wants to denude the heritage in order to justify the bulk. We have been sort of campaigning and protesting against this development for 4 years. It is only in the last year that we realized that Amazon was the key anchor tenant, and it's very clear that this entire development would not happen and would not make any economic sense were they not the anchor tenant. The city of Cape Town enjoys a particular kind of relationship with Amazon, and our concern is that the manner around which a giant tech company like this is beginning to expatriate a particular kind of social violence in ways that are indicative of the past. And so this is the most important heritage fight that we have in this country, because basically what it means is that the world's richest man and the largest company has has placed a price on our most sacred heritage. And if we do not hold the line here, it means that we open up a very dangerous precedent for all traditional communities, not just in South Africa and on the continent, but globally, in that it will say that irrespective of what you would consider sacred, of what you would consider as something that should be kept alive and nurtured in as far as one's spiritual sanctity and historicity and identity and culture is concerned, is rendered vulnerable. So for all the San and Khoi groups that are opposing this development, the message is very clear that the heritage is not for sale. But unfortunately, as we know with big development proposals, there are a number of mechanisms and tactics that are deployed that can splinter groups. And we've seen divide and conquer mechanisms being deployed here, where a fragment of the Khoi and San has ostensibly bought into this idea and are being leveraged through a very well organized and financially capacitated sort of media sort of rollout, where huge amounts of disinformation are being subjected, are basically being expressed, and general public is being subjected to a version of history, and also a particular kind of narrative whereby the argument is that this development is going to be of economic advantage to the indigenous communities in South Africa. Our argument against the economic argument is quite simple, in that we want a World Heritage Site which talks about the dignity of who we are. I think some of you on the call would know that South Africa has a very sad reality in as far as how it has racially categorized people. And one of the terms that are still in use today is the term colored. We call it so-called colored. This is a term which resulted through a series of administrative forms of colonial ethnocide, where groups of people, including communities of the San and Khoi, were kind of placed under an umbrella identity, and in effect, over time, through indoctrination, through pressure, through forced removals, were disavowed from their Africanness, disavowed from their sense of place and custodianship of the river, of the environment, and so on. And this site speaks to the descendant tributary identity groups that are in the Western Cape and around South Africa that are aligned to the San and Khoi lineage, as well as all the groups that, as a result of the war that broke out in 1659, there was a mass migration, we call it the Khoi Mfetane, where a number of groups fanned out across from this epicenter and exiled to neighboring countries like Namibia, Angola, Botswana, and so forth. And so it is a site that talks to the soul of Southern African identities, and is of extraordinary significance, especially to the San and Khoi. And as we know, that First Nation groups around the world have this combined reality of marginalization, and the combined reality of having to live through and exercise degrees of agency to counter the levels of injustices that have happened in the past and in the present. What is inexplicable here is, what is the logic behind Amazon's willfulness of wanting to put its headquarters on such a sacred terrain? We know that a bid went out some time ago, and that they were offered, I think, 11 alternatives. And this is the one that was chosen. And so in the absence of any responses from Jeff Bezos or from Seattle, and the fact that all manner of questioning has been sort of deferred to the local developer, we ask, what difference is this kind of behavior to the kind of monumentalizing that entities like Cecil John Rhodes, for example, did during their tenure in Southern Africa, placing their monuments on top of sacred ground. And for someone who has, during COVID, ostensibly made the most amount of money in the world and decided to go up, into space. What is deeply ironic here is that this is the place where the South African Observatory is. It used to be the Royal Observatory. This is a place where some of the biggest breakthroughs in Western science in terms of how we understand the universe took place. But what's important historically here is that the observatory is built on top of a mound where the San and Khoi used to analyze the universe for themselves. There's a Khoikhov word to describe a place like this called Kamero de Kayes, which means the place where the stars gather. And there is a deep symbolic sort of contradiction here in as far as where is there a decolonial framework around which a giant tech company like Amazon would work from? Vahid very articulately brought up their principles, and nowhere in those principles do we see a kind of thinking that would want to place within itself a conscientizing around its responsibility in terms of international relations, and especially on the African continent and the global south. So the problem we're facing here in Cape Town is now the African problem for Amazon. And so what we've done is that we are currently in the High Court. We are waging a legal campaign as well as an on-the-ground campaign. We have, through a number of petitions, about 60,000 objections. 22 San and Khoi groups are against this development alongside the civic entities and environmental entities, and are also growing a larger global cohort of interested First Nations groups and environmental groups and so forth. But this is a battle that cannot be fought in isolation. It's, as you know, when you take on an entity like this in court, one can anticipate it will go to the highest apex of court, which means that there is a call for support in as far as the legal push is concerned. There's a call for support in as far as entities like this that have a very clear mandate in terms of interrogating the ethical values and enhancing this kind of moral courage to tackle this kind of behavior from a behemoth like Amazon. And so it's very humbling to be part of this panel. Thank you very much for inviting me, Vahid, and everyone else. And I would say that for us here, this is the litmus test of who we are. It's been a very difficult campaign, and it continues to be one in that the divide and conquer mechanisms have also resulted in endless smear campaigns for activists who are against the development threats, very uncomfortable sort of working and psychological environments have attempted to suffocate and constrict and remove the chiefs, the traditional leaders, the civic activists, environmental champions who are in solidarity against this. And I think it's very important for people in the United States to understand what is going on here, because it is akin to a particular kind of destruction that one has to beg the question: would Amazon be doing this in the Lincoln Memorial? Would they be doing it in in First Nation territories in the United States? And if not, why here? And at the same time, while this tech company has been critiqued in terms of its labor applications, in terms of smashing opposition within the space, and it being a dominant power, this is a new kind of threat, and it's something that we've been very quizzed about in as far as does Seattle know the extent of what this means, and that clearly this would be perceived by any logical thinking person as a PR suicide mission. However, when one thinks about it very, very carefully, what does it mean to South Africans when we can locate where land was stolen for the first time? What does it mean when we are asking for a Truth and Reconciliation Commission for the court? We're asking for a World Heritage Site that would allow humanity to access the silent narrative of First Indigenous communities here, but also that it may open up a Pandora's box of restitution, of very serious thinking towards policy changes, towards the application for restorative justice. And does the city of Cape Town, or the provincial government, which also has been criticized in terms of its inability to address apartheid spatial planning, feel that it would rather have a concrete block on a sacred terrain than open up such historical questions? But we know that this is an economic question as well. And what is clear to us is that the balance of things, heritage, environment, and economics, the other aspects seem to be subsumed by the weight of the promise of jobs. And so our argument again is that this does not provide dignity, because it means that descendants will have to dig up the terrain of their expensive is because it's on a floodplain. And Vahid, being on a floodplain, all the resources are going to fill the earth with bulk. We create a concrete block, and then on top of that, you build what is a multi-purpose Amazon headquarters, hotel, high-end accommodation, gym, etc. And the job employment is the lowest echelon kind of temporary jobs of basically people who have to wheelbarrow concrete mass and dust, for the time of its construction, but who in fact is really going to be benefiting in the long term. And so if Amazon would simply shift off this floodplain at the same price that it would cost, it would be able to build 4 to 5 times as big a development and actually employ exponentially more people. So we have to be very careful and clear in terms of how these economic arguments are being pushed, and I think this is part of the overall campaign as well. But I'm going to stop there for now, and just to say thank you.
Thank you so much, Tariq. We are at your service in regards to your cause. Amazon and Jeff Bezos believe in trashing the earth while they work on the heavens. And of course, Jeff Bezos believes in taking the trash and exporting it to outer space. And I think the first trash he should export to outer space is his own company, Amazon. The inhumanity in these companies are enormous. Their lobbying powers are enormous. Fighting against indigenous people should be a shame on Amazon and its brand, and we need to make everybody aware of it. So thank you so much, Tariq. Thank you for pursuing this cause. We're at your service. Whatever we can do to help, please count us in. Our next speaker is Albert Fox-Cand. Albert is the founder and executive director of Surveillance Technology Oversight Project. He is from NYU Law School and Yale Law School of Information Society. He has been writing on behalf of ethics and technology and surveillance for newspapers such as New York Times, the Boston Globe, the Guardian, Wired, Slate, NBC, Newsweek, and dozens of other publications. We're both members of Electronic Frontier Alliance. That's how we get a chance to meet Albert. He's active every week, and it's a pleasure to have him here with us. So, Albert, you have the stage, sir.
Thank you so much for having me, Vahid. And before I begin, I want to acknowledge that I'm on the unceded ancestral land of the Lenape people here in New York City. And Look, I only have 15 minutes, and there are so many different surveillance topics I could discuss with you here today that we could go on for hours. But I want to make sure that we keep this as interactive as possible. So for those of you who are on YouTube, please feel free to submit questions there. I'll be monitoring that as well as through the Zoom platform as well. But when we're looking at the big tech relationship with surveillance, I wanted to talk about a company that told us that, well, they thought a little bit differently about privacy, and that of course is Apple, the company that tried to hold itself out as being discrete from the surveillance capitalist landscape where our data was constantly just sold to the highest bidder for ads. And what we've seen in recent weeks is just a series of self-inflicted injuries for that company's reputation, a betrayal of the promise it makes to millions of consumers, and an attack on the privacy that was promised for our cell phones. So, if you go down the highway in Silicon Valley, you will see massive billboards that just say privacy as in giant letters that are spelled out, telling you that you should think of these iPhones as being private. But the problem is that the privacy they promised isn't really manifesting in reality. What we saw, earlier this year was an announcement that really shook the confidence a lot of us had in Apple to the core. The idea that they would start introducing spyware onto our own devices, that they would bake it into the operating system, making it an inescapable part of using the phones. And of course, when you see surveillance rolled out, it's always rolled out in the name of combating something horrific. 20 years after 9/11, we know all too well that the surveillance tools that were sold to the public as a way of combating terrorism are now routinely used to target shoplifters, to target people accused of misdemeanors, to target unhoused people simply because of their lack of stable housing. And that is not an exaggeration. Here in New York, the HomeStat program is a homelessness intelligence nerve center using those same post 9/11 surveillance technologies to track unhoused New Yorkers. And so when you hear that a new surveillance tool is being introduced, you can't just look at the thing that the company is saying it will be targeted at. You have to think of all the other things it will be targeted at down the road. And so you have to ask yourself this very basic question: how else can this tool be used? With Apple, they rolled out their technology, targeting child sexual abuse material, one of the most horrific crimes you could imagine. But they said that the tracking would stop there, that it wouldn't go any further, that it would just be used for this one purpose. And so we asked that one question. A lot of activists who pushed back, led by the amazing people at Electronic Frontier Foundation and also Fight for the Future, which had done the bulk of the national organizing on it. They asked this question: well, how else can this same technology be used? Is there something here that inherently limits it to being used to target this horrific crime? Or could it be expanded? And what we saw was a surveillance system that would be baked into our own phones that could be used to search for anything, that could be targeted by authoritarian governments to look for political messages, religious messages, that could be used by our own government here in the United States to target anything they thought of as being a particular threat. Now, once you opened up that Pandora's box of creating the infrastructure for tracking within the end user devices, you were irrevocably destroying the level of protection we once had for the information that are stored on our phones. And so, there was a nationwide pushback. There was tens of thousands of people who signed petitions. There was vocal denunciation in the media. There were protests like just outside Apple stores here in New York and Boston, all around the country. And Apple paused. They said that they will not move forward with this proposal for now. But that's a far cry from giving up on it completely. And what we see in that sort of halfway response to all of the public denunciation is this really alarming realization that for all of these years that Apple has been convincing us that they would be better at standing up to government abuse, that they would be more trustworthy when it came to our data, that really you can never fully put your trust in these tech companies to do the right thing over the long term. And with Apple, when you look beyond the fine print, it starts to get deeply concerning, not just about what they propose, but the situation today. So one thing I want to highlight is, I've done a bit of work with Evan Selinger, an amazing researcher at RIT, and we had looked at, well, what is Apple doing today to protect our privacy? They talk a lot about standing up to the FBI, the Department of Justice, when the federal government said, you need to break into your own iPhones, and they refuse. This is an incredibly high-profile debate back in 2014. This is something that garnered them national support and a few people who decried the opposition. But on the whole, it cemented Apple's perception as a company that would go farther to protect our data. But what few people realized at the time is that Apple built in a backdoor. That for years, they have said that we won't go and build a cryptographic backdoor to your own phone. We won't let the government in when they seize that hardware. But they build a massive loophole in the form of iCloud. Now, for those of you who use iOS devices, who use Apple products, you constantly get encouraged to move your data to the cloud, to use iCloud, to have that be the place where your data lives. But when your data is stored there, it's stored at your own peril. Because as Apple's own documentation makes clear, all it takes is one court order, one subpoena, one warrant, and suddenly all of that iCloud data is open for the government to take. That suddenly all of the data from these highly secure devices that are touted in those massive billboards on the side of the road, well, those will suddenly be up for any government agency that can take it. And it gets worse, because at the same time that Apple is building the legal compliance infrastructure to hand this data over to the government, tens of thousands of times a year, they're also, we also see our own government building up the adversarial infrastructure to break in on those occasions when Apple won't comply. This week, like a lot of people, I got the hurried emails to install the latest iOS emergency update and deal with this massive exploit that had been discovered by security researchers. If any of you are watching this on an iPhone, an iPad, a Mac laptop, and you haven't installed the latest operating system, please do it. Please do it immediately, because what they found was an exploit that could allow someone to hack into your device by sending you a message, and it would be a message where you wouldn't even have to click on a link. It was something called a zero-click exploit, something where no matter how hard you tried to block it from infecting your machine, you were still vulnerable. And so Apple went and they patched that exploit. But the fact that that vulnerability was there to begin with highlighted this multi-million-dollar industry that is funded in part by the US government, a series of private companies whose entire mission is to break in to our own computers and phones and tablets. In this case, it was the NSO group that was responsible for the software that could hack into our computers. But there are dozens of others that build hardware or software that's designed to break our encryption, to break into our devices. And this to me raises just a really fundamental question for our governments at the state, the local, and even the federal level. Is this the sort of technology we want to be funding, that we want to be bringing into the world? Because even if for some reason you think that our government can be trusted with the power to break into any device they want, whenever they want, for whatever reason they want, there's a big difference between that and then trusting any government, any private company, which is able to buy this technology to do the same. And we've seen, authoritarian governments around the world, we've seen private companies using these sorts of tools to target journalists, to target activists, to target progressive groups, to target organizers, to use these new technologies to suppress and punish dissent. And so, to me, it is an inherently undemocratic technology to use these sorts of tools to break into people's phones and tablets and computers. And it's something that we should not be funding by having contracts with the people who make it. It would be like us funding people who are developing weapons of mass destruction and selling them to the highest bidder around the world. None of us would feel safer at night thinking that there's an arms dealer funded by our own government selling dangerous weapons to the highest bidder. But that's what we're doing in digital form. That's what we continue to be doing every time the government refuses to allow us to have securely encrypted devices. And it's something that we're unleashing on millions of people around the world. And it's not just the NSO group, it's not just those who break into our devices, it's the entire ecosystem of surveillance, all of the vendors who are profiting off of government contracts here in the US to then market their tools abroad. Vendors who make drones, who make predictive policing, who make facial recognition software. These chilling new technologies that have the ability to really extend authoritarian control to levels that previously were unimaginable. This stuff is worse than Orwell's worst nightmares. And yet we're making this available to any government that's willing to pay a price, and increasingly to private citizens as well. And so when we look at the broader impact that Silicon Valley is having, when we're looking at what it means to throw a monkey wrench, we have to deal with those impacts here at home. We have to look at the harms that these systems are enabling here, but we also have to understand the broader global impact that our technologies, that our companies, that our tax-funded surveillance tools are having on people around the world. Luckily, you'll be hearing some amazing activists today who have been taking effort to really put a stop to these sorts of abuses, particularly, grassroots local activists who have tried to and succeeded in blocking these technologies from being used in our own backyards. And when you see those sorts of successes, I think it really is an amazing blueprint for how these technologies can be banned in the future, how community by community, city by city, town by town, we can build this nationwide and perhaps even a global solidarity campaign to end the use of these sorts of technologies, to put groups like the NSO group out of business, to make sure that when we see that bulletin board, that billboard on the side of the road that's promising us privacy in massive letters, that it's actually worth the paper it's printed on. Because sitting here today, we see a lot of people selling us on that promise of privacy, but very few that are able to deliver. And until we see sweeping structural changes just across the United States, that entire idea of a technology that we can trust is going to remain an unfulfilled promise. Well, I see my time is up, so I will end it there, but I'm really looking forward to coming back for the panel a little bit later. And Vahid, thank you again for giving me the chance to join you today.
Thank you so much, Albert. It's greatly appreciated. As you said, the problem is with our intelligence systems that we support in our government funds. We don't have intelligence when it comes to losing a 20-year battle in Afghanistan, but they care to know what's on my phone. And that's a scary thought that, how stupid can these agencies be in losing sight of the big picture and yet focusing on minorities and civil rights activists and cracking their phones. Look at what NSO Group did to poor Khashoggi. It was him that it was their technology that was used to hack his phone for the Saudis. Who do you think provides infrastructure to the NSO group? It used to be Amazon Web Services. So big tech is very much involved in hacking our phones and hacking our digital devices. And as I mentioned earlier, you know, Amazon Web Services claims to be delivering milk and honey through Amazon.com and Whole Foods, but in reality, they provide $900 million in infrastructure to the CIA alone, and God knows how many billions of dollars in infrastructure to the intelligence agencies. And we as public citizens need to take effective action against these organizations. And I think one of the best ways to do that is to go after their brand and after their investors and highlight their fact that their business practices to their investors and to the larger community. And that's why we hold these events. So see you in about an hour, Albert. I know you got to jump off. Thank you so much. We're going to give everybody about a 15-minute break before we bring on our other speakers, Tracy Rosenberg from Oakland Privacy and AJ Rice from PDX Privacy. He's an ambassador for them. So they're going to join at 11:15. So we don't have Tara with us for this break. So if you guys need to take a bio break or what have you, please take a few minutes off and join us again at 11:15. Hi, everyone. It's Vahid Razavi again with Ethics and Technology. Thank you so much for joining us. The break is up, so please grab the screen or um, watch our event as we're about to introduce Tracy Rosenberg. Tracy is an Oakland Privacy and Media and Alliance director. She works as a co-coordinator and advocacy director for Oakland Privacy, as well as with Media Alliance, which is a 45-year Northern California Democratic Communication Advocacy Group. And she is, I believe, the director there. So thank you so much, Tracy. You have the stage. Please feel free to share with us what's on your mind.
Of course. Well, thank you so much for having me today. I thought I would tell you a little bit about sort of how I got into this work, sort of the pathway that I followed. But before we do that, I just wanted to sort of make a couple of opening comments. And the first, to sort of build off of what Albert was saying in the earlier session, what we're kind of looking at nowadays is the privatization of what we used to call COINTELPRO in the old days. What I used to say, and whenever you say something, you have to be open to the fact that the facts on the ground might change. And this is one of those cases, because I used to say that it was more important to work on surveillance from the government than it was to work on sort of private or corporate surveillance, although both were important. And my reasoning was, well, the government can lock you up and take away your freedom. And the private companies, well, they can try to sell you things, right? It's an advertising model. And as time has gone by, we have seen that these two sort of, threads or sectors have basically woven themselves together into one large panopticon. And now there is literally almost no difference between government and corporate surveillance. We can basically call it GovCorp surveillance. It's one sort of woven together web, and it's frightening. So in terms of sort of how I got here, I am the executive director of Media Alliance, which, as Vahid had mentioned, is a democratic communications advocate. It's really a legacy journalism association that has been around since 1976, way before me. I came on to run it in 1997 after having spent the previous, I came on to run it in 2007 after having spent the previous 10 years as sort of an assistant director, leaving and coming back. And Media Alliance was in the category of organizations that sort of saw the internet and the digital platforms as kind of a liberatory, exciting kind of technology that allowed us to connect with people all over the world and have all of the information available to us at the touch of a button. In other words, we were, at least to some degree, the kind of Silicon Valley evangelists that many of you might have been as well. We saw the internet as this amazing thing that would really change how people communicated and exchanged information, and in many ways would sort of decentralize and empower communication networks. We sort of started to get the idea around 2011, 2012 that we were maybe wrong. And Edward Snowden came along to make that extremely clear. But there were also many other strains that happened around that time, including what we found out that AT&T was doing in a little building on Montgomery Street. I was actually protesting at that building. On Folsom Street, 181 Folsom Street, which is an AT&T building, which, as it turns out, had a direct link to the NSA. And I was protesting at that building, just like I was protesting the NSA activities all over the place in 2013 and 2014 with our groups and groups like EFF and Restore the Fourth, and feeling sort of frustrated because as much as we marched down Market Street in San Francisco, it was hard to believe that the NSA was hearing us. And I heard about, at that Folsom Street protest, some stuff going on in Oakland with a Homeland Security network of some kind. So I decided to go check it out. And in going to a city council meeting, and I hopped up and said, I don't think this is a good idea. And I met some folks from what was then called the Occupy Oakland Working Group on Privacy. And I joined it immediately. And over the course of the next couple of months and years, we mounted a citywide, massive mobilization to stop this project. It was called the Domain Awareness Center, or DAC for short. And what it basically was is what we call in surveillance activism a really clear example of mission creep. It had started out as a kind of a port security project, but somehow over the course of a number of years, totally behind the scenes, it had morphed into a network that would run throughout Oakland's flatlands. And if you are familiar with Oakland, it is a city that has flat areas and it has areas that we call the hills. And there are significant economic and demographic and racial differences between who lives in the flatlands and who lives in the hills. So this sort of flatlands domain awareness center would include outdoor microphones, closed circuit cameras, automated license plate readers, and all of these devices would feed into what you would basically call a mini fusion center, which was an emergency operations center that was basically going to be sort of tanked up with the kind of information analysis software that Palantir is now famous for. Basically, it brings information in layers and sort of analyzes it so quickly that you end up with a pretty complete profile of, well, everybody that lives in Oakland. It was a terrifying project. The fact that we fought it off was one of the great early victories in sort of what we now call surveillance or privacy activism. And when it ended, we all sort of patted ourselves on the back. And then we thought, well, what's going to happen next time? Because we know that these projects, these technologies, these efforts are going to keep on coming. And you can't, well, you can try, but the odds of mounting a successful citywide mobilization against each and every one is tough. So with the help of some other put together and developed what we call sort of a transparency framework around surveillance. And these are ordinances that are passed by cities and sometimes counties that basically require that any sort of surveillance acquisition by a local government has to be transparently presented. There have to be use policies that say what you can and can't do. There has to be a surveillance impact report. So there is conversation and dialogue about what is going to be the impact of this on the people who are being watched. And an annual audit each year that sort of says, this is what we did, this is what happened, it was successful at these goals, it was misused in these ways, etc. And that framework is now in place in about 25 cities across the country, including about a dozen in Northern California. It has been accompanied by a set of bans or prohibitions on certain particularly frightening kinds of technology, including facial recognition software, which, as everyone knows, has an error rate for certain demographic categories that is insane. It's up to a third for people who have darker skin tones, for women, and for young people under 25. And that is basically all put together more than half of the population. And we now have approximately 4 or 5 cases that have been recorded of people who have been misidentified by facial recognition and thrown in jail for crimes that they did not commit. And also predictive policing, which, if you're not familiar with it, is basically the technology that appears in the book and film Minority Report, and seeks to sort of pre-identify both locations and people who are predisposed or more likely to supposedly commit a crime, so that police can do, shall we say, proactive or predictive policing. And if you think the Constitution says that you are innocent until proven guilty, well, predictive policing has another version of that. We probably are looking at facial recognition bans or restrictions. I think we're up to about 16 or 17 cities across the country, and predictive policing is 2. So the reason that I bring this all up is to basically sort of emphasize a couple of things. One is that activism always begins at home. It begins locally. The easiest and simplest and most direct thing that you can do, because of course we're sort of faced with this whole both national and sort of international network that feels overwhelming. And, you know, analysis paralysis is extremely possible when you talk about privacy and surveillance. And so the question is, okay, what's in front of me? What is sort of down my block in my neighborhood? Can I sort of, you know, take that piece out and try to take specific, effective action right here at home with my neighbors and in my town, and sort of have a certain amount of confidence that if you do that, the reverberations and the impact will go much further than you think. Because in the end, surveillance activism began with a handful of people who took local action in their town. And this has national and sometimes international impacts, because it makes sort of case studies for the fact, yes, we can do something about this. No, privacy is not necessarily dead. And yes, there is sort of a route to fighting back. And I think that's enormously important, because if you follow privacy news and surveillance news like I do, you understand that it's basically a daily onslaught of bad news. You hear about this and it's outrageous. You hear about that and it's outrageous. And so, you know, maintaining a sense that there is a fight that we can engage in, and here is what it looks like, and here are some steps that we can take, is, I think, extraordinarily important if we have any hope of sort of pushing back in a meaningful way. And the second part, and, you know, part of the reason that government surveillance is a useful sort of inroad here, in addition to the fact that it is sort of, you know, locally generated and it's right here, and these are the folks whose offices you can walk into, because, you know, Occupy the NSA was never a realistic plan. It doesn't work that way. But in addition, as I said earlier, we have this interweaving where the government has become increasingly reliant on private vendors, not only to sort of provide the technology, but in many cases to kind of store the data, analyze the data, and essentially do the work of the surveillance for the cops and for the law enforcement structures. Therefore, if we sort of want to impact the role that big tech is playing, going through the government option, which provides at least a certain amount of mandated transparency. We have Public Records Acts, we have FOIA. We don't have these things for private companies. Sort of, lets us have an impact on the private surveillance market, because governments, local governments especially, cops in particular, are one of the biggest expanding marketplaces for these kinds of services, and even privatized services, like, for example, Ring cameras by Amazon, or the kinds of automated license plate readers that are now being sold to homeowners associations, like by Flock Safety, which is the new entrant into the license plate reader market. These have sort of, public impacts, and they have collaborative relationships with local law enforcement that we can impact from the sort of government side. We can, for example, pressure local governments not to collaborate with Ring, not to sign agreements. We can bring up homeowner association actions and talk about the ways that cities should engage with these organizations in their cities. So it gives us sort of a way in, because of course, when you're dealing with private companies, you only have a couple of tactics, and there are some, and there are things that we can learn here from the sort of the corporate pressure movements, which have been active in sort of environmental issues and, financial or fintech issues, which is that private companies sometimes can be shamed, sometimes, but not always. They can certainly suffer from negative PR. They can certainly be approached via what we call shareholder resolutions, which is when someone who owns shares in a company brings up a proposal that the company should do X or Y at a shareholders meeting. And these are all tactics that have been tried, and they have some limited effectiveness. But in the end, private companies are about profits. And if you can't come up with a way that will have a negative impact on their profits, it is somewhat unlikely that you'll get much traction, because in the end, they have one clear mission, and that is to increase profits for shareholders. And basically, that's it. Government gives you the opportunity to, shall we say, engage politics, which is always the complex scenario of, if you do Y, will people vote for you? Or if you do X, will people not vote for you? And part of our work as a movement is to create a constituency of voters for whom privacy is something that will impact who they vote for and who they don't vote for. And that is a long-term project. And I want to be clear, although people don't always see this, this is not a partisan thing. It is not that Democrats are more privacy friendly than Republicans in this country. We have often seen that it crosses political lines in some very strange and surprising ways, and that often the Democratic Party can be one of the biggest obstacles to meaningful civil rights and privacy protections. So again, it's partially about being a privacy voter, not a red voter or a blue voter or whatever, and basically just placing this in the list of things that will impact who you can support and who you can't support, and making that viable and sort of, tangible going forward. And I think we are in the very early stages of that, but it is something that is kind of starting to happen, and it's exciting. And again, as we build power on the local level, we can start to kind of demonstrate what that looks like and what the consequences will be for basically buying into the panopticon on an ongoing basis. That politicians will be called out, and in the end, they will not retain their seats. That's my hope, anyway. So let me kind of basically stop there. I think that, one of the most important things that I can kind of say once again is that local activism is possible. It only takes a handful of people. I want to be clear that the former Occupy Oakland Working Group on Privacy, which is now Oakland Privacy, really is just a core group of a dozen people or so. It doesn't take an army. It just takes people that will prioritize it and that will work. And, we have a mailing list now of a couple thousand people, and we have a core or a core organizing list of about 200, 250 that we've built up over time. But the reality is that when the shit hits the fan, as it were, it's basically 10 or 12 people in a room, and it always has been. And that privacy activism can look like that, and it does look like that. So, you and your friends can be Las Vegas privacy, or Atlanta privacy, or Chicago privacy. And it very much works that way, and it should. And hopefully we can sort of start to make some dents in the panopticon. We are never going to have a surveillance-free society. We never have. To go back to the old COINTELPRO, this has been going on for a very long time, starting with the old-fashioned wiretap, and sort of here we are. But as the scope and the scale and the speed and the automation increases, the impact on people becomes much more profound, because it is not occasional. It is not what we call targeted surveillance. It is mass and bulk surveillance. And so the impact on people, which used to be limited, becomes increasingly manifest every single day. We know, we tell jokes, right? We have no privacy. The NSA is listening as we chat on the phone. We look at the advertisements and we laugh because, we were speaking to someone about having a baby, and all of a sudden we get advertisements for this. We know that they're listening and that they're watching every single thing that we do. And the flip side of that is that broad-seated awareness, has the capability to sort of translate into a broad-seated movement. Because when everybody is impacted and everybody knows it, then the challenge is not so much to explain to people that it's happening, but just to develop those routes for mobilization and activism, and that understanding that there are in fact things that we can do. What we say at Open Privacy is not that we're going to shut it all down, although we'd like to, but that we are going to sort of, slow it down and, put some burden on those who would watch us all of the time to demonstrate that what they're doing is effective, that it's necessary, that it's unavoidable, that it serves a purpose. And that if they can't do that, they're not going to have, shall we say, a walk down the red carpet. In other words, it is not going to be easy for them to walk us into the police state of the future, and it shouldn't be. So thank you for having me, and I look forward to our panel coming up, I guess, in about 20 minutes.
Greatly appreciated, Tracy. In 2013, when Edward Snowden came out with his revelations against the NSA, we thought the best way to bring attention to the issue was to organize comedy nights. So I'm the only guy that owns the nsacomedy.com domain, thought it was a good domain to own. And we brought in various speakers from Electronic Frontier Foundations and other organizations that spoke at our various events against the NSA. It seems that our government agencies do not trust their people and do not trust the general public. That's why they need to surveil us so much. And I would wonder, how much of the surveillance technology is developed as weapons of war and are now being used within our communities. From autonomous weapons to drones to future of tech, You know, how much of that is being developed for war and is then being used dual purpose within our cities and counties. So thank you so much, Tracy. We have a panel that starts at 12 o'clock. I want to introduce AJ Rice. He's a privacy advocate and founder of Pivot Mobile, a tech startup making dumb phones for the modern times. He's also a privacy ambassador for PDX Privacy, a nonprofit focused on advocating for privacy and increased transparency on the surveillance in Portland area. AJ is also the author of Privacy Big Blog Matters, or Privacy Blog Private Matters. We're lucky to have AJ with us. So AJ, you have the forum, sir.
Thanks, Vahid, and thank you for having me. I think when we talk about privacy and specifically us activists and advocates, we focus a lot on how we're being surveilled and what data is being collected about us. And then, you know, as active people as we are, we like to jump right into solutions as to how do we fix the problems with how we're being surveilled. And today I want to focus on a question that we often skip in that process, which is, why does privacy matter? And when we talk about why does privacy matter, what we're really asking is, why should we care about privacy even if we have nothing to hide? And privacy is kind of this abstract concept. It can be difficult to know when our privacy is being lost. And when we lose our privacy, we don't always see the consequences of that right away. Sometimes it takes years. Sometimes our privacy abuses affect us in ways that we don't even realize or realize for years until after they happen. And it's sort of this intangible concept that can be very hard to place how it's impacting our lives. And I think the most clear example of a way in which privacy impacts society is looking at a country without privacy, and that's China. China, in many ways, is the world leader in government surveillance. They have hundreds of millions of cameras in urban areas and rural areas alike that are equipped with facial recognition technology and are really conducting mass surveillance on all of their citizens, both in terms of the behavior that they do online, but also offline in the physical world as well. Chinese companies are required by Chinese law to share data with the Chinese government if they're compelled to do so. So there's no, they don't have the same constitutional protections that we have in the US, where you know, they have the right against unreasonable searches and seizures. If the government asks for data, the companies are required to share that data with the government. They also build backdoors into their products so that the government can access that data you know, whenever it wants to. And China is using this data in really problematic ways. So China and the Chinese Communist Party obviously has a long history of oppressive action against its people, but they're also compiling all this data and in the process of rolling out what they call a social credit system. And the idea is that they would combine all of this data that they're collecting based on people's in-person behavior and also their digital activity, and use it to create what they call a social credit score to basically decide what government services people might have access to in China. So that could be everything from you know, whether or not you have the ability to get a travel visa, whether or not you can access public transport or receive government benefits, whether you can get you know, a government mortgage to buy a home. And it's still unclear, you know, how exactly this data will be used or what the criteria are. But it begs the obvious question, which is, what defines good behavior and what defines bad behavior? And the answer to that question is whoever has the power and whoever has access to the data. So in the case of the Chinese government, things that might qualify as bad behavior are things like theft and other criminal behavior, but it could also be things like buying non-Chinese products. China just passed a law limiting when people can play video games. So playing video games during unauthorized times, making unauthorized political speech, speaking out against the government. And again, while this is in its very early stages and we don't know exactly how it's going to be implemented, people could be punished not only for their own unauthorized political speech, but also for the people with whom they associate. So merely by communicating with people who have spoken out against the government, whether online or offline, people could be punished or denied services for doing that. And the result of that is that people who are dissidents become social pariahs and become ostracized from society, because others, even if they don't have a problem with those speaking out against the government, they fear associating with them because that might result in government reprisal against them just for associating with the wrong people. So many of you would rightly say that, well, the problem with China and the Chinese Communist Party isn't really about privacy. It's about the authoritarian regime in China and the oppressive human rights actions that they take. And I think, that underestimates the fact that even in the US, even if you've done nothing wrong, that doesn't mean that no one wishes you harm. So that's whether you have a stalker, a sexual predator or domestic abuser, or any rivals or enemies, someone can wish you harm and use your private information to enact harm on you, even if you've done nothing wrong. And even in the US, our government uses data in ways that can be certainly problematic. So, the government collects all kinds of bulk warrantless surveillance, and they use that data for all kinds of things. That can be to conduct ICE deportations against people who haven't committed other crimes. And even if the government has the best of intentions, it leaves them vulnerable to negligence. So when our data is collected in bulk and lots of personal data is collected about us, even if the person or entity collecting it doesn't wish to use that in a way that would be harmful to us, is a very likely possibility in today's world that data could be accessed by someone who isn't supposed to have access to it and could get in the wrong hands and used for all kinds of nefarious behavior. Now, a lot of us take comfort in the fact that, even if when we say we have nothing to hide, what we really mean is that, well, we don't want people rummaging through all the details of our personal life, but that most of our data is not read by people, that we're unimportant, and that while lots of sensitive data is collected about us, it's lost in a sea of unusable information. And while there's certainly some very notable and important exceptions to that, that is true for a lot of people. But it neglects an important reality, which is that most of our data is not read by people, it's read by machines and algorithms. And we think about privacy in the context of what are the things we have to hide, what are the secrets we have. But our privacy lies not only in our secrets, but in the collective story our data tells. And that story reveals deep patterns about who we are, what we believe, and perhaps most importantly, how we can be manipulated. And giving up so much of our private information leaves us vulnerable to manipulation. So instead of asking, what do we have to hide? What we should really be asking is, who has the ability to change our behavior or our beliefs? And what are their incentives? What do they want to happen? So in the case of many commercial entities which have advertising-driven business models, they have two pretty simple incentives. One is to get us to spend more time on their products so that they can sell more ads. And two is to sell more effective advertising so that they can sell those ads for more money to advertisers. And that's fundamentally misaligned with our incentives for how we use products. If, for instance, with Facebook or YouTube or whatever social media, the optimal product for us as consumers is not one which optimizes the amount of time we spend on those products. That, you know, spending 10 hours a day on social media is probably a lot worse for us than spending 1 hour a day on social media. And, you know, this affects us in all kinds of ways, but it can be especially troubling when we think about elections. So our private information reveals things like what type of political propaganda might work on us. And it also is exploited through this practice called micro-targeting, which is the idea that instead of giving one ad or one speech which goes to, you know, all people, that we're increasingly targeted as individuals. So we see something that no one else sees. We get a version of the ad that only a few other people see, and that is unique to us. So in the context of a political campaign, you know, we talk about politicians being two-faced, but in reality, in today's political advertising, they can not only be two-faced, they can be a million-faced. They can have different versions of who they are and what they believe, which they present to each of us based on what they know about us. And those messages can be contradictory. They can, you know, tell one group they're pro-choice, one group they're pro-life, one group they're pro-gun, one group they're anti-gun. It's all of these things that enable them to message based on who we are rather than who they are. And as technologies like deep fakes become more and more effective, it becomes easier and easier to alter our thinking, and it becomes harder for us as individuals to distinguish what is true from what is false. And these platforms, as a general rule, based on their incentives, prioritize engagement over things like nuance and truth. And we also have problems as it relates to the Fourth Amendment. The Fourth Amendment, for those of you who don't know, of the US Constitution protects against unreasonable searches and seizures, and establishes the standard of warrants and probable cause. And this is a really important protection for our civil liberties. But there's a lot of unanswered questions about what the Fourth Amendment means in the context of digital. So for instance, what constitutes probable cause? If you are a 70% match on a facial recognition camera, is that probable cause? Well, most of you would say probably not, but what about 90%? What about 95%? What about 99%? What if your phone was at a location which was near a crime scene? So all of these things are difficult questions that we need to draw the line somewhere, and it's unclear where that line is going to be drawn. We also have the issue of what constitutes search and seizure. So, you know, we think of search and seizure as people can't, you know, search our homes or our property, but what is it counts as search and seizure if we don't even realize that we're being searched? What if the government can acquire that data without our knowledge, or acquire it for free, or by buying it from a private company? What if they're searching it by an algorithm and not by a human? Do these things qualify as search and seizure? And I, as a privacy advocate and a defender of the Fourth Amendment, would say yes, but I think there's a lot of unanswered questions as to what the future of the Fourth Amendment looks like in the context of digital. So one perspective is the former CEO of Google, Eric Schmidt, back in 2009, said if you have something that you don't want anyone to know, maybe you shouldn't be doing it in the first place. And in Schmidt's defense, he pretty quickly backtracked on these comments in the face of criticism. But this brings us back to our original question, which is who defines what is good and versus bad behavior? And the idea that we're always being surveilled has a really troubling effect on society. So there's an old adage, or I guess I should say a not so old adage, to send every email as though it will be read aloud in a court of law. And I think that's, in a lot of senses, good legal advice, because you want to be careful what you put in writing, and it can come back in a legal setting. But as everything we do, everything we say becomes increasingly surveilled, that adage becomes not send every email as though it will be read aloud in a court of law, but everything you do or say should be done as though it will be evidence in a court of law. And that has a really chilling effect on our behavior and on society. The mere fear of being watched and that we could face consequences for everything we do or say in any setting, offline or online, pushes us towards conformity and towards obedience. And I'm someone who believes a lot in individuality and dissent. And a world without privacy would threaten those rights. So with that, I think I'm going to hand it back over. Thank you for listening, and looking forward to the panel in a couple minutes.
Thank you so much, AJ. You're so right. Surveillance and big tech is used in places like China, in Iran. If I wanted to have an event like this, good luck. There was no way that I could hold an event and discuss privacy and weapons of war in a country that surveils its citizens. Iran wants to build the next Facebook and the next Messenger app just so that people will get off of these platforms and they can monitor connectivity better, and they can monitor who says what against the regime. Frankly, I don't care for the regime. There's a lot of regimes I don't care for, but
it's not just China. Lots of oppressive regimes. They're the most sophisticated surveillors, but lots of oppressive regimes.
Yeah, but I was just thinking also about, the technology that goes behind all these biometric sensors, how that was developed for war. And in places like Afghanistan, we left all their biometric sensors behind that could impact the lives of hundreds and hundreds of thousands of Afghanis that were receiving benefits and US aid through those applications with facial recognition and biometric readings. So it's a scary thing when you think about the technology falling into the adversary's hand and how it could be used to oppress people. So just to recap, we have Albert Fox from STOP, the Surveillance Technology Oversight Project. We have Tracy Rosenberg from Oakland Privacy, and AJ Rice from Portland Privacy. So truly appreciate all you guys being on the call, ladies. I wanted to start on a positive note. Could you maybe describe a tech company that you admire when it comes to privacy? AJ,
Sure.
Go ahead.
Oh, well, there isn't a very long list, so I think it makes it easier than the reverse. I would say that one of the few tech companies that I really respect in this space is DuckDuckGo, because I think that they've done a lot to try to, show an alternative model for how you can have, search and have that sort of functionality without, constantly weaponizing our data against us.
It's nice to have a viable search option besides Google that doesn't dig into your search history and tries to figure out everything about you and serve you with custom ads. So that would be on top of my list as well. AJ, who would you like to name as a company that does it right?
I was going to say DuckDuckGo as well. That's, I think a good answer. I would also, I'm trying to build one. I'm the founder of a startup called Prevo Mobile. Prevo meaning, short for privacy, but we're building dumb phones because it's so hard to build a private technology that I kind of went if we get rid of all the functionality, then we can make it private and then add the functionality back in slowly. But DuckDuckGo, I think there's a number of nonprofit projects. So Tor Project, for instance, is one that I admire a lot. That provides an alternative and private browsing experience. But DuckDuckGo was my go-to company.
Thank you, Tracy. Who do you think is doing it right in the tech sector? Anyone?
Oh my God. Well, DuckDuckGo and Tor Project are both good options. I'll add that for those who are hooked on their Chrome, the Brave browser, which is sort of a privacy-centric reset of Chrome, provides an option that doesn't take away a lot of the functionality that you're used to, but protects you against a significant amount of tracking. I'll also add the HTTPS everywhere browser extension, which is helpful. And also encourage people, if you have not yet explored the world of the VPN or virtual private networks, to consider that to allow you to browse privately. There's a number of VPNs out there. Unfortunately, the free ones are not as good as the ones that you have to pay for, but it can be a small, modest investment in your privacy. In addition, Signal should be mentioned for private messaging. They're a wonderful company. And what was the other that was going through my mind? Well, there was one other, but it's left my mind at the moment. But I do recommend that everybody get on Signal and advise your friends and colleagues and conspirators to do the same. Proton Mail is also a good option for your email.
Great list, Tracy.
I just wanted to add, and Tracy, I would love your thoughts on specific VPNs, because I was one of the many people who was heartbroken and in tears when I saw what the Swiss government did to Proton Mail and and Proton VPN, which had been a great option until, well, suddenly you had the government coming in and saying, oh, you have to keep a lot of data. So are there any particular VPNs that you think that make you sleep soundly at night?
It's really hard. Yeah. I think people should have a little bit of mercy on Proton Mail. It's unfortunate what happened. Historically, they've been very good. And of course, these information orders go out to every technology company. That said, it was disheartening that they did it, and disheartening that they were, not as transparent about it as they could have been. VPNs are tough, and I hate to recommend specific ones because they change constantly. There are a few that I think are not too bad. I sort of hate to do it on this call because it will come back to haunt me. Let's just say that I recommend that people shop around. There are a number of recommendations online, And that if you are able to manage $50 or $100 per year to protect your privacy, you will probably get a much better product than if you go for one of the freebies. Because, you know, they have to get it back somehow. If they offer you the service for free, then your information usually ends up somewhat compromised.
Yes, and generally sold somewhere.
Which is a nice way. Yeah.
Yeah.
So my next question, I wonder who has our data. It used to be that the NSA would be the ones that collects our data, but 70% of NSA's budget is outsourced to defense contractors. HP just announced a $2 billion contract with the NSA to provide infrastructure to them. So when you think of the data itself, is it residing on private companies' infrastructure, or is it actually residing on the NSA's own infrastructure? Who has it? Do you guys know?
I would say both is the short answer. I think, you have, I guess, a lot of different types of entities that collect our data, certainly governments in the US and abroad as well. But then also private companies, but that can be private companies whose services we use. So if you use Facebook or Google, they're collecting a lot of data about you when you use those services. But it's also data aggregators. A lot of the data gets sold and resold and linked together. I think, a lot of times we think about our private data as remaining kind of in silos, that a bunch of different companies know a little bit about us, but no one has a complete view. And I think really that's not true or the case anymore, because our data gets shared, and even when it's anonymized, it can often be linked together because, for instance, it's really easy to tie your location history to your credit card purchase history. Even if both data sets are anonymous, it's a pretty easy matching process.
And I would say that, like, in addition to the entire ecosystem of vendors out there who are trying to collect our data, sell our data, including both the government and private sector clients, there are firms like Palantir whose entire business model, sometimes they're giving you the data, but oftentimes they're just trying to break down those silos so you can see all of that data in one place. And, I do think, however, that there's a difference between a situation like HP, where maybe they're providing the servers, and a company where they're providing, the software service. And so they're, innately intertwined with how that data is being used and have, a lot of access to it. Because, with the way it works with private hosting of government data, those private vendors sometimes have a very limited window into that underlying data, though sometimes they have a lot of power.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we definitely find that one of the increased sort of, services that surveillance vendors will provide to governments is that extra kind of storage service, which often leads to questions of who owns the data, the city or the surveillance company. And, it's presented as sort of a convenience, but it is a way to basically sort of increase the viability of the third-party services and to basically, keep the data out of, in the hands of the private companies. So that sort of value-added service has some real significant privacy implications.
Yeah. It's always amazes me how the technology that's developed for our military is then utilized by our government agencies. So autonomous weapon systems, facial recognition technologies, deep fakes of the world. And I'm curious, what would be the best strategy to make the public aware around these issues? We have a small forum here. We can't reach the public. And the second question I had is, Do you think it's the public's fault? I mean, we're used to having free software. We're used to having free apps. Is it time that we get people to start paying for applications and expect more in terms of privacy that they're gaining from them? Or do they, trust the next WhatsApp that comes on and scans their phones for data? So what are your thoughts?
Well, I don't think that you can blame the customer, right? If someone's driving a car and the car catches on fire and blows up, we don't say, well, the customer should have looked under the hood and should have inspected it. If they're, using, a saw or some, sort of hardware tool and it malfunctions, again, we're not expecting them to have an engineering degree. So why is it that when it comes to privacy and how our data is used, we expect them to have, multiple doctorates that'll let them parse the terms of service and understand, exactly how this data is potentially going to be used against them? I think that this is a failure of our government to hold those companies accountable. I think that, if you look at the sort of work that Tracy is doing, that other, local activists are doing around the country, it's like that is an incredible model for trying to, take that responsibility off of a lot of the individuals and really put it on, really take that active role to dismantle a lot of these surveillance systems that are being used in the first place.
Yeah, I think you have to look at sort of the marketing and the perceptions. I mean, there was a long film made about sort of, the terms of service and the privacy policies and how no one ever reads them. And while they sort of tell you what the companies are doing, it's almost impossible to make it out from the legalese. But if you look at sort of the classic example of a free service that you pay for with your data, which is Facebook, I mean, certainly in the olden days, before we understood what Facebook really was, I think the clear perception of people using it is that it was essentially a way to keep in touch with their friends, and that basically they had the power to sort of determine who saw the content that they put out there. And I think the majority of people kind of thought that. And so when you have a sort of a deceptive marketing approach from these companies, I don't think you can sort of say, well, the consumer should have understood that the companies were lying through their asses, right? That's sort of unfair, because what it comes down to is that the way that the software worked was extremely different than the way that the software was promised to work or intended to work, or that the marketing for the software sort of indicated would sort of be what happened if you opened up an account and how you would use it. And I think this applies all over the spectrum, which is that the marketing materials essentially have no connection to the actual undergirding of the software, and that these long privacy policies and terms of service documents are basically useless in terms of, meaningful comprehension of what you're signing on for. I think that there is a role for free services. I think we've seen in journalism, for example, that people are not going to be able to pay the real cost of everything that they want to access. I mean, look, we could all subscribe to 80 different news websites, and they would like us to, but we can't afford it. It's impossible, right? And I think it's the same thing with every single technology application that we use. So I think that there needs to be kind of a balance here where our general understanding of what we're getting into is increased. The size and scope of these companies needs to be looked at with antitrust, which is starting to happen. And the marketing or the pitch or the outreach to customers needs to be reality-based.
Besides Albert, I'm curious who actually reads the privacy policy and the terms of service, and Tracy and AJ. I just click yes and move on. I mean, it is so ridiculous how many
Yeah.
pages of legal document you have to deal with in order to use an app. Do you think there's a way to simplify the privacy policies in terms of use to make it more understandable, like a label you would have on, your box of food from the FDA or telling you it's nutritional information, having a similar label that would help explain what those policies are for the general public? Would you support something like that?
I think it's pretty difficult to enforce and to come up with like a fixed set of here are the criteria. I think one of the things that we find in privacy policies and one of the big challenges with privacy regulation is there's a difference between, well, you can say that you're not allowed to sell data, and then companies come up with this twisted way around where they're not technically selling data. They're, selling access to sell an advertisement to a person who happens to share all of the characteristics of the data you have, or that it's anonymized, but it's not really anonymized. So I think it's nice in theory. I think in practice, it's both very difficult to come up with a set of meaningful standards. And even if you do that, it's very difficult to enforce compliance with those standards.
Well, we are in California embarked on an experiment of this kind. We do have a statewide privacy law recently upgraded, as it were, with a ballot initiative. It's very new. So far, compliance has been basically terrible. As AJ says, we are hoping that will improve. But I think one of the challenges with it's called California Privacy Rights Act. But I think one of the challenges with it is that it's very much user initiated, meaning, yes, you can find out where companies are sending all of your data, but basically you have to ask them. And we have found that the burden, when we place the burden on the consumer to go after this information, to opt out, to take a set of actions, that it becomes an obligation that a small amount of the population will actually follow through on, and most won't, because we're busy enough as it is. We have enough problems. So, part of the question becomes, do you shift this so the burden is actually on the providers, or does the burden permanently remain with the consumer? And if so, is that effective in any meaningful way? And I don't think that we know the answer yet, but there's definitely been, at least in California, an ongoing process of sort of placing that burden on the consumer, for better, for worse.
And I would say, just to go back to your nutrition label example of it's as if we were saying, okay, you have to have a nutrition label, but it's okay if you have strychnine in the food you're selling. We can't have just these labels that are disclosing stuff that's deeply dangerous. We need to stop the dangerous stuff from being done in the first place. And then when you have a narrower set of options for how this data can be used, and are really preventing these worst case scenarios to begin with, then I think it's meaningful to have that conversation about consumer choice. But I think as long as you can absentmindedly click a box that undoes your most fundamental rights, right, that is something that is not a legal framework we would accept in any other type of product that's being sold. And so I think that's something we shouldn't accept with software. And I think, if you look at what's happened in Europe with the GDPR, their general purpose corporate privacy law, you go and you get a lot of fine print and a lot of boxes to click, but more often than not, it seems like it's just another compliance task for the big companies.
I see. One of the things that bothers me about big tech companies is I can't export my data. I mean, they have all this data on me, and I would like to, for example, export out the names of friends that I have on Facebook, just in case I want to use a different platform. But they don't give you the opportunity to export the names of your friends and their email addresses. Yet they use those names and contact details to provide ads to them, to invite them to the platform. Yet, you can't export your own data. What kind of push can we put on big tech in terms of being allowed to see the algorithms that they're using and how they're treating people, and B, give us the right to export our own data and have control over that? AJ?
Well, I think on the algorithm side, we can maybe get some data about like how certain algorithms are being used, but it depends a lot on the algorithm. Like for instance, we're never going to see Google's search algorithm, because that's basically their business is built on their proprietary search algorithm, and they're not going to share it. I think with social media, it's going to be hard to find their algorithms as well. With respect to exporting data, I think that's an increasingly a demand that we can make of companies. One of the challenges with that is that it potentially poses some cybersecurity challenges, where by virtue of making your data packaged together in a readable format, that makes it an easier target for abuse. So I think, conceptually, it's a useful idea. It's a question of, can we implement it in a way that doesn't have unintended consequences and protects the other things that we really care about.
Great.
I wanted to shout out the work of Gabe Nicholas, who's a fellow at NYU Law School. He's at the Center on Democracy and Technology, and he's done work on data portability and just how hard it is to take that exported data and use it in a way that is actually viable for the consumer, but also the dangers, just like AJ was talking about. Like when you look back at some of the ways that data has been offloaded from social media platforms, it was because one person could click I agree and suddenly not just export their data, but the data of all their friends. And so, that's one of the things that, it's hard to have a robust data export standard that gives you something useful, but doesn't allow Cambridge Analytica 2.0.
So at this stage, I would like to spend a few minutes each talking about each of the organizations that you guys run, specifically how we at Ethics in Tech can be of support of your endeavors, and how the general public and people that are watching this video can support your causes. So maybe if you could highlight one or two issues that's concerning to you at the moment, and how you like the public to support you, I think that would be greatly appreciated. Tracy, ladies first.
Oh, okay, great. All right. So Oakland Privacy in the Bay Area can be found at oaklandprivacy.org. We definitely encourage people to come to our meetings, sign up for our listserv, stay in touch. We have ongoing campaigns in various cities around the Bay Area that you can participate in. And we're also really, really interested in finding out what's going on in your town and how we can help. We operate in all 9 counties of the Bay Area and can also provide assistance and support for folks anywhere in the country if you are putting together that sort of handful of people that I was talking about. In terms of issues right now, I guess I'll just mention that with some constraints, the second Privacy Advisory Commission on a municipal level was just approved in the very small town of Vallejo, California last night. Vallejo, California, some of you might have heard of as one of the most homicidal police departments in all of the United States. They've been featured in Mother Jones on NBC and a couple of other places. So we are excited at the possibility of some independent oversight in that city. And that was actually approved by the city council unanimously last night. So that's exciting. We are looking at, some of you may have heard of the gunshot detection technology ShotSpotter. For a number of years, we have observed some issues with the forensic reports and witness preparation services that they provide to prosecutors. Apparently, the reports are a little bit fungible depending on what the police would like to hear. And we had noticed a problematic case in Rochester, New York several years ago, and now there is another one in Chicago, where basically the location of a gunshot was moved by an entire mile based on the narrative of a shooting. A mile is a pretty long distance to change the location of a gunshot. And so we are looking at perhaps starting a campaign that these forensic reports and witness preparation services from this company basically should be non-admissible as evidence and non-usable by prosecutors. And so we're interested in talking to folks in other cities about that. And I guess I'll kind of stop there and just encourage people to check us out at oaklandprivacy.org. And again, you can sign up for a newsletter that will come to you once a quarter and give you sort of an ongoing update on our activities.
Albert, what's going on in New York?
Just a few dystopian nightmares unfolding every day. No, it's really always amazing to hear about everything that Oakland Privacy is doing. I'm a longtime fanboy, so all of that was incredible. Here in New York, the NYPD is a just monstrous organization that should not exist, and we're doing everything we can to cause trouble for them. So we have a number of active lawsuits. We're trying to get public records. We're trying to do a number of campaigns. Right now, one of the most active things is our Ban the Scan initiative in partnership with Amnesty International to outlaw facial recognition in New York City and across New York State. And you can find out more about that by going to our website, which is stopspying.org, or you could go to banthescan.nyc. And that will include more specifically on that campaign. We have letter writing efforts. We have a petition up. We're going to be doing a lot of in-person events. We're going to be having a spy-in where we ask everyone to bring their cameras and point them at one police plaza so we can just highlight the enormity of the way that we're being tracked. And we're also going to have public education tools where people can track all of the cameras in their neighborhoods and help educate local lawmakers on just how terrifying all of this is. And I really think that, there's all these international debates, all of these national debates, but when you look at how change happens, it's the city council meeting, it's the school board, it's the local community-based efforts. That's the way we see these surveillance systems being outlawed, one community after the next. That's the way we see ordinance being passed. That's how we see real sweeping changes, because if we turn to Washington for these changes, we're going to get just a terrible set of laws that entrenches these tools as a part of our lives in perpetuity. But if we build a critical mass of cities and states that are really just pushing back and drawing a line in the sand, we'll be able to actually push towards the day when these technologies simply do not exist as part of our lives.
AJ.
So I'm with PDX Privacy. PDX is a moniker for Portland, Oregon. It's our airport code and city nickname. So we, are focused on privacy and privacy-related issues in the Portland area and raising transparency on the use of surveillance. So a lot of efforts going on right now related to public records requests and getting more information on how surveillance technology is is being used in our city, and how we should respond to that accordingly. The thing that I'm personally most focused on right now is on education. And Vahid, you mentioned at the top of this panel of what can we do? Is the responsibility on consumers? Is it on government? And I think regardless of what you think the solutions to these problems are, whether you think it's regulation, whether you think it's a different regulation, whether you think it's the individuals and the utilizing their power of the purse, and we can, even privacy advocates don't always agree on those things. But regardless of what you think the solution is, I think it starts by increasing education and awareness around these issues related to privacy. So, why privacy matters, what information is being surveilled, what information is being collected about us by both government and private companies. So, we're doing a lot of education efforts at PDX Privacy to educate the community. And, I applaud you, Vahid, for this event and for educating, your community about these issues. And, every little bit helps in kind of building that grassroots movement around these issues. So if you want to find out more about some of our education, watch some of our videos, or learn about some of the causes that we're working on, the website is pdxprivacy.org.
Wonderful. You guys are the organizations that I admire, that I want us as Ethics in Tech to emulate. You're great leaders in society. We're very appreciative for the work that you do, even though it doesn't necessarily get all the credit it deserves at times, but you bring highlights to issues that matter. I loved Albert's talk on the Apple phones and what they're planning to do with a back door, which just scares the shit out of me, considering I have an Apple phone. And the business of big tech just scares me. If it's the business of Amazon and how they monitor your shopping histories and your music history and what you watch, and every aspect of your life is monitored through Amazon, through their listening devices of Alexa. Same thing with Google and Safari of the world. One thing I was going to suggest was, before we end, I would want to open it up to if you guys have any questions of each other. If there's anything that you want to get a chance to ask Albert or Tracy or AJ at this point, kind of open it up and see what your thoughts are in terms of questions. One question that I had that I'd like to kind of end our thoughts with is, what can an organization like Ethics in Tech do? We've been doing this since 2003, holding events and bringing people together, but you guys have a lot more experience than we do. We like to learn from you and emulate your organization's success. So what would you share with us that you think would be effective for an organization small such as ours, but with big global goals and dreams? So any ideas there would be appreciated. And also, if you have any questions of each other.
Well, first of all, to answer that a bit, Vahid, I just want to emphasize that, dystopia is fundamentally a depressing concept, right? It's not exhilarating and it's not empowering. It's frightening and scary and upsetting. So the fact that you try to bring some comedy into the events that you do and help us to laugh at what's happening to us is, I think, no small thing. And I think you should be proud of it. And I think it's enormously important for the movement as a whole. We can only be outraged and upset and frightened so much. And we also need to sort of, recover our humanity in the face of the age of machines. It's important. I think AJ said it, that, public education is enormously important. Forums to talk about these things are enormously important. So thank you for, providing that today. And I also think that ethics in technology, just as an issue, which is, of course, where you sort of laid down your your organization. I think there's tremendous ongoing organizing of people that work in technology regarding sort of how to engage with the issues of ethics that I think is ongoing, that I think is enormously important. I think to the extent that tech workers and tech creators engage with those questions of ethics, they can be sometimes our allies and partners in this struggle. And I think that, motivating them on an ongoing basis to participate in these kinds of venues and conversations is something that I think Ethics in Tech has done and can continue to do.
Tracy. Albert, you're muted.
Oh, sorry. Can you not hear me?
Yep, I can hear you now.
Now we can.
Okay. I want to second everything Tracy said. Like, it really does take, humanity to win the fight against the robots. We can't just, focus on nothing but the latest lawsuit, the latest, city ordinance. We need to have a movement that is resilient, that is, that really also can, include everyone, right? One of the things I always worry about is if it's only the people who are already what I lovingly call in the tinfoil hat club who are showing up to these conversations, then we're failing at our job, because then we're just preaching to the choir. And one of the things I think you do so well, Vahid, is you broaden that tent. You create this indispensable entry point for people who want to take part in these conversations, but maybe aren't yet fully up to speed on how these how these abuses are unfolding. And so I think that is really important. I think that what I see as like the next sort of stage of all of this work is, as these technologies become ubiquitous, this is something where reaching out to kids, reaching out in schools, having this conversation expand to something that is part of digital civics. That's something where I think it really can shape the values of the next generation, so that when they get the offer for a job that pays them a lot of money, creating technology that hurts people, that they'll actually pass it up and do something else.
Wonderful, Albert. AJ?
So just echoing what both Albert and Tracy have said, and thank you, Vahid, for putting on this event. And it is, it starts with educating and, informing the public and broadening that tent, as Albert mentioned. One thing I would ask of both Albert and Tracy, and I think one of the things that we encounter, and I imagine you do as well in your locations, is, in Portland is an overwhelmingly left-leaning city. And, the people, even if not all the people in our group are left-leaning, the people who are following us are engaged with us are overwhelmingly left-leaning. But at the same time, we're dealing with what are nonpartisan issues. And, how do we better present these issues in a way that is nonpartisan without, kind of folding them into, democratic priorities, and avoid mission creep when the overwhelming majority of our supporters kind of want that mission creep in a way.
I think one way, AJ, is when you talked about China, talking about the surveillance states abroad in places like Iran and elsewhere, and how people's rights are curtailed, how the government is used to oppress people, put them in jails, beat up on activists, and take away our right to protest. So I want to thank you all for joining us today. This is going to end our panel, but I will have a recording of these sessions to make available online. And thank you, AJ. Thank you, Albert. Thank you, Tracy. Please let us know how we can help. We're here at your disposal, and we'll carry your bag if you let us. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Take care.
Thank you, Vahid. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much.
Bye. So next, I would like to bring up our comedian, Mike Rufo.
Good.
Mike, are you on? Yep.
I'm here.
Yes.
How's it going?
You're looking great, Mike. And you sound great. So thank you.
All right. Yeah, it's I just felt like somebody was watching me though. I just can't kind of shake that feeling. But I guess that's what we're here for. So yeah, should I just jump in?
Oh, yeah, it's all yours.
Okay, yeah. So I'm Mike Rufo, and I'm an advisor to Ethics in Tech, and I'm also on the board of Defending Rights and Dissent. And Defending Rights and Dissent is a civil liberties organization that was formed around 1960 to combat McCarthyism and protect freedom of speech and the right to associate and protest and express dissent without government interference and all that nasty stuff. So we've been around for a long time. I'm going to just say a couple opening remarks here just about some of the initiatives that we're working on that are related to what we've been talking about today. And then I guess I'm here for a little bit of a break too in the talking. So I'm going to play 2 or 3 songs for you. Singer-songwriter, you can see my guitar right here. So a couple more things just about the work that we're doing. Focusing, as I said, on protecting the right to dissent and freedom from unwarranted surveillance, especially around the FBI and the history of the FBI in infiltrating and entrapping and chilling speech in peaceful protest movements. So we've got a report called Still Spying about the history of the FBI and its unwarranted surveillance tactics. We have a podcast going on right now called Still Spying. That's great. Some of our work is also around supporting and protecting whistleblowers and also pushing for reform of the Espionage Act, which is just a horribly overreaching, unconstitutional act from 1917 as currently constructed. It doesn't allow people charged under the act to defend themselves in court, which is patently unconstitutional. And that's what folks like Ed Snowden have been charged under. So we need to really reform that thing and get rid of those unconstitutional provisions, if not check the whole thing entirely. So supporting Daniel Hale, the drone whistleblower, Snowden, and other whistleblowers. Also right now, working with other peace groups and civil liberties groups, pushing for elimination of the authorization, permanent elimination of the authorization for the use of military force, which has been in effect for almost 20 years. And we need to do something about that. It's unconstitutional. Absolutely. And I'm sure you'll be hearing and have heard already as we hear from our colleagues at some of the peace groups this afternoon about the connections between tech and militarism. So yeah, those are a few things that I wanted to say. You can learn more about what we're Defending Rights and Dissent is doing on these issues at rightsanddissent.org. And other thing, we'll probably hear about it this afternoon, but I also wanted to shout out the drone protest work of Code Pink, Veterans for Peace. They're going to be out protesting at Creech Air Force Base in Nevada, September 26th to October 2nd. So if you've ever thought you wanted to get out there and say what you feel about drone warfare and how unethical and disastrous it has been, that's a great opportunity, a great group of activists, and a great action. I've been out there a couple of years, and one of my songs called Streets of Plenty, which is about the connection between military spending and homelessness, we used as a video documentation of the peaceful protests out there at Creech Air Force Base, where the drone pilots and such are trained in Nevada. So let's see. I think hit those points that I wanted to hit. So I'll hit you with some songs now. Yeah, these songs are not straight up political per se, but I think they all have a connection to activism and life, which need to go together, as we've been talking about here. I do have a song called Spying Eyes, which is a parody of Lying Eyes by a famous band that is a tribute to Edward Snowden, but I'm not able to play it because that very famous band's copyright infringement protocols are very extreme, and this would be shut down if I started playing that song. But you can look that up on prior broadcasts or on my website, microphonemusic.com, and you can find me at all your usual places / microphone music. So yeah, this first song I'm going to do is going to be on my new album, which is going to be released this fall. The album's called Helsinki, and this song is called A Tree, a Rock, a Cloud, and that's an allusion to a short story, existential short story that I think is a great short story. But the song is just about loss and how we deal with that, and especially losing a loved one, and how we can hold what we've gained from that relationship, from that loved one going. So I thought, having been through the pandemic or still in the pandemic, everybody has been experiencing some kind of loss, and I played the song. So here we go. Just time check. All right. In my life, I've seen so many things. I've seen trouble, I've seen what love brings. I've seen crying, I've seen bodies down. I've seen broken men wearing heroes' crowns. But no, the world's not done, it's still going on. Sometimes the brightest light is the one that's gone. When the scarlet leaves turn lightning black, when the road gets long and it won't turn back, when the desert town fills the starry skies, when you shake us now, it's bittersweet goodbye. But no, the world's not done, it's still going on. Sometimes the brightest light is the one that's gone, and the love we've known helps us carry on. And the love stays strong when it's in our songs. Are the birds out? Will I see them? Are there songs today? Will they come my way? Are there birds out? Will I hear them? Are there songs today? Will they come my way? There's a child lost, will she come to harm? There's a border guard in a woman's arms. There's a gun that's pointed back on the pain. There's a love that lies beyond the rain. Oh, the world's not done, it's still going on. Sometimes the brightest light is the one that's gone. And the love we've known helps us carry on. And the love stays strong when it's in our songs. Said the love stays strong when it's in our songs. Yeah, the love stays strong when it's in our songs. I said the love stays strong when it's in our songs. You know the love stays strong when it's in our songs. I said the love stays strong when it's in our songs. Thank you. That was a tree, a rock, a cloud. Yeah, so let's see. Next song I'm going to do for you is called How I Feel. And this is a bit of an existential anthem, kind of in the spirit of the song When I'm Gone by Phil Oakes. If you've never heard the song When I'm Gone by Phil Oakes, you should check it out, especially all you activists out there, because it's an incredibly beautiful, poignant song about what we can do to make the world a better place while we're here, while we're alive right here during our lifetimes. And yeah, I just can't emphasize the beauty of the song enough. Anyways, to me, it's that. It's you know, what can we do here now? So and also the struggles that come with that. You know, what's enough? How do we integrate it all into our lives? So yeah, it's called How I Feel, and in live in person, there's a shout back in the second verse where I go, huh, huh, and then the audience does huh back. And there's some parts of the song, usually when I have my band, like there's some huzz that I can't do because I'm singing through the huzz. So there'll be a couple times where I don't huh and I go like that in the second verse. And if you want to huh at home or in the office, wherever you are, huh away. Feels good to huh. In the morning when the sun comes up and the stillness is enough, and in the evening as I turn around, still reflecting on what I found, and I know just how I feel. Was I angry? Was I for myself, or did I uphold someone else? I'll consider how I might convey love's abundance with the words I say. And as I walk these frozen shores, seeking ever something more, the notion of my mortal frame calls me back to loving more again. So if you see me as I'm walking on, yeah, if you see me by the setting sun, come and take my hand and we'll walk along in this moment to which we belong, in the brightness of a brand new day where the workers love and the lovers play. And when I feel it, well, I can talk that talk, but when I don't, well, I walk that walk. Can I feel it in my heart? Touch it, see it, make it start. Will I do what I can do? Take your hand to help me through. And as I walk these frozen shores, seeking ever something more, the notion of my immortal frame calls me back to loving more again. hope you guys got some huzz out there at home to break up your day a little bit. How's it going, Vahid? How we doing?
Excellent. Thank you so much, Mike. You sound wonderful. Keep at it.
Cool. So I do one more?
Oh, please do. Yes.
Okay, cool. All right. So this next song is also going to be on my new album, and it's called Come Find Me. And after I wrote it, I kind of realized, oh, it's kind of like reminded me a little bit of the song Nature Boy that Nat King Cole made famous. It's not similar musically, but just kind of the character a little bit. And then I was doing some research about the guy who wrote that song, Nature Boy, Eden Arbed, and fascinating guy. That was a huge song, Nature Boy. And the guy who wrote it lived in a tent pretty much his whole life, had a family, lived under the Hollywood sign, and just was kind of a mystic. Nature, you could call him an early hippie in the 30s, 40s, 50s. But somebody who just chose a different path, non-materialistic path. And I think it was, there's a documentary that's some folks are trying to finish about him. But yeah, so the song is about those who choose the road less traveled, and kind of maybe their perspective on the perspective of those that they feel might be judging them. You know, those could be, lots of people take different roads, right? Artists, activists, and just people who want to be in nature. You know, they might choose to not have money, hardly any money, just they want to spend more of their life in nature. I've had some friends like that. So anyways, this is for them. This is for the road less traveled. It's called Come Find Me. I got a big old box to put things in, things no one can deny. I got a nickel in my pocket, you need not wonder why. I got sunshine, I got lockets, I've been to wide, wild and more. I got some friends out on the freight tracks, go ahead, call me poor. I got yesterdays and tomorrows, at least I'm hoping that is true. I got a candle in the moonlight, baby, I ain't blue. Ain't got no mortgage, got no internet, of all that I am free. Ain't got no cell phone, got no TV, but you can still find me. On the horizon in the distance, I'm the thing inside your dreams. I'm the fog that keeps on calling, I'm the distance in between. I've been walking in your valleys, I've been swimming in your seas, I've been climbing all your mountains, down on my bended knees. And I ain't getting on no high horse, nor am I slinking through the night. You may call me cousin lonely, you would not be right. So if you hear my mournful calling, if you see my ribbon of tears, if you hear my laughter again, then you will know that I am I'm the fog that keeps on calling. I'm the distance in between. So don't praise me and don't scorn me. Throw pebbles at my feet. Don't pray for me on Sunday as if I'm not complete. And don't feel remiss when you steal my kiss and walk back to the edge. I'll be your bridge or the cold abyss. Mark all I have said. 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 All right, thank you guys so much. Thank you, Vahid.
Thank you so much, Mike. You're an amazing artist. I'm your biggest fan. I always love to hear from you. You always put a smile on my face, and your songs and lyrics reflect what's going on in our world today, and they're always so just and so appropriate. So we couldn't ask for a better musician. Thank you so much for honoring us with your music today. And there'll be more events, so we'll see you in the future.
All right, thank you.
In the near future.
Yeah,
Thanks again.
Thanks again to all our panelists today. They're amazing. And
thank you. Everyone, I want to give you the next half hour to take a lunch break. Tara might join us if she's got some availability to do some exercises, but go ahead and grab your lunch. We will start again at 1:30 with peace and war discussions with Stop Killer Robots campaign, Code Pink, and of course our favorite veterans for peace. So please come back at 1:30 and enjoy your lunch, and we look forward to continuing the event. So thank you, and we will see you shortly. Keep us on, and see you in half an hour.
This last time, as we cross our body, I want you to stop at your shoulders, and I want you to just bring those shoulder blades back. You shouldn't feel it so much here in your chest as in the middle of your back. As we all have a different wingspan, if you need to come here or touch your shoulders, but the point is you should feel it right between your shoulder blades. And if you're doing it correctly, it's a nice little stretch and release. And slowly bring those arms down. And as you do so, push your palms forward and come to the front. And as far as you can, bring this part of your palm forward and just have that nice stretch. You should feel it all through your wrist. And hold. And release. Let's bring them just one last time behind us. And when you feel nice and loose, let's shake it out. And let's take 3 last breaths before we get into our final exercise. Being very conscious of your mind and your body and your spirit, bringing your shoulder blades up and together as you breathe in, or bring your shoulders up and release, bringing the shoulders down. We'll do that 2 more times. Breathe in and the shoulders come up. And release. Last time, bring the shoulders up. And release. At this time, we've done a nice job working out our fingers, our shoulders, our arms, but we definitely don't want to neglect our legs that are supposed to carry us every day. Let's give one final thanks and gratitude to our feet and legs by shaking them out. And for those of you who are sitting, I would like you to get up on the balls of your feet out of your chair like such. And even though you will not be able to see my feet, I'll try to work on the camera angle. I would like you to go on the balls of your toes or on your tippy toes as much as you possibly can. And hold for 3, 2, 1, and come down. And we'll do that 2 more times. Again, I apologize for the camera view here. We'll go up. And stretch, stretch, stretch on your tippy toes. Hold 3, 2, 1, and come down. And last time, we float up. And come down. I do have a few more exercises for those of you who are interested. Feel free to reach out to me, or you can grab my contact information through Vahid. I wish you a blessed week. Please stay well. And remember, no matter what, keep moving. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much, Tara.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. My back feels so much better. I needed it the most. So thank you. It's greatly appreciated. It was a well spent time with you. I know you got a lot planned for today, so we won't take up any more of your time. But I want to thank you again for being a part of this event and for your contribution and getting us off our asses. So thank you, Tara.
Anytime. Bye.
Bye. So at this portion of our event, we're going to talk about the business of peace and war and the defense contractors that enable it. We're going to talk about autonomous weapon systems. Specifically, we're going to talk with Farah Bogani. She's a young human rights activist and project officer for the Campaign to Stop Killer Robots. We're a proud member of the Campaign to Stop Killer Robots. Ethics in Tech doesn't have hundreds of partners. We have 3 partners that we care about. One is the Campaign to Stop Killer Robots. The other one is to end nuclear weapons and nuclear technology that can be harmful to mankind. And that's with ICANN, and to ban nuclear weapons. And of course, with Electronic Frontier Alliance, EFF and its members that you met one earlier this morning, Albert Fox and Portland Privacy. So those are the members, the organizations that we're focused on. Farah is a activist with Stop Killer Robots campaign. She held the position previously at Amnesty International and the Royal Institute of International Affairs. Farah holds an MSc in Human Rights from London School of Economics in England and an MA in International Relations and Comparative Literature from University of St. Andrews in Scottsdale, in Scotland. Farah, thank you so much for joining us. Would love to hear from what the campaign is up to. So please feel free to share.
Thank you, Vahid, for the introduction, and of course to you and Ethics and Technology in general for organizing this really lovely event and for having me. It's been really great to listen to the other speakers talking about such important topics in the tech space. So I'm happy to be here and very excited to talk killer robots with you all. So yeah, as mentioned already, my name is Farah Bogani and I'm the project officer for the Campaign to Stop Killer Robots. We are a growing global coalition of civil society organizations working together to prevent digital dehumanization, build a better society, and protect humanity by advocating for new international law on autonomy in weapon systems. We didn't expect a campaign to stop killer robots to be needed in the world, but it is. Our lives are increasingly affected by the growing influences of computer processing and algorithmic decision-making. Emerging technologies that prioritize precision, efficiency, and speed are presented as silver bullets to the problems our society faces. However, there are serious consequences to removing the human understanding of context and nuance from the structures we live in and the challenges we encounter. These technological developments warn us to hold on to the fundamentals of humanity and to value each other, not through calculation, but through understanding. And if there is anything that the pandemic has taught us in the last year and a half, in addition to wearing your masks and washing your hands, folks, it's that there is power in human connection and empathy. So it is very concerning to see technological developments where weapon systems are increasingly enabled to use computer programming and sensors to identify and select targets over wider areas and for longer periods of time. Autonomy in weapons means less direct human engagement, less understanding of what is happening in an attack, and less clarity for who would be accountable for a mistake. Autonomy in weapon systems means we're getting closer to machines making decisions over whom to kill. Systems that function in this way present moral, ethical, humanitarian, operational, and legal challenges, and they threaten international security and stability. They would erode our commitment to human dignity, erode respect for existing legal rules and fundamental rights, further weaken accountability for harms and conflict, and negatively shape our relationship with automated decision-making across all areas of society. If we build and use technologies that are capable of holding this ultimate authority over life and death, decision-making, then what does that mean about the other technologies we will allow to be used in our societies? Or how those technologies end up being deployed, in what situations, and against which people. Major tech companies such as Amazon, Microsoft, Palantir, and others have been working with the United States Department of Defense, military, and other various government agencies as the US looks to integrate artificial intelligence into its security and defense capabilities. The most notable example is Project Maven, which used machine learning algorithms to parse through a significant amount of video footage collected by surveillance drones, identify patterns on the ground, and help pick targets, including buildings and other targets, quote unquote, of interest for the military. Project Maven was picked up by companies such as Microsoft, Amazon, Clarify, Anduril, and Palantir after Google dropped the project following protests by thousands of Google employees. Laura Nolan and Liz O'Sullivan are tech experts who actually joined the campaign to stop killer robots after walking out on their companies, Google and Clarify respectively, once it became clear that their companies were involved in Project Maven. They were expected to develop and refine projects that they were already working on to improve target identification for the US government's drone program. Such contracts are becoming commonplace as DoD are turning to big and small tech companies to help build their AI capabilities. For example, awarding Palantir, best known for working with ICE, a contract to build and deploy an AI system to analyze combat zones in real time, or using geospatial AI from Orbital Insight to improve and accelerate the tracking, targeting, and capturing or killing of subjects of interest, or sourcing Anduril's Lattice AI platform with sensor fusion, machine learning, and mesh networking capabilities to control autonomous systems. It's concerning to see the growing militarization of the tech sector. People whose expertise lies in coding, programming, software development, engineering, and other related fields are being drawn into a militarized space and expected to create or contribute to the development of systems that target human beings in the name of national and international security. In October 2020, a DoD official stated that, quote unquote, data is the ammunition of the future, in reference to the department's strategy to organize collected data for faster decision-making. If data is considered the ammunition, then what are the systems that collect and process the data, systems created and developed by tech workers? There is a need to think about the long-term moral and ethical implications of technology, its end use, and how certain products could be used outside of their intended purpose. Technologies from facial recognition to cloud computing can play a role in autonomous weapon systems. And technology can and should be used for good, but its dual-use nature for civilian, military, policing, and border security applications indicates an urgent need to regulate and establish limitations on what this technology is used for, when, where, and how. So, although many tech companies have released AI ethical principles and frameworks or have been engaged in developing them, many of these principles are just that, principles. They lack the monitoring and enforcement mechanisms needed to prevent weapons development. At best, they signal a recognition of the need to consider ethical development of AI. At worst, they are a smokescreen distracting from the real and urgent need to address the risks and harms posed by these technologies. What we need is much stronger than just principles. We need regulation. This is why the Campaign to Stop Killer Robots is calling for the negotiation of a new international treaty to prohibit autonomous weapons, prevent targeting of humans, and maintain meaningful human control over the use of force. We need to question the value that we are placing on innovation and technological development over human rights, human dignity, and human life. The serious ethical implications of how technology is being designed, developed, and used today will have a significant, long-lasting impact on our societies tomorrow. One such example of long-lasting impact is how technologies can entrench inequality, systemic oppression, and structures of white supremacy. We have already seen the consequences of algorithmic bias in decision-making processes in other applications. Predictive policing reflects systemic racial bias through false positives, resulting in disproportionate arrests of Black and Latino people. Recidivism assessments, like the Correctional Offender Management Profiling for Alternative Sanctions, or COMPASS system, are also plagued with false positives, identifying twice as many recidivist risks amongst Black offenders compared to white offenders. Algorithmic credit scoring further disadvantages poor Black, Indigenous, and Latina applicants, preventing them from reaching economic security. Clinical algorithms used in the US healthcare system to predict healthcare risks selected more white patients to receive additional medical care over Black patients who also required extra care. An AI recruiting system developed by Amazon replicated the biases of existing hiring practices, screening out women by parsing text and looking for keywords that would identify an applicant as female. These are all examples of algorithms that make decisions for us, sometimes with deadly consequences. These algorithms don't account for people's real lived experiences of racism, gender discrimination, ableism, classism, and other discriminations. Instead, like a mirror, they reflect the biases that we have formed throughout history and the enduring legacy of discriminatory practices. Such biases are now being built into the systems we create, regardless of whether we meant to or not, and therefore they risk perpetuating and exacerbating these existing inequalities. So it becomes particularly scary when you think about giving weapon systems that kind of power to not only make the decision to kill, but to make that decision based on what it processes as a data point, but what we see as human, that is people's identities, behaviors, and situations. Autonomous weapons risk contributing to the systemic inequalities and discrimination that underpins our societies today. These weapon systems rely on categorizing people based on specific models of what they expect a target to be. Determining a quote unquote legitimate target, such as a combatant or insurgent, requires the development of a profile that essentializes and fixes people's identities. However, the very nature of war and conflict environments is dynamic and unpredictable. So understanding nuances and critically analyzing context is essential to a human application of the laws of war, that is international humanitarian law, or IHL. IHL contains legal requirements for distinction, proportionality, and precautions against harming and attacking civilians. For example, autonomous weapons could misidentify an injured combatant or one who lays down their weapon to surrender as a legitimate target. In both instances, their combatant status would change to a protected category under international humanitarian law. I mean, other situations where this could happen would be, autonomous weapons could also fail at distinguishing between a combatant, a health worker, and a humanitarian aid worker if they are all wearing helmets without any names or emblems to represent who they are. Autonomous weapons that are deployed in conflict zones would not see a child and neighbors collecting scrap metal to sell. What it processes is a military-aged male surrounded by other military-aged males, dressed similarly to an insurgent and holding a metal object. Autonomous weapons used at a patrol border would not see a person seeking asylum or fleeing from persecution. Rather, they calculate information collected through sensors to determine the level of threat to national security. And these border patrol systems do already exist to some extent, albeit not entirely autonomous, such as along the US-Mexico border, the border between Israel and Palestinian territories, and South Korea's border with the demilitarized zone. Autonomous weapons do not see anything because they are not human. They are machines, and so lack the capacity for human empathy, understanding, judgment, interpretation, and responsibility. They would escalate digital dehumanization by erasing people's humanity and replacing them with a series of ones and zeros. There are also larger questions to consider around the accountability gap. When these systems harm people that they weren't supposed to, or execute an unplanned attack due to a bug in the software, or get hacked, who would be accountable for that? Will it be the command that gives the order to use the technology, the military that chose to purchase these systems, the tech company that sold the hardware or software, the software developers that program the system, the engineers that built it, or the system itself? The question of where responsibility and accountability lies when autonomous weapons make mistakes is blurry at best, much less how AI and software programs even begin to fit into international humanitarian law. Spoiler alert, they don't. But this accountability question, it's made even fuzzier still by issues of transparency, such as the black box problem that AI presents. Even if someone could be held accountable, the variables of how that weapon system made that decision may never be fully understood and therefore cannot be appropriately explained. At the Campaign to Stop Killer Robots, these are the kind of concerns that keep us up at night. So to that end, we are seeking a new legally binding international treaty to address the urgent threat of autonomy in weapon systems. The treaty would apply to systems that use machine analysis of sensor information to automatically select and engage targets, such that a human operator does not determine specifically where, when, or against what force is applied. The treaty will also establish safeguards to protect humanity by rejecting autonomous killing by machines, drawing a red line against targeting humans, countering digital dehumanization, protecting human rights and human dignity, and maintaining responsibility and accountability through meaningful human control. As the development and use of autonomous weapons poses a threat to our humanity, we must draw a line on building and giving these systems the power to make decisions to target people. Because what does it say about us as human beings if we let other human beings be harmed on the basis of data points collected and processed by a machine or an algorithm? All of us today participating in this conference have the privilege of being safe now from autonomous weapons. But these systems wouldn't just be used in conflict zones. They could easily be employed in other contexts, such as policing, protesting, and border control. As a result, the movement to stop killer robots includes everyone working to build a society in which technology is developed and used to promote peace, justice, human rights, equality, and respect for law. Our movement includes activists, academics, faith communities, international institutions, tech companies and tech workers, youth and student groups, government representatives, political leaders, veterans, and many others. I mean, I could really go on. But the point is that together, we are all working towards a world that rejects the automation of killing and instead promotes the principle of human control over emerging technologies that affect our lives, livelihoods, and relations with each other. So what can you do? If you are a tech worker, you can support the call for new international law on autonomy in weapon systems and make a public pledge not to contribute to their development. You can also hold your peers, company, and industry accountable for the contracts they choose to engage in, research that is being undertaken, the customers they're working with, and the investors they have. You can advocate for more responsible and ethical practices in the development of technology in your industry. And regardless of whether you are a tech worker, you can get in touch with your representatives to let them know that the United States should support new international law prohibiting and regulating autonomous weapons to ensure meaningful human control over the use of force. You can sign our global petition calling on governments to stop targeting humans and add your voice to the movement. You can also become a member of the campaign to stop killer robots and spread the message amongst your communities and countries. Right now, we have an opportunity to protect humanity in the present and in the future by preventing this widespread use of autonomous weapons. And at the end of the day, the most powerful thing that we can do is to act by speaking up and telling our governments that we want a world that is just like us, human. Thank you, everyone, for listening to my presentation today, and to Ethics and Technology again for hosting. Please visit our website for more information or get in touch with me at farah@stopkillerrobots.org if you want to learn more about the campaign to stop killer robots, how to get involved, become a member, and join our #Team Human movement. We look forward to stopping killer robots with you.
Thank you so much, Farah. It's so great to hear from you. We're delighted that you shared with our audience today the work that the campaign is doing. Autonomous weapons don't belong on Earth. They remind me of landmines and the landmine treaties that were passed to prevent the use of landmines. Unfortunately, landmines continue to be used in the war field, and there needs to be more work in preventing these weapons, let it be nuclear weapons, weapons of mass destructions, biological weapons, autonomous weapons. They don't belong anywhere in our communities. And as you're right, as you said, that it's not just being used in warfare, it could easily be used in community policing. It could be easily used against immigrants and minority communities, against the next demonstrations that we hold. So It's important to talk about these autonomous weapons, and I'm glad you had a chance to share with us. We're going to have a panel in a few minutes, but right now I'm going to go to our next guest, Adrian Kenny, from President of Veterans for Peace. It's so wonderful to have you with us. I know you've been with us all day. Hopefully we haven't bored you with our topics, Adrian. It's the first time you're participating in one of our Ethics in Tech event. So we hope to have an opportunity to do this more often. Thank you so much.
Yeah, well, thank you very much for having me join you. And I just wanted to echo Farah's appreciation for this presentation and the panelists and the content. I have been watching all day and I've been really blown away by the information and perspectives that have been shared. So to give a little bit about me, I am not a tech expert. I'm probably very much so the opposite. My background is in social work and psychology. And, but before that, as a 17-year-old, I was recruited into and joined the US military. I served from 94 to 2004 as an Arabic linguist and military intelligence. And I could say that over the course of my time in the military, I definitely saw some things changed that gave me cause for concern, and the way that surveillance has increased and the way the power of the government to intervene in the lives of not only people and governments around the world, but within the lives of citizens here in the United States. And for example, when I joined the military in '94, I went to the language school to learn Arabic. It was an absolutely wonderful experience. All of my instructors were native speakers from all over the Middle East. And I learned a lot about the history and culture of their community. And when I got to my first active duty assignment in 1996, we were listening to radio communications. This was honestly, although I had some experience using computers as a child and within the military for communication, this is before I really became aware of computers and how widespread they were going to be in terms of being involved in our everyday life. And so listening to military radio communications of various countries totally made sense to me. It kind of fit with being in the US Army. So fast forward to 2001, I was activated after the events of 9/11. I had really honestly hoped our country would respond differently to that day. I think it was, for all the reasons we all know and are aware of, the worst possible way that we could have responded in terms of war. But by then technology had advanced, and instead of listening to radio communications via satellite, we were listening to satellite phone communications, and that included conversations between people in the United States and people in Iraq, Afghanistan, and that area of the world. And I saw myself that the rules of the military were already starting to be bent. So prior to 9/11 on active duty, the military is not supposed to be listening to US citizens. We're not supposed to be listening to citizens of our allied countries. And after 9/11, those rules were bent further and further to the point of non-existence. So I thought it was problematic, but I didn't really think about it in the broader framework of, the transformation of our society and how the government was keeping up with the technology and how it could best use it, until I went to a US social forum and witnessed a presentation not unlike this one, not dissimilar to this one, where they talked about the surveillance programs and our need to be concerned about the way they were being used. And I can only say that, it's been brought up that there's so much information out there. What does it matter? What does it mean? But there are just so many ways that in order to keep up with the volume of intercepts, that I could already see, problems with how information was being analyzed. So for instance, when we were bringing in all these phone numbers, we could also track what numbers called what numbers, and people were making these trees of how phone numbers were attached to one another. And, even I then was thinking, this was, past the 7 degrees of Kevin Bacon. You can only go, I think it's 6.5 people is what separates me from anybody on the planet. And so it caused me concern in terms of the decisions people were making based on phone numbers being linked to or tied to one another, in terms of what that meant about you, and what that meant about the people you were calling, based on perhaps one person who might be a subject of interest. So at any rate, there is tons to be conserved of in terms of our privacy and surveillance in this country. And I want to go a few steps further. So, in my work as a counselor and a psychologist, I spent several years in the area of mental health and working with veterans. And, it all, for me, it's like this dialogue where I can think through of eras in my life and how technology somehow touched all of them. And I never really thought about that until watching people talk on during today's event. But for instance, when I was in the military, we were first talking about drones. And I was so naive. I didn't think that the military would ever use drones, because I couldn't conceive of them being good enough to know who you were targeting and that it was the right person, and the accidents wouldn't happen. But lo and behold, we all know that drones are used, and they're used in an ever increasing basis. And some would say that that is okay because it keeps soldiers and service members out of harm's way. But on the other hand, there are numerous studies that are looking at the mental health of drone operators and the impact it has on somebody to be thousands of miles away from somebody and pushing a button on a computer that can impact the life and death of other people. And that weight plays on people and plays on their mental health. It's not, I don't know. They say that, technology is supposed to make life safer and easier. And I think one of the questions posed earlier is, do we need technology to do everything? And I would say no. That doing things is part of our humanity. And, I've read articles about the more we use technology to do our everyday tasks, the more we all have to go to the gym in order to get exercise, because all those things we used to do as people, we no longer do anymore. And how do we then figure out different ways to get activity in our lives? But there are a couple other things with the minutes that I have left, and I know we'll have a presentation panel discussion after this as well, but about the work that Veterans for Peace is doing. So in 2007, I had been out of the military for about 3 years, 2 years, 2.5, and I was very keen to see the United States get out of Iraq and Afghanistan and try figuring out what we could do to make the world an actually more peaceful and safe space. The Democrats were elected, they were given back the control of Congress, and many people viewed that moment as a referendum, a public referendum on our drive to withdraw troops from Iraq. And instead of going through with that, in 2007, that January, the Bush administration announced that they were going to escalate troop presence in Iraq, and the Democrats signed off on it. And that was my breaking moment. That was when I decided to get on a bus and join a demonstration in DC saying enough was enough and to withdraw troops. And that was the day I joined Iraq Veterans Against the War. I've been doing veterans peace work pretty much ever since then, now with Veterans for Peace. And there are a few ways in which our work now ties into this topic of ethics and technology. So for instance, many people are aware of the climate crisis we're facing in this world. And it's something that people have been ringing the bells about for decades. But with each passing day, it seems like the climate crisis is becoming more and more real and tangible to people around the world. And in all of my outreach and talk with people who are concerned about the environment, it's become aware to me and other veterans that not many people know about the role the military plays in today's climate crisis, just in terms of resources used, pollution. The military has never had to fully divulge its emissions. The idea that people are, trying to do everything they can on an individual level to help save the environment, whether it be recycling or trying to use less energy or biking to work. I mean, a person, and when you look at the numbers, it's astounding. So for instance, a person, if their average commute was say 15 miles, right? The average person would have to commute to work for 7 years in order to offset the amount of fuel that a fighter jet uses in 1 hour. And to me, that puts a huge perspective on, that the efforts of individuals can be so undermined by war and militarism, and the drive of some people to use war as a way to control and make money. And, as many people in the military know, that's oftentimes what it all boils down to. So, for instance, I was working and organizing in Vermont for the first 10 years or so of my time in the peace movement. And there was a huge effort to make idling your vehicles illegal, to ban it. And that makes sense because then you're polluting and it's there with no purpose. You're not driving anywhere, you're not going anywhere. And then unfortunately, the congressional delegation in Vermont, to include Leahy and Sanders and the Representative Welsh, lobbied to get the F-35 based in Vermont in order to save the Air Guard's mission. And now in Vermont, they have, I think, 23 F-35s flying overhead that has, been billed as a weapon system to defend us. But in actuality, it's a weapon system that is designed to annihilate an opponent. And so, it's interesting, the language and how we use this language of defense. And so much has been billed as in the best interests of our national defense. But what does that really mean when you're talking about things from an ethical standpoint? And I think that, we're all still trying to figure out ethics. I think it's a lifelong learning process. But what I don't think is that there's any question that ethics would have us treat one another, the world, and all beings on it in an ethical manner, in a kind and compassionate manner. And that requires us interacting as humans without technology intervening. So one other example, and we do in Veterans for Peace, there's a long tradition and history of pushing for denuclearization, for wanting to end the use of drones. I've spoken out about surveillance programs, and others have as well. And, we have the Climate Crisis and Militarism Project. But another really interesting endeavor that has been just kind of emerged over the past 3 or 4 months is an initiative called Gamers for Peace. And that is members, peace activists, veterans, not even just veterans, but people in the gaming world who are interested in topics of peace and social justice, to have a space online through Discord and Twitch and all manner of social media that kind of evades me, but to have a space where they can bring the topics of peace and social justice to that environment. And it's really important for a couple reasons. So particularly during the pandemic, but since the last, I would say 5-6 years, the military has increasingly decided to go into spaces online where they know kids are. And I find it rather disturbing and in many ways perverse that recruiters and the US military are allowed into space online where they can essentially groom children to join the military. And you can say children because they're in spaces that are suitable for anyone from 13 years old on up. So there's no way for parents to intervene. There's no way for there to be kind of a more family-oriented discussion, that recruiters, knowing that kids were increasingly in this online space, decided to take their recruiting efforts to these spaces as well, to include increasing numbers of ads for military, to join the military service. And again, this is in spaces that are geared towards an audience of 13 years and older. So that to me has also, an ethical quandary in terms of how our government is using technology to impact and intervene into our lives. And don't we have, or shouldn't we have, privacy from that? I remember a few years ago when I was talking about surveillance, and this was also in the midst of the Bush administration classifying pretty much anything and everything that they did. I would have people say, well, if you want privacy, shouldn't the government also be able to have its own privacy? And, the government is an entity that is meant to work on the behalf of, at the behest of the public. And the government is supposed to be transparent, whereas people as individuals have always been or striven to ensure that their privacy was protected. So I know that we will have some additional time, but I think that is where I can add my contributions for the moment. For people interested in learning more about Veterans for Peace, we have a website, veteransforpeace.org. It is, from what I am told, archaic because it was built 10 years ago, and we are in the midst of overhauling our website to make it more easily digestible and easier to find information. But there are people above my pay grade who are working on that.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for sharing, Adrian. I greatly appreciate the work of Veterans for Peace. Every time I go to a demonstration, you guys are out there with your signs. You engage with the public. You educate the young as to why they shouldn't join the military. When you tell me about your experience of signing on to the military at the age of 17, I just can think about how they're taking advantage of the youth, of their lack of experience and lack of worldliness. I wish the military age was raised to 21 or 25. Then you wouldn't have all these guys being able to be recruited. You can't even get drunk at age of 18, but you can go ahead and sign up and give away your life and pull trigger and take somebody else's life. It just doesn't make sense. So thank you so much. We'll have you on a panel shortly. For now, I want to introduce Carly Towney. She's the National Co-Director of Code Pink and leads the Divest from War and Defund Pentagon program. Carly graduated from University of California, San Diego with a degree in critical gender studies and political science. And now she's happy to organize and live in Los Angeles. Carly, it's so good to see you again. What's going on with Code Pink? By the way,
Hi.
vindication to you and to Veterans for Peace for being right for the past 20 years and for fighting against these wars, for making a stand. That's truly appreciated, all the work that you guys did.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, I would definitely say that about Veterans for Peace and other peace organizations. Barbara Lee, who was, the sole voice in Congress to speak out against these sort of going to war in Afghanistan. I'm wondering, can I get access to share my screen so I can share a short presentation I have? Because I wanted to talk about that specifically, which is spending on our militarized budget since the beginning of the war on terror.
Sure. Let me make you a co-host.
Thank you so much. All right, looks like we're good to go. Fantastic. All right, so I just wanted to, start us off, and like you said, Vahid, two of the campaigns I work closely on at Code Pink are our Divest from the War Machine campaign and also our campaign to cut the Pentagon budget. And so today I want to focus on that specifically and talk about, the real cost of the war on terror in terms of how much we've spent on our militarized budget over the past 2 decades. And, so I'm going to talk about a new campaign actually that we just launched last Sunday to cut the Pentagon for people, planet, peace, and a future. So I'm going to go into that a little bit with people. But first, I just wanted to, talk a little bit about and start a conversation about the amount, just the sheer volume of money that we've spent on our militarized budget since 2001. So there was an important new study out from the National Priorities Project, which really began to calculate the amount of money we've spent on militarization, which includes the Pentagon budget, but also spending on the Department of Homeland Security, militarizing our borders, militarizing our police, right? And they have come up with a total which is $21 trillion since 9/11, which actually is equivalent to at least $300 million a day. So that's how much we've spent on, wars that we not only lost, but have only contributed to greater chaos wherever we go, right? And then, just on the flip side, right, to see how much we could have spent, if we wanted to spend that on social programs, how much we could have actually gotten, right? 4.5 trillion to fully decarbonize our electric grid, millions of jobs, erasing student debt. And we could do all of that with less than half of what we spent on the war on terror, right? So I think that's really important to keep in mind as we move forward. So I also wanted to talk a little bit about the current level of military spending in the United States. This is obviously from 2019, this graph, but it's a good indication of how much we spend on our Pentagon budget and how it's compared to other countries, because I think that's an incredibly important comparison that we have to make, right? Even if we shaved $250 billion from the budget, we'd spend more than the rest of the world combined on our military, right? So when people start wringing their hands about us not being able to cut our military budget, this is a really useful statistic to have in mind, right? And you'll see also compared to what China, India, Russia, and these other top countries also spend combined. Another thing that's really important is to compare how much we spend on our military versus the rest of our discretionary spending at the federal level, right? So how much money Congress decides to spend on the military versus transportation, education, health, veterans benefits, housing, right? And so up until 2021, we've been spending more than half of our discretionary spending on the military budget, right? And so what I want to talk about a little bit is some of the logic behind our campaign to cut the Pentagon budget, which is, you know, if we're going to end war, we need to stop allowing companies to profit from war, right? That's a key component of our campaign. And it's why we focus on, for example, understanding how war profiteers, including companies that produce weapons of war, right, exert so much influence over our politicians. So you can see, right, weapons manufacturers and so-called defense contractors use their huge profits to fund the campaigns of politicians. And those politicians vote to extend, you know, existing wars, engage in new conflicts that sometimes we don't even know about, right? And steadily increase the Pentagon budget every year, right? So this is a cyclical process that keeps going every year. And obviously this doesn't capture all of the ways our politicians are heavily influenced by war profiteers, right? It doesn't capture lobbying, think tanks, etc. But it does offer those of us who want to end war for profit an important site for intervention, which I'll get to shortly here. But I also wanted to talk a little bit more about how that relates to our Pentagon budget, right? Because we need to take a step back and understand the scale of the problem and how campaign contributions from weapons companies present such an extreme conflict of interest, right? If these companies are donating to our politicians, we have to understand why that would be the case, right? So in 2021, the Pentagon budget is about $740 billion, which means we'll spend over $1.4 million a minute on the Pentagon budget in 2021 alone. And half of that budget will go directly to private defense contractors, which includes military weapons manufacturers like Raytheon, Northrop Grumman, et cetera, right? So the same politicians who are taking campaign contributions from these companies vote to approve funding that goes directly into their pockets every year, right? Can't think of a more clear conflict of interest that our politicians engage in. And then I also just wanted to emphasize a couple of other aspects of the Pentagon budget that are something that we're working to end, but also I think reveal how pernicious our extremely large Pentagon budget is to, you know, people who also live within the United States, right? We dedicate so much of our budget to creating and maintaining weapons that the US military can send quote unquote excess military grade weaponry to local police forces through something called the 1033 program, which was created during the 1990s, during the so-called war on drugs, right? And has since transferred at least $7.4 billion in military property, including weapons, to police forces. And that's just all we know of at this point, right? And another thing, and I think this is extremely relevant for today's talk, is tech companies and the military industrial complex, right? So another thing that's important to remember is that actually, you know, over the past decade or so, as you can see on these charts, a larger and larger share of the budget, of the Pentagon budget, right, is also moving towards tech companies. So it's not just Raytheon, Northrop Grumman, who we would normally associate with weapons contractors or companies that contract with the Department of Defense. It's also some of these large tech companies, right, including Amazon, Google, Microsoft, Facebook, Twitter, that are all represented there, right? And the 2000s really saw the rise of profits and prominence of US big tech, right, as you can see. And while tech corporations like the ones I named, right, Google, Amazon, Microsoft, Facebook, Twitter, became more and more a part of our everyday lives, right, over the past decade, they also began providing tools to the US military and government to help fuel the war on terror, right? And you can see that reflected in the graph on the left. So I think that's really important to also keep in mind. And, you know, I think we always have to come back to this idea that not only is our spending on the Pentagon budget morally wrong because of the kind of terror that it produces around the world, right? And the utter failure of the war on terror over the last 20 years, but also, right, morally wrong because we could have been spending that on things to alleviate human suffering around the world and also in the United States, right? Every dollar we spend on the Pentagon budget is not a dollar that we're using to end homelessness in the United States, right? And we would only need 10% of the Pentagon budget to do that, or 20% to make college tuition free for 2 years. Or, and I think this one's important, 50% of the budget could end world hunger by 2030, right? So not only is it outrageous that we're giving all of this money away to weapons manufacturers, it's also outrageous that we're not spending it, like I said, to alleviate human suffering. And I think that's important that we keep that in mind and we remember that because it's just, I can't emphasize it enough, right? So I do want to sort of move into, conversation of what we can actually do about this. I want to talk a little bit about a couple of tools and resources that we have at Code Pink, and talk a little bit more about a new campaign that we just launched on Sunday, like I said. So like I referenced earlier, we do demonstrate, right, the very clear conflict of interest where politicians take money from weapons manufacturers and then vote to approve more and more funding for them in the Pentagon budget every year. So what can we actually do about that, right? Well, there's a recent study by the Security Policy Reform Institute, which found a direct correlation between contributions from the defense industry and voting to maintain or increase military spending. Obviously, we know that that's true, right? But it's helpful to have a study that shows that for us, right? And based on that, we also have, and we're calling on everyone to reach out to their congressional representative to sign the Code Pink Pledge to commit to stop taking campaign contributions from weapons companies, right? It's a first step in a really important process of making our Congress people much more accountable to us rather than weapons companies, right? And the CEOs of these companies that make outrageous sums of money every year. I'll just show you the pledge and what it looks like. It's very simple, right? We're asking people to stop taking contributions from the top 5 weapons manufacturers and also from the NRA. And you can see there, it lays out the logic very simply, which is, as an elected official, our representatives are in charge of approving this funding every year. It's completely outrageous and unacceptable for them to also take contributions from those same companies. Very simple and also very illuminating, right? If you take this to your representative and they refuse to sign it, that's really helpful for you to understand and have that interaction with them. And we've had that in the past. So the last thing I wanted to talk about, like I said, was a new campaign that we actually launched on Sunday. This picture is from Sunday, September 12th, outside of the White House, following the 20th anniversary of 9/11. We wanted to come out with a very clear campaign, right? The 20th anniversary of 9/11, the end of the war in Afghanistan. Where do we go from here? Well, it's very clear, right? What we need to do now is to cut the Pentagon for the people, planet, peace, and future, right? Because, it's a campaign that we have to use in order to, recognize that if we're going to, be serious about taking on the military-industrial complex, addressing the climate crisis, addressing the crisis that we find ourselves in because of the COVID-19 pandemic, right? We need to create a big tent of organizations from across the progressive movement, right? Including climate justice organizations, religious organizations, organizations that, work to increase access to healthcare, all of the above, right? We need them to also take this on as an important issue that cuts across all of our movements, because if we cut the Pentagon budget, like I've demonstrated, we could pay for so many of the things that we're told over and over again we don't have the money to, right? We don't have the money for universal health care. Well, in fact, we do, right? And we've proven that by spending $21 trillion on the war on terror alone. So we're calling now a clear cut to the Pentagon budget. And so I'll just, people can sign up as individuals and also as organizations. We're encouraging everyone to sign up to join the campaign. And once you do, you can, as an individual, become part of a team to generate ideas for actions, tactics, support on social media, and planning actions in your local community. As an organization, we really want to bring together people from across our movements, like I said, to create a really strong push to cut the Pentagon budget, because now is the time to do so. So I'm going to go ahead and stop sharing my screen. And that does it for my presentation.
Thank you so much, Carly. Greatly appreciated. Again, vindication to all the work that you guys have been doing. I wish the wars had ended earlier. I sometimes think that, what it is that we could do as peace activists to lobby against the machines of war. You guys are the ones that go to the halls of Congress, bring on the biggest banners, and shout out at congressmen for them to notice. And you've done a fabulous job of that in these past few years. One of the things that I like to talk about is the freaking brain drain in Silicon Valley. If you think about some of the most brilliant minds in our society, they're not putting their resources towards ending hunger or solving disease or figuring out, the next solution, but rather building rockets for Lockheed Martin and building airplanes for Boeings of the world, trying to figure out how to undermine our privacy at Facebook and Google and various other tech companies, Amazons of the world. So it's a shame because we're putting so much money and resources in educating these students to go through the university system, through the public university system. And what do we get back? We get back more wars, more data monitoring, more surveillance. And that's all a shame to our organizations. We're going to have a panel shortly with Adrian and Farah. You're always welcome to join in if you can. If not, we understand, Carly. We're going to take a quick 10-minute break and actually a 15-minute break and come back at 2:40 where we're going to have a discussion with Adrian and Farah, and would love to have others participate. So with that said, let's take a quick break, come back at 2:40. Thank you. Thanks, everyone. Hello, everyone. Welcome back from our break. Thank you for so much for being still part of the event today. We have a wonderful talk today with Veterans for Peace, as well as Stop Killer Robots campaign. But before we get to it, we're going to share a video of the U.S. drone program and its impact on veterans that have to carry out this program, as well as the civilians. In addition, we highlight some of the work that the campaign to stop killer robots is doing. So check out the video. Let us know what you think. The video ends with a interview that I did with Representative Congressman Jerry McNary from Stockton, I believe. And he would not even address any questions in regards to drones or killer robots. It was above his pay grade, I guess. He couldn't answer. But please see this video and tell us what you think. Adrian and Farah, if you want to watch it, you can watch it on our YouTube channel.
We are at war with an organization that right now would kill as many Americans as they could if we did not stop them first.
It was so weird just being able to watch people's lives. And I remember watching a wedding. I mean, these were people enjoying themselves. These were people celebrating like a wedding, you know? But someone in that wedding was a bad person. It was just weird, I'm watching this person and this person has no clue. We're the ultimate voyeurs, the ultimate peeping Toms. No one's gonna catch us. And we're getting orders to take these people's lives.
Within the first couple weeks of the 9/11 attacks, President Bush signed a secret order authorizing the CIA to go around the world to capture or kill al-Qaeda operatives or affiliated members of al-Qaeda.
What is it like being in a bunker with basically a screen in front of you and a few buttons to push and killing someone half a world away?
How did you feel when you saw that piece of paper and it written there, 1,626 dead people? How many of them do you think were innocent?
Sometime later, you think that you've written that you thought you killed a child as well.
Thousands of people have been killed by drones in a covert operation by the United States, and they haven't been charged, they haven't been arrested, they haven't been indicted, they've just been killed.
Never before has there been a weapon that allows us to distinguish more effectively between an Al-Qaeda terrorist and innocent civilians.
I want to make sure that people understand actually drones have not caused a huge number of civilian casualties. For the most part, they have been very precise, precision strikes against Al-Qaeda and their affiliates.
There's always been a connection between the world of war and the world of entertainment. And I call this phenomenon militainment, where the military world is actually now pulling tools from the world of entertainment to do its job better.
Video gamers do have a skill set that is very important and actually enhances the skill set of drone operators.
I think the drone business, the distance imposed, amplifies this 100-fold. And the distinction between killing for state purposes under just war theory and killing for state purposes with no vulnerability is, I think, the difference between killing in a way that is recognized and legalized even, and murder.
Welcome home. Politicians want to be able to fight cleaner war. War that is politically a lot easier to get away with. War in which their own citizens are not being put on the front line and in danger. So war by distance.
We must guard against the acquisition of unwarranted influence, whether sought or unsought, by the military-industrial complex.
I am annoyed at the propaganda coming out of Baghdad about targeting civilians. This has been fantastically accurate.
Our war on terror begins with Al-Qaeda, but it does not end there. It will not end until every terrorist group of global reach has been found, stopped, and defeated.
While I was in training, I told the commander of the 11th that I don't think that I could fire on someone. I don't think that I could kill someone. And he said, well, you swore an oath. You need to fulfill that oath. And I believed him. I believed that there was nowhere else for me to go. Come on. The everyday business outside of the job was people thought that it was like flipping a switch. You're in war, you're out of war, you're in war, you're out of war. But every time I left, I was still fighting the war. Anyone who had any sort of mental issues or qualms about it was just told to shut up and color, do your job. No one wants to hear you bitching. If you wanted to go talk to a therapist about it, they would say, well, if you do, your security clearance is going to get taken away. That scared a lot of people. But we could go see a chaplain. And the general response that we would get is, it's part of God's plan. I flew 3 months straight with no days off. I most likely had the record for flying hours, but I hit a cliff and I just fell off that cliff.
Is an unbelievably profitable business. The development of robotic warfare, and particularly drones, is having a huge impact on the trade in arms generally, because it's causing the big defense contractors to rethink their business models and how they're going to sell enough drones to be able to make the sorts of profits that they're making on the big ticket, very expensive items, aircraft carriers, jet fighters, etc. So I think what that is going to do is ensure that we see produced far more drones that even your very hawkish security analyst would think that the world needs.
Warfare and the ways in which we kill each other has evolved, and robotics technology seems like the next major fulcrum into the future.
You never know who you're killing because you never actually see a face. You just have silhouettes. For me, every single day you put on that uniform, you were involved.
Hi, everyone. We're now to our panel with Adrian and Farah from the Stop Killer Robots campaign, as well as Adrian from Veterans for Peace. We try to show a video of the impact of the drone warfare on US soldiers and the PTSD and all the other harm they put themselves through while they kill thousands of miles abroad. And unfortunately, our video got blocked by YouTube censors. So talk about censorship and Big Brother watching. We can't even share a video on these topics. So we're back to the panel discussion. And specifically, you know, what do you think, Farah, as well as Adrian, on the whole notion of drones and, you know, the fact that they can kill from thousands of miles away, and the people that commit these acts, the people that, you know, give the orders for the killings, they roam the streets for free and they don't have to feel any persecution from the work that they did. Yet people like Julian Assange's of the world, Chelsea Manning's of the world are prosecuted. What are your thoughts on that? Adrian?
I can certainly share from my perspective. It's pretty much just a ringing indictment of the state of affairs in this country today. You know, I remembered I was able to watch the video on YouTube, and I remember after I got out of the military, the news almost on a daily basis of wedding parties being bombed and people being bombed, and over the years, school children being afraid when a plane flies overhead. And it is a big part of why I'm in Veterans for Peace, because I want the world to be different. I want the world to be a safe, humane, compassionate place. And I don't know what I was thinking when I joined the military, like what role the military could possibly play in that. But let's face it, you know, I didn't have many options in terms of, you know, going to school. A recruiter called my home. At that point in time, and this was before No Child Left Behind, recruiters were given the contact information of every senior in the high school graduating class. And when you have somebody say on the phone, you know, you want to go to school, I'll make that happen. You will take whatever opportunity you can. They don't tell you that most people are so screwed up from the military that they can't like operate as a student. In fact, you paid, I think it was $200 a month for the first year. and they would give you of your enlistment, and they would give you $30,000 for college. So few people use that program that the military made money on it.
What amazes me is, instead of figuring out a way to create more nurses and more doctors, we have this standing force of almost 1 million people that are in the military. The skill set that they're left with when they leave doesn't contribute much to society. Shooting drones from a distance is not going to help you integrate well in a society that values education and socially balanced state of mind. So I always wonder, why is it that we spend so much on the military in this budget and we don't spend enough on educating people for things that could really save lives, like nurses and doctors and healthcare professionals? What are your thoughts, Farah?
Well, the way that I sort of see it is, when we talk about autonomous weapon systems, like most of the time people think like, oh, they're drones. But autonomous weapon systems can come in like many different forms. Like, they can come in like the form of tanks or sentry guns. But that said, I feel like with what we've seen with like drone technology is kind of it's like the introduction of like dehumanization of war and conflict. Like this is kind of where it sort of began, like being able to kind of remove soldiers from the field and bringing people, like kind of creating that distance makes it, I guess Adrian would be able to speak a little bit more to this, but, I feel like it makes it a lot easier to sort of say like, okay, well, that's happening over there. Like what I'm doing, is, I'm doing it from here. I'm doing it through a computer, it creates this like distance. And I think that, that's kind of what we're afraid of with autonomous weapon systems is, like this, the way that this has already kind of set a precedent, it's a massive concern. I think like even more, if you're thinking about it, when the US started using drones for targeted killings and things and airstrikes, there's really no appropriate regulation at that time to sort of restrict like drone warfare. And so you kind of like saw like this kind of normalization of using drones in conflict, in a way that I feel like it's kind of like a similar issue that we are facing now with autonomous weapons.
Yeah, I always remember Chelsea Manning's video of journalists being shot up in Iraq from a drone. And I just can imagine what autonomous weapons would look like at the field level to kill people. And, there is unfortunately always collateral damage that we choose not to ignore and we don't measure. 900,000 lives were lost in Iraq, 200,000 in Afghanistan. We liberated Libya, we liberated Syria, we liberated Somalia. We've done so much for North Africa and Middle East. I think we need to stop doing so much there. What scares me is, and I need to talk about this topic because I'm an Iranian American, and where's going to be the next war? Who are we getting ready for with these huge military budgets? After all, the US is not in war with anybody. Supposedly we do drone strikes, but we're not at war with any country. So what they're looking at is potentially Iran. And, coming as an Iranian American, what concerns me is what is Plan B? The US has been operating on Plan A in the Middle East, and that's been their exceptional plan of killing so many innocent lives. What is going to be Plan B? What is the Plan B for the Middle East? What do they think they're going to be crafting that they're going to sell us the next war with? What are your thoughts on that, Farah or Adrian?
Yeah, I can jump in if Adrian doesn't mind. When you're talking about that, it just kind of brings up for me, what we have been seeing, at the United Nations. What we're sort of seeing, is a lot of countries that like have the power and the wealth to be able to develop autonomous weapon systems, you know, like they're the ones who are kind of pushing for, you know, for these kinds of weapons. And as a result, you know, like I think that what we're also seeing is that, you know, there are countries at the United Nations that are also, you know, very much like against autonomous weapons. And those countries, you know, like they tend to be located mostly in like the Middle East, Latin America, Africa, Asia, you know, it's all the countries that are not, basically not North America and Europe, which isn't to say, you know, like that there are some, because there are some other countries like, you know, Israel, for example, that are kind of that exception, but you know, we see this kind of trend of like this split between like who would be actually owning the systems and using them versus who would be the people where, you know, this weapons would be tested and deployed and where there would be victims. And I think like, you know, having that kind of perspective, like that's sort of what it brings up for me, like when you're talking about like, you know, what would be the next war, you know, what are we going to do about, you know, what happens when these weapons come to like our own countries, our own home countries. So
what happens when these weapons become part of our police force and get distributed within our police force to monitor demonstrators? You know, those are real concerns. Adrian?
Yeah, I would just echo those sentiments. You know, number one, I would say that I have nothing but the greatest respect for anybody in the military who has worked in the government, who has broken that code of silence to let the public know what the government is doing in our name. Chelsea Manning, Snowden, you know, there have been so many, and it really, in many ways, it needs to be so many more. And I know that's a hard ask to ask of people, particularly when you think about, you know, the repercussions. But the repercussions for remaining silent, I fear, are going to be much, much, much worse. So, you know, ultimately, war is a profit-making enterprise. And in order for companies to continue making profit off of building these technologies, they have to build them as better, smarter, more, you know, glorious, more everything slick. And it, you know, war on terrorism, war is terrorism, period. I mean, people have been saying, even right-wing think tanks before we invaded Afghanistan and Iraq, that because so many people, innocent people, are killed, then you just end up creating more enemies, more people whose lives you've destroyed and whose families you've destroyed. And then they have anger, and it's justifiable anger. And how do they seek justice? There have been many, many, many studies that go into the only way to end violence is for somebody to step back and say they want to engage in talks. But that just does not make enough money for people in power. And to be honest, I mean, the drive to get more and more money when you have so much, honestly, it's got to be like a psychological problem, because people are just now creating so much hordes of money that they can't possibly do anything with it realistically in their lifetime. But there's still this drive for more always. And I even saw that in the military. Somebody spoke about the NSA being privatized. And that was true when I was in 2004. You could get out of the military one day and get a job as a contractor earning 3 to 4 times the pay the next, doing the same job. So that for me is a big piece of it.
Yeah, you know what? Daniel Ellsberg worked for a defense contractor. Edward Snowden worked for a defense contractor, an NSA contractor. So definitely these organizations use third-party contractors in their day-to-day business, and they recruit the best and brightest minds to find ways to kill people. It's really unfortunate that, you know, what we see in the Middle East today, Nothing is proportionate. We lost 3,000 lives in September 11th. The country responsible for that was Saudi Arabia with 15 out of the 19 terrorists. Yet we attacked Afghanistan, something that we could have done as a police operation. We decided to go ahead and take over an entire nation. It took us 20 years as peace activists, anti-war activists, to put an end to these wars. So my question to you is, what is it that we can do differently next time when there is a war that's going to break out, when the US announces that they're going to go and invade XYZ country with their plan B or C or whatever letter of the alphabet they want to use? What is it that we can do better? What is it that we have learned from these 20 years?
One thing I would say is that in some ways, technology is working in our favor. So we can get our stories out in ways that just wasn't possible before. With media consolidation, the major news networks, they don't cover peace protests. I was in the military and I didn't realize that before the invasion of Iraq, there were the largest peace mobilizations worldwide going on. And I didn't agree with it, but I had no idea that other people felt the same. And I did not have an idea that me as a military member could possibly have a right to my own opinion and say, I'm not going to participate in this. So that's what Veterans for Peace focuses on, is doing outreach and building relationships with fellow veterans so that we can create a safe space so that if people on active duty have questions about what they're doing, they can hopefully know about us and reach out to us and know that they're not alone and that there are other people who have sat in their shoes and have decided that we're going to do something differently with our life and that they can do that something differently starting right now.
It's very noble. Farah?
I think Adrian makes excellent points. I'm very much of the mind of, what we can do better next time is just not to go to war. I think that we are at a, as Adrian's sort of mentioned already with technology, we are at a stage where we have access to information, we also have, more and more people kind of coming forward to sort of say like, hey, we're not interested in this. Look at youth. I'm also part of that group, but in the sense of like, look at all of young people, I'm part of the millennial group, but look at like Gen Z, for example, they're coming out in like massive crowds to protest like climate change, and all of the kind of issues that are sort of connected to that, I feel like we're at a stage now where, this notion of like responsibility and human rights and morality and ethics, they're becoming very important to more people. And so I think that for us to kind of like prevent the next war, it's really just a case of like listening to what those people have to say. It's listening to what Adrian have to say about their own experiences. I think that if we did a lot more listening to each other and kind of talking through things, I would feel like that's a much better use of our time rather than, kind of deciding on like, yeah, we're going to go with like plan R right now. So yeah, that's my
plan for the
that's my thoughts.
Sorry, all these guys who wage wars. I wish we had more women as part of our leaderships in Congress, as part of our leaderships in our executive branches. The women in society don't lead men to war as much as men lead women to war. So I think there would be a lot less conflict if we elect women leaders in various positions. We need more of Barbara Lees of the world, the people that stood against the Iraq war. If you could just imagine a full Congress of 400 and whatever number of representatives, and only one of them had the courage to stand up against the war. What a huge statement that was. What a vindication for Barbara Lee after we left Afghanistan with our tail between our legs and decided that we're going to abandon the country to the Taliban. and not even bother to negotiate a peace deal for you know, the Trump did the Afghan people a huge disservice when he sat down with the Taliban without bringing in the local Afghan government into those negotiations. At the same time, I'm glad that we're out of Afghanistan, that the war has ended, and hopefully the Afghan woman can rise up, because it's the protests that I see that are most effective are led by women. They're not led necessarily by men, because we might get a little hot-headed. But when women get out and they start yelling and screaming at soldiers, you know, they're not to be messed with. So we need to support more feminist activists in our communities. And that's why I love organizations like Code Pink and look up to them, as well as we look up to each one of your organizations. So the last few minutes, want to talk about how people can get engaged. You know, where can they donate? How can they volunteer? You mentioned the program, Adrian, for gamers. If they want to go ahead and talk some gamers out of the business of working for the Defense Department, what do? You know, how do they get engaged with Veterans for Peace?
Yeah, our website, Gamers for Peace, contact information, it's all there. There are a lot of ways. So Gamers for Peace is a really interesting space. VFP is open to people who've served in the military and the general society as well. There are a lot of associate members who have had some connection, either their family or loved ones have served in the military. But also, as you're seeing amongst Gen Z and youth today, there's just this drive, and I've seen it increasing every year I've been a peace activist, that the energy and drive is just there with the youth. They know so much, I would say, you know, beyond just kind of ceding leadership space to women, cede it to the youth who haven't been programmed by patriarchy and capitalization and imperialism. It's not perfectly easy to be a woman who wants to partake in the government, because you're trying to play a game that was built by men. And so in order to be respected, sometimes people are pushed, women included, to be that idea of what it means to be a successful representative or senator. So the Gamers for Peace, I don't know, it's just a very interesting, exciting space. We just had a training retreat in Albuquerque, probably one of our last of the year, given COVID, in person, that is. But just the military targeting kids who like gaming and want to pervert that gaming to use that skill to kill other people. Like you said at the beginning, it should be, I think even the medical profession has suggested that the age of enlistment be raised to 25, because until that time, you're still figuring yourself and the world out, and you shouldn't have the military interrupting that process. So I would just encourage people to reach out to Veterans for Peace. The information for all of our topics are there. Yeah.
Thank you.
Donations are always welcome.
Good.
If people have expertise in, like right now, we're trying to do a diversity, inclusion and equity campaign, and just to make sure that our space is demilitarized, because we're all veterans. But how can we create a more healthy space as an organization that's built in relationships and treating each other with compassion and consideration. So sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off there, but I think that's important, you know, refinding our own humanity. And that's something I think everybody is trying to figure out, what does that mean today?
Wonderful. Thank you. Farah?
Yeah, I mean, if I can sort of just jump a little bit on what Adrian has said, you know, I think that what Adrian says is like, it's, you know, for me, it's like, oh yeah, I can give her snaps for for everything that she's saying, because, you know, when you're talking about like representation, I mean, yes, definitely, more women and more youth. But I think like we also need to look at like other people that have been typically like marginalized by society, like inviting like more Black people and Latina people and Asians, and like inviting like just like everybody. I mean, even people with like various disabilities as well. Like everybody should be part of this conversation, because this is something that does affect all of us. Is the fact that with autonomous weapon systems, like I think that this poses such a big threat, and I think that having a kind of community of people that is like representational and actually makes up the people that these weapons could affect is the kind of way forward. I mean, looking at the UN and stuff, like I had sort of mentioned, it's not the kind of typical like it's the typical military powers that continue to push for more development of these systems, that are pushing for like more future conflicts. It's what we're seeing is like we're seeing statements coming from like like joint collaborations between like Costa Rica, Palestine, Sierra Leone, like countries that you wouldn't ordinarily think would be kind of coming together, but they are coming together because they know how important it is and how much this issue affects all of them, in very similar ways across different countries, different cultures, and so on. So, I think that for the campaign to stop killer robots, we are very inclusive. Like we want to say to everybody, like, come on in, whatever kind of background you have. We think that, lending your support to the campaign, whether it's like by, signing up your organization to be a member of the campaign, or kind of dedicating some of your expertise as well, or also just like becoming like a campaigner in the sense of like just talking to people, holding workshops and holding events. I think that with the campaign, there's so many different ways you can get involved. You can just go to our website. We have lots of opportunities to get involved. We have like resources as well. You can also contact like any of us on the staff team. So yeah.
Thank you so much, Farah. I have to admit one thing. We only raised money from individuals that donated to Ethics in Tech. So we have 0 corporate sponsors, but the only organization that has sponsored us in the past has been Campaign to Stop Killer Robots. And we were able to host a number of events thanks to them. We're a nonprofit ourselves, just like you guys. We would appreciate any donation. I just set up a GoFundMe page for Ethics in Tech, and it's just for a few $100 to cover the cost of the events. And this is my commercial break that before we pass on to our next speaker, that we would really appreciate any donation to VFP, to Stop Killer Robots campaign, Stop Spying on Us, New York campaign, Portland Privacy, Oakland Privacy. It doesn't matter which one of these organizations you pick and you decide to donate to. We would be honored for your support, and it would go a long way for us to be able to host more events and create more content. So with that said, I want to wrap up today's panel. We're waiting for our next speaker, Christina. Is there anything you ladies want to add prior to we say goodbye? Nope. Okay. In that case, we are waiting for Christina, and I'm going to be on, and we'll see when she joins. We might give it a couple of minutes. Why don't we take a quick 5-minute break and see when is Christina going to be able to join us. So we'll just take a quick 5 minutes. Thank you, Adrian, and thank you, Farah. And we still have comedy coming up, so don't go away for too long. Nina, I'm going to talk for a few minutes. Hello, everyone. It's Vahid again. Sorry about that quick break. I don't see Christina with us right now. So I'm going to give you a quick update as to what she's working on, what the Ethics in Tech is working on currently. One of the petitions we put out this year was to break up Amazon. We think Jeff Bezos and his big monopoly business practices really hurt our economy. If you see what's going on Main Street with tumbleweed rolling down, while people like Jeff Bezos made $70 billion over the pandemic, it's just simply unfair. You know, there's amount of wealth that the man can spend, and then there is so much inequality that a few handful of billionaires own more than 50% of the population, and that is just not cool. The other petitions we want to work on is a petition to stop the manufacturing and sales of conventional weapons. It's conventional weapons that kill people. Autonomous weapons are viewed, in my view, as potentially conventional weapons. You know, there needs to be there are rules and regulations for the sales and transfer of these weapons. We just gave Dubai and Saudi Arabia hundreds of billions of dollars in a new weapon system. What do you expect that's going to happen? If you keep selling guns to every dictator and every authoritarian regime abroad, do you think they're going to use it for peace, or they're going to transfer it to places like Africa and the rest of the Middle East for more conflicts? So we're going to put together a petition for stopping the sales and promotion of conventional weapons. In addition, Ethics in Tech is working on a few other items as part of our mission. One of the things we wanted to do is create an app to be able to rate and review corporate America and give them real feedback on their business practices, not just as a customer, but also as a partner or an employee or a vendor. And we want to still create that app. We just don't have the money and resources for it. You know, we have created an outline of the app. I'll be happy to share it with anyone that's interested in potentially helping us with mobile development or getting engaged with us. We would all welcome that greatly. With that said, I'm going to pass it to our first comedian, Nina G. Nina is hilarious. I got disabilities, and lucky for Nina, her disabilities are funny. And, you know, she has performed in the past with Ethics in Tech at our events. And Nina is a comedian, professional speaker, and author. She's comfortable performing stand-up comedy, doing book readings, or a library, or talking to elementary school-age children about disability awareness. She's performed and spoke across the world and is an acclaimed keynote speaker on disability issues with 2 TEDx talks, performance at presidential inauguration ceremony in 2021, and the new release of her book, Stutter Interrupted, the comedian who almost didn't happen. Nina is both funny and professional. Thank you so much, Nina. It's so great to see you again. You look lovely.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And I really appreciate you having me. This is my book, everybody. So Stutter Interrupted. Get it on almost anywhere except for Amazon. All right, so let's get started. So I've been watching the whole conference on and off all day. I am a lay person. I do not know much about technology, but I am thoroughly paranoid. So great job, guys. You're doing your job. Excellent. Also, most of the technology and ethics conferences and talks that I've seen are sponsored by Google, by Amazon, by Bezos's subsidiary, by Bezos's nonprofit. And so, you know, it's maybe a little bit slanted there. So I appreciate the independence spirit and the grassroots that this day has brought. And I've learned a lot from all of you. Now, I've met with some of the big tech companies in the past to, maybe do some education to decrease the stigma, either within the company around disability issues. I don't know if you can tell, I stutter. I always have to say that either, I stutter and your internet sucks. Both of those things can be true. But I like to educate organizations, and I've approached many tech companies, especially being from Oakland. And that has meant that I've met with them and I've given them my thing about stigma and how a lot of times the stigmas that people with disabilities experience are because of the images that are spread throughout the media and spread throughout social media and tech. And that is when I only have one meeting with them. I never get called back. It feels like a bad date. And of course, this is my third time that I've worked with ethics in tech. So I really appreciate that as well. And let's see, there is the interaction between disability and tech, which I think is really important to talk about. And I haven't seen that talked a lot throughout the day. So I wanted to bring that up. For people who have a disability, technology has been really important in terms of improving their lives. And even things like Facebook and Zoom have been used to decrease social isolation. So the tools are really good, but people don't always talk to us about how the tools are used, and oftentimes adaptive technologies that can help people that sometimes are bought, and sometimes companies or sometimes states and organizations buy them, and it just sits there at the person's house, never touched, because there isn't that interaction about, is it going to be helpful? What are the things that are barriers for the person? And can the person get some additional training to know how it will get into their life? So that's always an important thing to consider there. Now, also, one of my friends, Dr. Michelle Hernandez, has told me that the lazier that our world gets goes along, it is correlated with the technology, because the technology is oftentimes, it's been based off of adaptive technology, like texting. That was originally from the deaf community. The phone was originally in accommodation for deaf people. So there are these things that have been seeped into the mainstream and adopted. And what my friend Dr. Hernandez says, and she has rheumatoid arthritis and has limited use of her hands. And she says that the lazier that the world has gotten, and the more they use technology, the better and more accessible it is for her. So a lot of these things that are used, like dictation on your phone, are oftentimes the things that help people who have a disability every day. And I have dyslexia and I use the dictation every day. But it's important to have that collaboration in real and genuine ways. And I'll talk more about that. And also, Vahid, if there's any questions afterwards, if there's enough time, please feel free to ask me. Now, as somebody who is a comic and a activist, I do a comedy troupe. I do a show called the Comedians with Disabilities Act. And originally it was me, a guy who used a wheelchair, another guy who's blind, another guy who's a little person. And people would come up to me all the time and they'd say, you know, stuttering and dyslexia, those aren't real disabilities. You shouldn't be in that comedy troupe. And I'd explain to them, if you look at the definition of what a disability is, according to the Americans with Disabilities Act, It's a physical or a mental impairment that substantially results in having to deal with assholes. So I'm pretty sure it qualifies. So there you go. And there is this thing that happens when I perform. I perform a lot in the Bay Area and Berkeley, especially, very politically correct audiences. And I always appreciate people who really try to be empathetic. But sometimes the audiences are so politically correct that they won't laugh at the disabled, even when they're telling jokes. So that it's very weird. They're very uncomfortable about laughing. And then what I also get is, and women, I'm sorry, but it's oftentimes you, women will look at each other when I'm doing my nightclub act, very loose, telling dirty jokes, the whole thing. They will look at each other and they'll do this. Oh, always look in the eye. Oh, like, I don't know about all of you, but I love sympathy, but why does it have to be in the middle of my act? Why is that the time? Because it's not my everyday life. It's not like when I go to Starbucks and I place my order and I say my name and the barista responds with, "Is that Nina with 5 N's?" Where's my pity moan then? No, it's always in my act, always now. So it's always very weird to do comedy and watch the response it's the response to my stuttering. Now, I wanted to share a kind of a joke that I tell when I do more like activism and in civil rights things, presentations. And it goes like this. This is one that you can steal. You can show everybody how disability sensitive you are. And it goes like this. Let's see. Okay. How many disabled people does it take to screw in a light bulb? And you guys all play at home and say, how many? But don't stutter when you do it, because I'll hear you emotionally and I'll be very mad. So how many? 1 to screw it in, and 5 able-bodied people to say, "You are such an inspiration." So that is oftentimes something that us with a disability experience, that people will patronize us, people will put us as inspirations, and that is okay for us to be inspirations if you'll change. But a lot of times it's just like, "You're such an inspiration. I'm so glad I'm not you." So I wanted to challenge everybody here to really look at their attitudes around disability and to look deeper at the disabled experience and how you have absorbed that and how that also comes into your work, because there are some extremely strange things that are going around ethics and tech and disability, which I will touch on. And I mentioned inspiration porn, and that is always a good example. It's that joke is a good example of that inspiration porn that you oftentimes see online. Okay. So I always like to educate my audiences about stuttering. People who stutter, we are only 1% of the general population of the world. And people don't always understand what stuttering is. They think it's anxiety, or they think it's intelligence. It's not any of this. There is a difference in our brain right here on the left side, right here. So when we talk, we stutter, but when we sing, that is with a different part of the brain. So that is done with the right side. And so when we sing or when we use a funny voice, then we are more fluent. We stutter less. Now, the best example that I have for this is Marilyn Monroe, who, by the way, if you stutter, Marilyn Monroe, a double M name, not necessarily the name I would have gone with, but perhaps she stuttered on C's instead. I don't know. But Marilyn, of course, was an actress who stuttered, and a lot of people don't know that. And that's why she talked the way she talked. Marilyn talked like this because if you talk like this, you can switch speech from the left side of your brain to the right side of the brain, and then it makes you more fluent, which is amazing, right? Like that is such a weird trick that I just played on my brain. Now, once I was talking to a guy, and he was new to me and I was new to him. And I was telling him about stuttering, trying to educate him. And I explained this very thing about Marilyn and her brain. And I did the voice, with which the guy said, "Oh, that's very sexy. Maybe you should talk that way all the time." I was like, "No, that's cool. That's cool. I think that I'd rather stutter." And that is the thing, is that people want to change us. People have a lot of ideas about how we can be made normal. And why is that? Is that because they think that will make our lives better? Or is it because they think that we will make them more comfortable if we don't have a disability? So that is something that I wanted to share, is that experience, that just because you are disabled doesn't mean that you want to not be able, or that, sorry, this is the dyslexia, the double who stutters. And she found true love. And now she doesn't stutter anymore. Isn't that beautiful? Isn't that wonderful? Isn't that the biggest bunch of Disney, the male organ cures everything BS you've ever heard? Oh my God, it is just like that. And again, that push to be able-bodied. And one way that people who are working in tech and working in ethics in tech and advocates, one important piece to address the ableism in our world, and especially the ableism in technology, and that want to change people, is to engage with us, engage with people who have a disability, so you hear it from us. Now, not necessarily as like, "Oh, let's have a focus group and give me all your free advice." That's oftentimes how it happens. Let me, because everyone comes to me and they want me to give it away for free. And I'm not a stuttering slut like that. Like, you have to pay me. So I will collaborate, but also I'm not here to just spew out free information. It's important that that companies hire, and that organizations hire a diverse workforce, so that can come within, and that those diverse voices, those diverse thoughts can all be there in the organization, so that can be part of the conversation there. And engaging in that way, part of that is being an ally. And I taught, and I heard a lot throughout the day about being an ally, and I wanted to share one story that I shared in my TEDx talk. So I'd like to share it here, about my own very personal experiences about the importance of other people being an ally. So when I was in 7th grade, or in 6th grade, I ran for student body government, and I won. And the next year, for the office I was about to hold, I had to be sworn in. Now, I went to a Catholic school. Catholic schools sometimes, especially in the 1980s, took themselves very, very seriously. You would have thought it was JFK being sworn in. So here I was getting ready for this big inauguration, and we had a rehearsal. At the rehearsal, what I learned is that in front of the entire school, in front of 250 kids and teachers and parents and priests and nuns, I would have to get up on stage in the multi-purpose room and say, "I insert name here." Now, when you stutter, "I insert name here," is one of those things that terrifies you, because almost all of us stutter on our names. And so for me, I knew that it would come out as Nina G, and that was a legit stutter there. I wasn't putting it on. So at the rehearsal, I'm there, all the kids are there for all their leadership qualities. I say Nina G, and they start to snicker and laugh. And I was like, how am I going to get through this? This is going to be awful. And on my way out, I walked out of the rehearsal hall, or out of the multi-purpose room, and there was this one 8th grade boy who followed me. And he came up to me and he said, can you say ninja? And I'm like, I guess so. He's, well, just switch it around and say Nina instead. Or and just so go into ninja, but then say Nina and you'll be fine. And I was like, thank you. Because when you stutter, you do get this advice all the time. You do get stutter explained to. But this was one of the few times where I accepted it and I appreciated it, because he was the only one there who was trying to help. And that was the best way that he knew how, was to help. Also, he was kind of cute. So you get a pass when you're a 7th grade girl in that kind of situation. So he got a pass. But all that week, I practiced my name in front of the mirror. I practiced it with my parents. I practiced it with my speech therapist. And when the day came, I got up in front of the entire school and I said, Nina G, just like that. And in my 7th grade girl brain, I thought my life was over. The Alameda Times-Star was there, and I was like, they're going to report me. And not in like the good social media way of, oh, she did it and she overcame. No, it was going to be like, she stuttered in front of the school. This is so awful. So I had all these catastrophizing thoughts, and I walked off stage and I went to recess that day, later that day. And I was there talking to that same 8th grade boy. It's the ninja guy. And that is when a 3rd grade boy walked up to us. And he was one of the kids who saw the other kids laugh at me in the rehearsal. And he came up to me and said, hey, Nina, which is something that I've always heard throughout my entire life. And even now, it's only funny if it's done to the Chia Pet song. Only time that it's funny. So it's Nina, like that. Only time that it's good. But he came up to me and said, Nina. And that is when the 8th grade boy did something that I had never seen. He gently knelt down to look the little boy in the eye and said, if I ever hear you saying that ever again, I'm going to tell everybody your penis is this big. And I was so touched. I was so touched. It was something that I had never seen. No one had ever stuck up for me aside from my parents like that. And I had a crush on him the rest of the school year. When I told this story over my TED Talk, I thought I might get some TED Talk action. I did not. I've not traced him down, but I always appreciated that. And that day, what I learned was a few things. One is that I could stutter and live. And that was such an important thing, especially because I would make my living one day stuttering openly. Also, I didn't need to change. The way that I talked is a valid form. And for those people who want to put a brain implant in me, for those people who want to put something on my ear and use a technology to bypass my stuttering, I don't need that. I need people to shut the hell up. I'd say the F word, but I don't think Vahid would go for that. And what I also learned that day is that I had allies, and that allyship needs to happen every day, all day long. What I see a lot of times in academia, because that is a world that I've been in, that people will preach multicultural, they will preach the diversity and social justice, and it's something in the air, but when you interact with them, it's not there. And to practice every day the values that you bring into your practice with people, with organizations, with how you spend your money, that it goes for everything. And interacting with people who have a disability so that it brings their stories and their voices to the forefront. One of my psychologists, I've had many throughout my life, once we talked about that term empowerment. And for many of you, I would encourage you to empower people with a disability to be brought in so that their voices could be heard in the organizations that you work with. That's important. But also empowerment implies that they don't already have that power, that you are lending your power over to them. It isn't about that. It is about you letting them come in and you stepping out of the way and listening. And that day I learned what an ally really was it somebody who stuck up for me. It was someone who respected me. And also what I learned that day, and this has been very important to my comedy, is if anybody ever makes fun of me, I just make fun of you know what. So that has been my time. I really appreciate this day, and thank you for the messages that you all bring.
Thank you so much, Nina. It's so great to hear from Nina G. Please follow her comedy. Nina G, what was the name of the book again?
It's right here. So Stutter Interrupted, the comedian who almost didn't happen.
And what sites can they buy it from besides Amazon?
Anywhere and everywhere.
Oh, good. Great. Thank you, Nina. Thanks for being part of the event. It's your time is greatly appreciated. Now we have Christina Deptula with us. Christina is a fellow board member of Ethics and Technology. She has been an activist with ACLU and various nonprofits since a very young age. We're glad to have her with us. Christina, what's going on? How's it going?
I'm doing well. And first of all, I wanted to say how much I support and stand behind everything Nina just said. You know, in a comedic way, in a serious way. I am also a person with a disability. I'm diagnosed as being on the autism spectrum, so neurodiverse, disabled, however you want to say it. And I am all in favor of inclusion, diversity, bringing all different voices to the table, and seeing all sorts of people as human beings who have not only needs, but strengths and unique perspectives to offer. So seeing the entire world and all of our organizations, companies, whatever we're doing, all of our societies as being enriched by diversity and by inclusion and by treating people fairly. Not as, oh, we have to go and give something to those people over there to be nice, but as we are all fellow human beings and we all have a different perspective and we all have something that we can learn from each other. So we're all partners with each other, and it helps us all to be able to think more, think better, come up with different and stronger and more original and better ideas if we can consider different perspectives. And people who have disabilities, people on the spectrum, people of different race, class, gender, cultural, sexual orientation, origin, backgrounds, any kind of diversity only enriches the ideas that we come up with and the products we design. So I am all in favor of equality, diversity, having everyone heard, having power shared, just having everybody have a seat at the table and have influence and have their voice heard. And to second everything everybody has said this entire day, I stand at peace, equality, human rights, and the environment. And just one word of encouragement that I have is that people might think, oh, okay, it's a big world, a lot going on, a lot of big issues. You think about the climate, you think about war, fighting, conflict, racism, discrimination, various types of issues, you might think that you're only one voice and you're not really able to make a difference. But what I would submit to you is that everybody who made a difference who did make a difference probably felt that way at some point. And they were willing to go out and get started and do what they could, where they could, with where they were and what they had. And so I would encourage everybody here to do the same, whether it's being an ally for somebody who is getting discriminated against or just overlooked within your own organization, whether it's by writing letters to senators, representatives, Congress people, your leaders, your corporate leaders, your government leaders, whether it's going out and getting educated about the issues, taking action in some way. I would encourage you to read up, to learn, and then to go out and take action where you are and with what you can do. And one way that you can get involved right here through Ethics in Tech is through supporting some petitions that we have. We have a couple of petitions on our site. One of them is, we're going to on our site very soon. I encourage you to go and check back at ethicsintech.com. And one of them is for the right of repair, which is the right of every customer to be able to either repair themselves or take their own devices, any kind of phone, laptop, electronic or any other device that you buy, to be able to take it anywhere you want for repair or do the repair yourself once you have bought and paid for the item. And what that means is it's technically legal to go out and get anything repaired wherever you want, but it can void your warranty. It can be hard to figure out how to do it. Plans and schemas are sometimes not available, so people don't know how to do it and they won't do it on their own. So we're trying to pass right of repair laws, and we're going to petition the government to be able to have a national right to repair, which means that manufacturers of any kind of device, electronics, or anything else would have to put out guidelines and parts so that people can go and get it repaired, wherever they want, from the manufacturer or from any small repair shop or by doing it themselves. And so this would be a good thing for the environment because people would be encouraged to repair rather than replace things. People wouldn't have to create so many new things, creating e-waste, which can be toxic, or, creating a lot of trash. And, the cost of having to make things with more raw materials, it would encourage manufacturers to produce objects and devices that will last longer and, create less waste in that way. And then, producing stuff that lasts longer, they wouldn't necessarily go out of business. They would just have a different sort of a business model. They could adapt to that. This has been shown to work well in Massachusetts and several other different states. And it would create possibly educational opportunities. People would learn and teach how to fix things. They could prepare themselves for careers in that. And as I said, it would be good for the environment, and it would be good to have products that lasted longer and more attention to craftspersonship. So I'm going to have petitions up to support the right of repair. You can check our site. You can read up on the right of repair. You can consider signing our petitions. And then also in the interest of international peace, we have another petition, which is going to encourage governments and companies to not sell arms to places that are involved in protracted conflict, whether it's groups fighting each other, on and on, and killing people, or whether it is, governments that are oppressing people. We are going to encourage a ban on the sale of conventional weapons, any kind of weapons, because in addition to killing people on the battlefield, wars hold countries and societies back from all different kinds of development. The International Committee of the Red Cross says that one of the greatest causes of world hunger is war, because war disrupts all of the normal supply networks by which people get food and food gets from farms to market. So people say if you want to help the hungry, one of the greatest things that you can do is to work for peace, to work for a stable society that isn't constantly disrupted by people going around and killing each other. And so if armed groups don't have ready access to weapons, then they're going to be forced to consider going to the negotiating table and working out a compromise rather than just picking up guns and shooting to be able to make their points. And so we're going to have a petition for the banning of the sale of conventional weapons to different types of armed groups all around the world to work for peace, as well as a petition to support the environment and to support education and quality craftspersonship by supporting the right to repair. So once again, go out there, make a difference, speak up for each other, read up on the issues, and consider signing our right to repair and our banning of conventional weapons petitions, which are going to be up on the ethicsandtech.com website very soon. And thank you very much and have a fabulous afternoon.
Thank you so much, Christina. It's great to hear from you. Those are very important petitions. I used to work for, started a company called Warranty Now, and the idea was to be able to repair and get extended warranties at a discount on various products to help the environment. You think about all the products that are produced, sold through Amazon, on how disposable they are, how much they contribute to our landfills and creating garbage, and then all the unsold products at places like Amazon that gets destroyed and just dumped in a dump field. So we need to think about how we use products, how we upgrade products, how we change batteries, how we can service them. You know, what's the point of having an Apple phone if you can't open the cover, change the battery yourself, make an upgrade? You know, they can make that very easily available to its users, but they choose not to. And that needs to change. So thank you, Christina. Greatly appreciate it. Now, as promised, we have two comedians. You heard from Nina G. She did an amazing job. She's hilarious. I'm disabled. I can totally relate to a lot of her jokes. And it puts a smile on my face every time I see Nina. Now, we have another big gentleman with a big smile, the gentleman with a big smile, Mr. Mean Dave. Mean, you look good, my friend.
I just took a shower. That's all I did.
Yeah, phenomenal, man. Mean Dave has been at Punch Comedy Club, Cops, you name the clubs he's performed in. He has been a headliner for a number of comedians in the past, and we're lucky to have him. So thank you, Dave. You have the floor.
Thank you for having me. Yeah, that's awesome. This has been a really cool all-day event. I've been watching it on YouTube myself since about, I think it was like 8:30 this morning it started. I'm not exactly sure. It's all a blur. And I pretty much feel like this woman right here at the end of the day, watching the Ethics in Tech, just learning so much depressing stuff, but I'm kidding. Yeah, I am a comedian. My name is Mean Dave. It's just a nickname, short for Meaningful David. I love doing these events because, you know, I used to work in tech. I was a video game tester for about 14 years, and I got into comedy so I would never have to be around a computer again for work. And then the pandemic hit, and the only way I could do comedy was on a computer. So yeah, it's been weird. But yeah, I gotta say, I enjoy being part of events like these where I get to make fun of things that really dominate my life and I feel powerless against completely. And you know, because after working in tech, I mean, these were things I saw coming a long time ago. You know, I was the last person that owned a pager, I believe, on Earth, 2006. Before that, I didn't even I didn't even I got my first cell phone in 2006. Before that, I was the last person to have a pager, sometime in the late 90s, or no, when I had to go pick up my sister at school or something. I don't even remember any of this stuff. But I am grateful to be a part of this Ethics in Tech organization, courtesy of pretty much, you know, it's Ethics in Tech that we basically stick it to big tech by using big tech. So that's cool. We need these things in order to make sure we do. I don't know if you knew this either. I think I messaged you, Vahid, but I was concerned for a second because the YouTube, apparently you were having too much ethics in your tech today. There was a brief pause in the YouTube stream I was watching, because as much as there's no ethics in tech, there are ethics in copyright according to YouTube. So I guess they paused it for a second, but everything came back on. So I was a little nervous at first. But that's the thing, finding ethics in tech you know, I have a hard enough time finding ethics. So yeah, must be nice to be looking for ethics in tech, as the kids like to say. yeah, it's hard enough just finding ethics. You know, we lost a comedian recently, finding out that she wasn't nice. You know, and you know, it's like, you know, we thought she was nice this entire time, and instead a cancer was brewing inside her of just her natural personality, that she's a human being and is successful and wanted to treat people like crap all around. And I think she's entitled to do so. But yeah, getting back to our tech thing, the fact being is there's probably looking for ethics in tech is not, you know, it's a lot like looking for ethics in porn. All right. You're probably gonna be hard pressed to find it, because, and not only that, the two intertwine really. Try to find ethics in porn and tech, and try to find ethics in tech in porn. You know, it's really just all about the almighty dollar. So that's pretty much it. My favorite part of today was an earlier presentation in the morning where we got to learn that they made an AI to imitate people online, and it turned out the AI ended up becoming racist. That's what technology led to. I think we're safe. I think we're safe a lot from the fears and all of this stuff that technology will somehow do anything. I don't think technology is going to be driving cars without people, because people can't drive well, let alone the people that design the stuff afterwards. And so, as you can see, AI just, you know, it's only going to imitate the people that make it, and we're not getting any better at that soon. What we are killing it at is the war on Earth. Man, we're gonna ruin this place for our human existence so well, better than any other species on this planet. You think the dinosaurs went, you know, were cool and you know, going to extinction? No, we are doing it faster and better and way more efficient than any other species has on the planet. But I will say that one of the things I've noticed, a lot of the subjects that have come up, privacy issues. That's been the big issue with privacy issues in terms of tech. And I think we just don't realize that the solution has been right under our noses the entire time. The solution to the privacy issues is just keep living your same boring life, everybody, that no one wants to pay attention to. That's the key to combating all of these privacy issues. It's sort of, think the Illuminati. Just keep hiding your boring life in plain sight that no one wants anything to do with, and you will be safe from all of this technology. You know, that's just my kind of way of doing it. Best way I find is, yeah, be a comedian, you know, because comedians, no one, I mean, the only ones that comedians that everybody cares about are the famous ones, and those are a small few. There are so many comedians that you've never heard of that you don't want to know about. I always used to tell people when I used to started out at open mics, if you're running from the police, go to an open mic and get on stage, because the last person anybody is paying attention to is a comedian on stage at an open mic. And you could be telling everybody the details of your crime with the cops looking for you in the room, and they will not notice you up there. So yeah, just keep living your boring life. That's going to keep tech from, you know, wanting to look for you. What else do I have on my list here for all? Currently, I got to, you know, full disclosure, everybody, I am in Facebook jail right now. 7-day stint. I got a 7-day stint in Facebook jail. I'm in, you know, for committing mind crimes of basically, I made I was joking with a friend of mine on his thread who clearly was, a lot of people are upset that I'm in Facebook jail over this. We're going to try and have a Facebook protest at some point. All I did, my friend was saying that he every time he announces that he's quitting smoking, so many people get so excited for him that it makes him want to keep smoking. And he's a cynical guy like me, cynical sense of humor. So all I did was comment what a person might be like if they were asked, if they were heard that I heard you were quitting smoking. Now, if you know this scene, I'm not going to move from in front of this gentleman right here. If you know this scene from The Waterboy, this is comedian Blake Clark. And he is a gentleman who is current. Well, oh shoot, I let one of them go. during the climax of the movie, there's a key part in the big game where a football gets thrown, and it's the exciting part of the game. And this gentleman right here is pinching his nipples as a joke in the movie. It's a very well-known scene. I'm even friends with his son, Travis Clark, who hates every time that I share this image online. And I got put in Facebook jail for nudity and sexual yada yada, whatever it was that Facebook deemed inappropriate. And so I'm currently in the Facebook slammer for 7 days because I had some other infractions too that were also completely misunderstood. But Travis Clark, his son, is he's never been more pro censorship in his life. That's what he told me when I shared this information with him. The other thing, after watching all of this stuff today, I think we've learned that the biggest threat with technology isn't the government, it's other Americans and the technology that just gets shared. It's really just everybody's ability to just coordinate online and follow each other online, get each other's information online. And that's really, we have nothing but fear ourselves. I don't know. I don't even get that right. Anyways, but ethics and tech, I noticed we have our audience today. It's been it's a nice intimate audience online here. And I think I've been coming up with some, the thing that none of the topics that anybody brought up today, these are some of my concerns with big tech. All right. And just hear me out. I know these may not be the big subjects of ethics and tech, but these are the subjects that really affect me. And that is when sex bots, AI and sex bots start getting hip and start rejecting humans in lieu of just having sex with other sex bots. Once that happens, it's all over for the rest of us. So that's first and foremost. Not only that, when will the IRS start monitoring my gambling debts so I can keep track of how much I lose every year in gambling? All right. If the IRS is going to track my finances, please track my losses first thing and foremost. Another thing is too, we've got the mighty military. All right. We spent all this money on the military. When are we going to invade Canada and take over and get free healthcare? All right. Like, let's just take these hockey players, all these Canucks, and just, we are a dominant country. Might makes right. Let's go up there and take all that free healthcare from them. All right. For us Americans. I don't know what the hell we're doing. And then last but not least, we've been promised these long times. When will the Terminators save us from global warming? All right, that's basically, we've been working on all this stuff, all this deadly technology, and we've been promised this since at least 1980, whenever the first Terminator came out. And then with T2, T2 really promised us the future of the apocalypse that's going to save us from ourselves. All right, because nothing beats global warming like eliminating ourselves with our own technology. So anyways, I got some other things too, because here's the thing. This whole event is Fire and Fury throwing a monkey wrench in big tech. And I thought of the name Fire and Fury. Why do I think of that? And I was like, you know what? Ethics and Tech is a really good organization that brings a really good message that could use, we need to get more people involved and get more, make it exciting. And I think first thing and foremost is to get Ja Rule on board. I don't know if you've ever seen the Fire Festival documentaries, but I think you could pretty much promote something with Ja Rule without his knowledge now legally. And because all free promotion is good promotion. You saw how this went. All right. They made a whole festival that was just total crap. And then the bottom line was nobody, they tricked all kinds of rich people to go to an island where there was nothing going on. It was beautiful. So what would be better use of Ja Rule than to bring him involved in ethics and tech? I think that's what we're missing here in ethics and tech. All right, because sometimes you gotta work with strange bedfellows in order to get things out there. I think ethics and tech needs to get a little more lack of ethics in ethics and tech, so we can promote this a little bit more, a little bit better. These are just some of my ideas. All right, hear me out again. I think we should, we got to sexy it up. All right, sexy up some ethics and tech. Get some ethics and tech girls out in here. Just kind of, moving that. These are just some ideas and spitballing. I'm not saying you need to go in these directions. Just ideas I have. I think the next thing is to do is, yeah, we need to get some more corporate sponsorship, start trying to get the message a little more out there. I know we have a beef with Amazon, but how about we work on ethics with Amazon? You know, maybe we can start aiming big for the big fishes, the big whales. You know, because, you know, sometimes that's just how I'm just trying to think of ways to get us out there a little more. Lastly, maybe we start promoting on drones, the attack stripe drones. Make sure, you know, get the logos on there, ethics and tech. Let them know that we're trying. We're really trying. We're not. It's going to be a tough road, all right. But I mean, yeah, get a few. It's about the, you know, these little numbers here and there as we're dealing with the big fishes, the big sharks, really. So, again, these are all jokes, people. Please do not take me seriously. All 10 of you who are watching. I really don't want to get in trouble. I really enjoyed this, and Vahid already paid us. So I really, there's not much we can do, and I want to make sure he gets full value for his dollar. The thing is, folks, I've been doing comedy on Zoom this last year, thanks to the pandemic. I've actually been really embracing it a whole lot more than most comedians do. They don't really dig it. I don't mind it. A lot of my comedian friends say that's not real comedy, and I say, well, I've been having phone sex and internet sex for decades, and no one ever barged in my room and said that wasn't real sex you're having there, Dave. And it would be if they joined in, you know what I mean? But yeah, so I adapted to the technology. I'm also in 12-step recovery. I think you can tell I'm a drug addict. It's, you know, it's pretty obvious I'm an addict and an alcoholic. What people don't know is I'm 7 years clean and sober, soon to be 8. And I'm really grateful for all that time, because it's been a boring 7 and 8 years that'll make you want to drink and do drugs, especially in this time in day and age. But the fact is, I am grateful for my recovery. I'm grateful for a lot that has been going well in my life as a result of it, and even the things that go wrong, which is plenty. But at the same time, I go to AA meetings online, and the thing that all Zoom has in common for people that use the Zoom application have been Zoom bombers, the pranksters that like to interrupt a meeting, basically doing stupid pranks. Now, again, you want to talk about ethics and technology. Let's talk about some ethics in pranking. All right. Fact is, the pranks have gotten worse since the technology has gotten better. All right. When I grew up in the age of the landline and you did a prank phone call, you needed to have a good, you know, like, hey, is there a John there? No. Well, where do you go to the bathroom? All right, that's a classic. But you needed a good prank to go. The pranksters on Zoom with all of this technology, you know what they like to do? They like to interrupt the meeting, yelling racial slurs, you know, playing with themselves on camera, or showing porn. Or if you're lucky, you get a very talented individual who does all three at once, which is really, I mean, you know, granted it's offensive, but still pretty amazing to see somebody pull that off. And the last person I saw interrupt a meeting, a Zoom meeting, it was an AA meeting, was this young kid who basically interrupted the meeting yelling, I love dicks, I love dicks. And the meeting wasn't even that shocked. We were like, that's cool. We love alcohol. That's why we're here. You know, I love dicks is Wednesday. That's a different meeting. And, you know, and so fact is, I wanted to like take this kid aside and be like, look, you can prank this meeting so much better. You just need to put some work into it. All these pranks are lazy. When I was a kid, I was in 7th grade and I was at my friend's house, and I did the best prank I don't even do pranks very often, but I did the best prank ever with my friend. My friends, we were at a sleepover. We were watching a cable access channel that had a religious organization raising money. There were 5 old ladies that were answering phones. And we thought, let's mess with these ladies on this cable access channel, you know, evil little 7th graders. And we were all trying to get the one in the middle. And I called up, you know, my friends would call up and they'd be like, which one are you? And one would wave their hand and they'd hang up and be like, got her. And that's not a prank. You just prove the phone worked. All right. And that's, you know, you need a prank, you need backstory. And I ended up having a prank in mind. And so when I called, I had a Casio keyboard, talk about technology back in the late 80s, Casio keyboard, recorded my voice, ready to play back at a lower pitch when I needed it. And when I called, the lady in the middle answered. Her name was Ruth. I remember it like yesterday. And Ruth answered the phone. And she said, hi, this is Ruth. How can I help you? And I said, hi, my name is Peter. and I am locked in a closet right now because my parents caught me reading the Bible, and they're devout Satanists and refuse to let me read the Bible and lock me in a closet for at least 24 hours, or unless I pledge my undying allegiance to Satan, which I won't do. Get behind me, Satan. I am for the Lord. And Ruth was scared, so scared. She was like, oh my God, do you need help? Should I call the police? And I said, oh no, they're back. They're back. And that's when I played the Casio keyboard on the phone, which had my voice recorded at a lower pitch saying, I have him now. And poor Ruth jumped up out of her seat, hung up the phone, sat there with her face in her hands for at least 5 minutes. The other ladies were getting scared for her. And Ruth just got up and walked off camera, and someone else came and replaced her. We didn't see Ruth for the rest of the night. That's a good prank. All right. I'm a 7th grader sending a 65-year-old woman home rethinking her faith. Even my friends turned on me. They all said, you're going to hell for that one, Dave. And I said, worth it. Because now I got a cool story I'm going to tell all the way to hell. And I'm pretty sure Satan will be on my side. Now, cut to today. I wish I could tell this kid that interrupted the AA meeting, look, there's a better way to prank this meeting. If I were you, this is what I would do. I would get props. Okay. I would hire some help. All right. And if I were you, I would watch the AA meeting, find a good opportunity, because it's very easy to prank a meeting if you pay attention. You use the technology to your advantage. All right. We got this video element here. And if I were you, this is what I would do. Let them do their prayers. They then have a speaker, and then after the speaker, everybody gets a chance to speak, and that's when you raise your hand. And if I were you, I would do this. I'd be like, hi, my name is David. I'm a grateful recovering addict, alcoholic, 7 years clean and sober, and I've had the worst day of my life today. I am relapsing right here during this meeting. And you break out the cocaine, you break out the Jack Daniels, you bring on the sex workers, and you put on an OnlyFans show just for that meeting. And unlike Ruth back in the day, who walked away from her faith, all right, every one of those addicts and alcoholics is going to be like, this meeting just got great. Oh my God, call my sponsor. This is the best meeting I've ever seen. It's not relapse when you're watching somebody else do it on camera and quietly playing with yourself off. That is my time, folks. I think I've done my duty. I hope Vahid, I saw him smiling a few times and getting a little nervous here. So I think I did my job. So yeah.
Thank you, Dave. You did a great job.
Thank
you. I don't believe in your marketing efforts. I just don't see our logo ever being associated with a drone. The word ethics and associated with the word Amazon.
Yeah.
It's one of the reasons people ask us to attend conferences, and we got really nice banners. But I don't want to go to a conference where Facebook is presenting and put up my banner next to Facebook's or Google's or Amazon's and think that somehow make them more ethical in the eyes of the people by being even in the same forum as them. That's why
they call that performative, correct?
Yeah, I mean, that's why today's event has been focused on nonprofits. They're the ones that need attention. Comedians need attention, especially comedians that take on causes that matter. Disability is a huge issue. We were graced with having Nina G's present and do her comedy. So, we're really thankful for that. I want to thank the people that participated in today's event. Brett Wilkins, our fellow board member from Ethics and Technology, Reverend Martin Todd Allen, as a minister at the Church of Fellowship of All People. Let's see. Karen Melander Magoon, Dr. Karen Melander Magoon. She did our poetry in the morning. We had panel discussions. We had Tariq Jenkins from South Africa talking about the data center that they were building in South Africa and its impact on the heritage site and the indigenous lands that they want to destroy, because that's what Jeff Bezos does. We heard from Albert Fox from STOP, based in New York, working on our privacy, talking about Apple's plans to undermine it on the iPhone and the work that he's been doing against Apple. We had, let's see, Tracy Rosenberg from Oakland Privacy and Media Alliance. She spoke about some of the work that they're doing in Vallejo and various cities in California, and they're They are a great organization to support. We talked with AJ Rice, CEO of Pivot Mobile and ambassador for PDX Privacy. He had a chance to hear from him. Then we heard from our good musician, Mike Rufo, followed by Farah Bogani from Stop Killer Robots campaign, Adrian Kenny from Veterans for Peace, and Carol Towney, the co-director of Code Pink. And of course, we ended it with conversation with Nina and Dave, Mean Dave and Nina G, as well as Christina Deptula, fellow board member of Ethics and Tech. I want to thank everybody that participated in today's event. Our next event is going to be on Human Rights Day on December 10th. So please consider joining us then. In the meantime, if you got a few bucks to spare, go to our GoFundMe page for Ethics and Tech. We're not trying to raise a lot of money, but we could use a little dollar or two. So any contribution would be greatly appreciated. Check out our blog. The videos from today's event are available online. We'll cut it in smaller sections and make them available as well. I want to thank you all for joining. Thank you all for buying tickets and supporting the event. And I want to thank the comedians again for Nina and Mean Dave, and they did a great job, as well as all the speakers and reverends and poets and musicians. So thank you so much for making this a wonderful event. Thanks for being a part of it. Have a wonderful evening. Take care.